Yeah, it's definitely frustrating. Good morning, Chatty House. Why am I not here? I don't hear myself.
I know, hold on.
Hello. Hello. There we go.
You
I hear
yourself now?
myself.
You good?
Yep,
Okay.
I'm good.
Shout out, you got us?
You got us?
Yeah, double check. Because I hear the station still, so it's a little weird.
You're not used to being on that side.
Yeah, no.
With the, well, we've done this before this week. Well, last week, 2 weeks ago.
But if they can hear me, whatever.
Where are we at? Where are we at? We almost there.
Chatty, how do we sound right now?
We all right?
They can hear us, but here we go, James.
I don't hear anything yet.
I'll give you a cue. I'll get Jonathan here. Go ahead.
Welcome into the Insiders. I am James Ham. Joining me today, Jesse Tapia, filling in for Kyle Madson. No Joe Brazil today. We're
just us today.
A two-man band. We are, of course, brought to you by Jiffy Lube. You can find us on ESPN 1320. You can find us on 98.5 HD2, youtube.com/ESPN 1320, where you will find the Chatty House that is in full flow this morning. Going crazy like always. And of course, you can find us Twitch. You can download the James Ham and Kyle Madson show wherever you listen to your podcast. Welcome in. What's going on, Jesse?
Nothing much. It's been a bit of a little hectic morning so far, huh?
Yeah, it's a little weird.
A little bit of the start. Yeah.
The first thing that happened was I'm sitting here and I'm trying to pull the video up, and sure enough, the camera is at like some weird angle, and I keep checking the camera, and I'm like, hey, what's going on here? It's not that camera. There's some other camera that's laying down on the side that's like capturing me from like this weird angle, and I'm like, what is happening? And then it's just kind of
for the stream, guys, since it sounds off, we'll get it fixed up right now. I'll hit up the engineers. We had a bad day yesterday on StreamYard yesterday, so we'll get that fixed up. But yeah, radio, we're fine. Let's see, we're live, so we're good.
Radio, we're fine, and they can hear you on the radio. They just can't hear you very loud here on the stream.
We'll get that fixed up.
Okay, well, we'll figure it all out here in just a few minutes, but it's kind of the way it goes. You gotta play through, right?
Yeah, it'd be nice if we had more than 15 minutes to get it all fixed up, but you know.
I don't know what you're talking about, Jesse. Yeah. I have no idea what you're talking about. I've been here for a while. Welcome in again. We've got a bunch of stuff to talk about today. The NBA Finals kicks back off. The NBA trade rumors are just like going crazy at this point. I don't even know what to say. There are so many rumors floating around. The Kevin Durant decision, it looks like it's almost upon us. But it's something that we're going to touch base on because I think it matters. I think it matters who is in that sweepstakes and what it might mean for the Sacramento Kings once he does land somewhere. But Jesse, this weekend, it's a big weekend. It's Father's Day weekend. And I just want to check in. You know, we talked about sports earlier in the week and sort of your first memories of sports. But what's your best Father's Day?
Best Father's Day? I guess it's just been lately. We've been doing barbecue. Like, me and my brother have been barbecuing for my dad, and I feel like that stuff is cool. So I feel like you hear fathers talk about, Father's Day, like I still gotta cook, still gotta do that. And it's just more so like my pops have been able to just kind of lay back, hang out, and then me and my brother kind of take care of him on that day. So I feel like lately it's just been more stuff like that. Because like as kids, it's like, oh, Mom, can we get this for Dad? It's like we gotta use Mom and Dad's money to get it and stuff like that. So it's just more so being able to do things for him as an adult, I guess.
That's cool. And taking things off his plate, that's always nice, right? Yeah, the wife always says, "Oh, like, what do you want to do?" And I'm always like, I don't really care. Like, well, she's like, well, do you want to just stay at home, or you want to go to an A's game? You want to go out on the boat? Like, what do you want to do? And I'm like, I don't know. I like, in all honesty, I don't really care all that much. It's
Yeah.
just, it's one of those days. I do have to spend, I spend time with my dad a little bit on Father's Day. That's for sure. But overall, like, it's just kind of a weird weekend where a weird
spotlight is put on you as a dad.
Yeah,
and you're
yeah.
like, okay, this is different. And
Yeah, I still haven't gotten to that part of life, so I haven't gotten to experience that yet.
are you looking forward to that?
Yeah.
Okay. So we're gonna have little Jessies everywhere.
Oh yeah. Shout out to Jonathan, by the way. Sounds back. Warren says we're good. This is why the engineers are the best in the building. Shout out Jonathan, Matt, and Seth.
That's right.
Yeah, we're good now.
Sweet.
But yeah, no, yeah.
Now
Definitely
my
got that
audio is
stuff.
low, according to somebody. I have no idea.
All right,
Like,
we'll get it fixed up, guys.
we're just going through,
Yeah.
trying to figure. It's a Friday, people.
Yeah.
Like, come on.
Kevin Durant might get traded. What do you want?
Yeah, that's right. I mean, this is that, and the NBA Finals are in full swing. Like, we got all kinds of things going on. Let's get to this Durant thing because, like, I think that there are certain players that hold up the market, right? And the market hasn't really opened yet. It's open, but teams, it's sort of frowned upon to make a monster trade right now.
Yeah.
Because what the NBA doesn't want is for someone to pull away from the NBA Finals, right? The NBA Finals are center stage in all of sports right now. You've got the NHL Finals as well, the Stanley Cup Finals, but realistically,
That was great, by the way. Yesterday, I was watching that game. I was bummed out. I turned it on in the first period or whatever. It's like, all right, let's get tapped in and see what it's looking like and all that.
Mhm.
And it's 3-0. And I literally let out like, oh, like just bummed out because I was looking forward to it or whatever. And then Edmonton starts to come back, and that series has been amazing. That's just besides the point, but yeah.
So I was watching. Me and the wife went out to dinner. It was on in the bar, and I was watching. I think we were watching the third period. So we watched the goal with like 23 seconds left or whatever it was, which was incredible. And like the level of play, like in the Stanley Cup Finals, is always crazy, but the intensity of playoff hockey is wild. But like again, the goals that were scored late were just bonkers. But then I left after the third period. I didn't actually watch the overtime. So I now know who won.
Yeah.
The Oilers won 5-4 and leveled the series at 2 games apiece. But still, like wild. Like playoff hockey is cool to watch.
Hockey should probably be a lot more popular than it is, but I don't think the NHL cares to make it more popular.
I think it's funny. We've talked about hockey for about 90 seconds, and that's the most we've ever talked about hockey on this program.
We're big hockey guys over here. Shout out Draisaitl.
Okay.
Yeah, the game winner yesterday, I believe.
It's funny. Kyle and I, we have very, very similar tastes in not only sports, but what we watch and what we don't.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's just, it is what it is. Like, both of us, we just don't watch hockey. We also were not big college football fans.
College sports is tough for me as well.
Yeah, it is.
Like watching it compared to the NBA and college football to the NFL, it's like, this is not good.
Well, not
you watch
only
college sports for like the tradition, I guess, which I don't even know how much is there, and just stuff like that, like the camaraderie, I guess, if you want to call it that.
Well, even if it's good football, the problem is that it's always lopsided.
Yeah.
Like there's always one team that is so much better than the other team. And so you're like, okay, what exactly am I watching here? This, like, who wants to go watch a game that the betting line is 48 points? Like the point spread. You're like, one team is going to win by 48, and then they cover all the time. You're like, how in the world are they covering that? And it's like, well, because they shouldn't be playing the team they're playing.
Yeah.
But there's money involved, and that team wants the money to play that really good team. They don't care if their players get just drubbed. But yeah, so college sports has always been kind of strange. Like I don't watch a lot of WNBA, although it is something that I need to pick up a little bit more. And it's just like, look, how many sports can you watch, and how many? Because I think you're learning very quickly. You're getting married later this year. There's only so much you can ask your significant other to watch.
Yeah, like to be honest, right now the Kings games, like that's work. Like she understands that's work. Celtics playoffs, that's not work, but that's like, hey, we got to lock in here and all that. And then Sundays during football season, she's kind of like, yeah, like this Dolphins time or whatever. And she's watching it with us now, with me now, my family and all that. But yeah, it's kind of, you got to pick and choose a bit.
Well, that's what she's doing right now.
Yeah.
Like, wait 4 or 5 years from
we've
now.
Been together for like 13 years though already, so it's like she knows what it is.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, it's good that she does, and she's willing to accept that. But like asking someone like, "Hey, I'm gonna take on another sport that I watch," and the wife's like, "Wait, no. Like, how many times do I have to walk into the room and watch an A's game?"
See, but I think I've also too like kind of like she's learned to love sports as well more. Like she loves going to the Sharks games and all that. Like once the playoffs get here for the Celtics, she's all turned up and all that.
That's cool.
Yeah.
I think
I've kind of worked it out. I've kind of not brainwashed her, but like, hey, this is pretty awesome too, you know.
I
do that with her as well.
My wife has always been that way. Like she was that way for like maybe 15 years into marriage, and then she's like, okay, I'm gonna cut back a bit. I'm not gonna, like while me and the oldest, she kind of like handed it off to the oldest. So me and Toby watch football all day on Sundays.
Yeah.
We watch soccer before that. But I think she like saw her escape and like, hey, I'm gonna go work out or go walk around the lake. You guys go ahead and watch your stuff.
Oh yeah, that was my mom. Like me and my dad and my brother back then, whatever. We watched a football game. She's like, yeah, no, like you guys go ahead and go through your little loser nonsense that you guys do every year, and I'm gonna go shopping.
You're loser.
Like, Mom, no, they're gonna win this year. It's like, yeah, sure, son.
No, the Dolphins are not going to win.
Sure, whatever you say, son. I'll be back in 3 hours.
That's funny. Okay, so let's get back to it. The Kevin Durant stuff. I think there are players that hold up the market. And again, the reason why we got on this tangent was because a lot of times teams hold off on the big announcement until the NBA finals are over. So they're not pulling away from like the excitement of the NBA finals and becoming a distraction, right? The last thing you want to do is turn on the NBA finals pregame and it's nothing but Kevin Durant talk and where he's going, the new team he's going to and how he fits there. Right. And so I think it's kind of a cool thing that this is the way the league works. Every once in a while, a big trade is announced. I remember, I think was it Kyrie that was traded during the finals? There was a player that was traded during this time, and everyone's like, wait, you can make trades right now? It's like, yeah, you can kind of make trades. But where are you at with this list of teams? Because there are a group of teams here that do matter in one way or another for the Kings. So as of right now, it appears per Shams and per like so many other people out there, the Rockets, the Heat, the Spurs, the Timberwolves, and the Knicks are all in the Kevin Durant sweepstakes. We're talking about, is he 36, 37? He's under a 1-year deal, but which team are you kind of hoping to see him go to?
This morning I saw him kind of narrow Shams. I think he was on ESPN this morning around 9. Kind of narrowed it down. I think not narrowed it down, but like said the Rockets, the Timberwolves, and the Heat were the most involved in him right now as far as that deal. And if I were to narrow it down to those three teams, I feel like Houston would be the best.
Okay, so the Rockets, the Timberwolves, and the Heat.
Yeah.
Okay, and I've heard for nonstop that the Spurs were leader in the clubhouse.
Yeah, that's been the team that's been kind of around. I mean, if he goes to the Spurs, like you can't. I don't know how you're going to stop De'Aaron Fox, Kevin Durant, and Victor Wembanyama.
Unless you got to give up Fox in order to make that deal happen.
Well, yeah, that's different. And I think in that case, I mean, Wemby and Kevin Durant, I'm not going to scoff at that or anything like that. But you look at the Rockets, and they were the second seed. I believe they finished the second seed last year, right?
Yes.
Yeah, they finished as the second seed. Didn't, I mean, have the playoff success that they wanted and all that. They're Kevin Durant away from, I think, taking the next step.
Okay.
Where it's like, oh, Kevin Durant's here. Okay, now let's start talking potential title contenders with Houston and all that. Like the Spurs are the obvious answer, I think. But if you look at Houston, it's like, all right, now it's time to take them a little bit more serious.
I really like what Houston is building. I'm a little leery on adding a player like Kevin Durant because he does leave a wake of destruction when he leaves. And I don't know if it's going to happen this time. He's 36 going on 37. I don't know if you're going to have to give up everything to get him, but when you see that there's this many teams involved in trying to trade for him, okay, like it starts to like.
Is it safe to say? Like, is it fair to say that he leaves a wake of destruction every time he leaves? Because like, I don't think he told Matt Ishbia to go trade for Bradley Beal. And the stuff with the Nets, like that was more Kyrie Irving and James Harden doing what they do.
Well, either
Kind of
way,
wearing their
though,
welcome out. It's just like Kevin Durant, I feel like maybe has become the scapegoat in that.
he's not the guy who lights the building and it's blowing up behind him as he walks away. He's not Jimmy Butler, because that's who Jimmy Butler is. Yeah, he is like a real life
Jimmy's
action.
gonna hit that explosion button a couple times.
Yeah, he's the action hero
Mhm.
that loves to like walk out of a building after setting off 14 grenades and rolling them all out together,
Yeah.
and like as he's walking out the door. Kevin Durant, he cripples franchises by what it takes to get him, and then whatever they have to give to on the way out the door. So like again, Phoenix is never going to be the same.
Mhm.
Like Phoenix gave up so many picks, and not only that, but they gave up Mikal Bridges, they gave up Cam Johnson, they gave up like all of these pieces to make that move, and you got nothing out of it. I mean, you didn't get a finals run, you didn't get anything out of it. I mean, this last season, they didn't even make the play-in.
Yeah, no, it was bad. They were the Kings this year. All the dysfunction and all the stories. I mean, we weren't all tapped into Phoenix or anything like that. But if you paid attention, Budenholzer and Nurkic didn't like each other. The locker room didn't really seem to get along too much and all that.
Yeah,
It
but
didn't work. They were trying to tell Bradley Beal, hey, like, do you want to leave? We kind of don't want you here. So, like, do you want to leave? And like that was a whole issue.
and then he kept saying no.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
perfectly
so I'm
fine
fine.
here, and I have a no trade clause. Yeah, it to me, it's really, really interesting, like how this entire situation is working out in Phoenix
Yeah.
and what it means for the rest of the league. But I do think that we're going to have a solution very soon. And that's a good thing for the rest of the league, because there won't be like this one logjam player holding up everything. And so I'm kind of intrigued to see where it goes from here.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. We keep hearing, I feel like I've kept hearing or seeing, not, I don't have no sources or anything like that, but just seeing on Twitter sphere and all that stuff, just looking around is like next week for Kevin Durant. And if it does, is kind of after that, how quickly does everything else kind of play out as far as deals? Like, because we think this is the first domino to fall. It's like, all right, well, Kings are looking to move off DeMar DeRozan and stuff like that. Who's waiting on that, if anything? Or teams that missed out on Kevin Durant, maybe they have a plan B and all that stuff.
Yeah, I also think we're going to have to wait and see if we get past the Kevin Durant situation, and then the Giannis situation pops up. And then that holds up the entire league as teams are building these like gigantic deals. I would say this, there's an indicator here that everyone is so hyper-focused on Kevin Durant, including, again, the Rockets, the Timberwolves, the Spurs, like this group of teams, even the Knicks. The fact that they're all in on Kevin Durant shows you that a lot of people around the league feel that Giannis might not be available.
Yeah, I don't hate that, but also, I feel like if you're Milwaukee, might be, unless he says, "Hey, I want to be a Buck for life," it might be that time to like move on. If you look at everyone's assets and what the Spurs got, what the Rockets got, what the Knicks got, like you'd have interested teams, but
yeah, there's also something else sneaky. Well, we're going to talk about it when we come back from the break. There is a reason why everyone is hyper focused on trades this year, and why a lot of teams around the league, a lot of people around the league believe this is going to be one of the wildest off seasons that we've seen in a long time. We're going to touch base on that in just a minute. We got to step aside. We're the Insiders here on ESPN 1320. I'm James Ham. He's Jesse Tapia. Brought to you by Jiffy Lube. We'll see you in just a minute.
all right, we're good. I don't know how Kyle used to do this without Joe.
What, working the board from that side?
Yeah, I'm just leaning all over the place.
Well, that and like recording, are you even doing that part of it?
No, I do it a different way.
Oh, okay, got it. Yeah, hopefully, will I hear the intro stuff this time? Oh, I forgot.
I'll work on that. To be honest, I don't know why you didn't last time, but actually, yes, I know exactly why now. I got you. I act like I haven't been working here for 6 years.
You know what I love is when you do a podcast and we sit there and hang out for the first like 5 to 8 minutes, and then people complain because we're hanging out and just kind of talking and catching up. Like there's always like 2 or 3 people that complain, and it's like, why don't you just skip forward, or you know what? Why don't you just listen to a different podcast? How about that?
People just love to complain.
They do. They love to complain. The Opinionator, 49 on Twitter, had to fast forward through 10 minutes before there was Kings talk. Cut down on the happy talk, please. No. We like to hang out. It's our podcast too. Mark Robinson, I saw the betting line on this that all of a sudden the Kings are like second team to they're the second highest odds to land Jordan Poole. Like, why would you do that? Seriously, I don't understand like why anyone would trade for Jordan Poole. I know Jordan. I mean, like again, if Jordan Poole is like a really, really inefficient version of Malik Monk, and he's not even as good as in the pick and roll as a passer.
Yeah, I don't think he fits here at all.
No, and if that's who your answer is for your starting point guard, I hate to tell you, you're gonna win 30 games a year for the next 5 years.
Yeah,
and I mean, he makes so much money, it's ridiculous.
He's a 6-man, and you already got that here.
Well.
All right, I'm gonna test something real quick.
All right.
414-32.
You hear that?
No. I do. I hear it now.
Okay.
Now you got it?
Yeah.
Oh boy. Is there a prospect? Tony Jones is talking with somebody. There's a prospect that has. Oh, it must be Malok. Who has a 6'10" with a 7'5" wingspan. That's crazy. You're crazy. I'm not sure which. I think that's who has a long wingspan.
All right, we got 10 seconds.
Cool. Welcome back into the Insiders. I am James Ham. Jesse Tapia is filling in for Kyle Madson, who was at Wrigley last night catching the Cubs game.
Oh yeah, we got to talk about that, by the way. Let me pull up his tweet if I can.
Okay.
Did you see his tweets yesterday?
I liked one of them. I don't know. It was like just a shot from I think the first base line.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, so you only saw the first baseline. So I'm not gonna be able to pull up Twitter. It's just the way it's going right now. But Kyle bought obstructed. You go pull up his Twitter if you're able to on your own. He bought obstructed view seats, and there was just a pillar right in front, right in front, and it's just like Kyle. I'm sure his dad laughed it off. But if it was me and my dad, I probably would have got slapped upside the head or something like that. Like, look what you did.
How big was the pillar?
Bro, it was like I said, pull it up. It was enough to I can't see beyond center field and a little bit to right.
Oh boy. Okay, so
and like I said, he was taking care of and all that, so it worked out. But I saw that, I was that's a tough bet right there.
Oh, so they moved him?
Yeah, I think Manny might have been able to use the Chicago connections to get him hooked up and all that stuff because you saw the one where he's on the right field line and all that. Like that's where he ended up.
Okay, so I've got to see this.
No,
yeah,
it's horrible.
Oh yeah, that's not good. And that's behind home plate, right?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's. I mean, it would be a great seat.
Yeah, if there wasn't a big ass pillar right there.
What are you doing putting a pillar right in the middle of the seats?
Well, construction, stuff like that, I'm sure.
Well,
it's gotta be there, but it's an old school stadium and all that stuff. They probably weren't thinking it through, but
I understand a beam, but typically if you're going to have a beam like that, you don't put the beam smack dab in the middle of the seats. Like
do you see? You get the picture pulled up. There's a seat directly right behind it, where it's just like, if you have
There
that
is.
seat, it's like, why did you even pay for this?
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, you
there is
can't
a seat.
even. You can only see the person to the left of you and whoever's to the right. No part of the field.
Oh wow. And not only that, but it's like 1, 2, 3, the 5 seats behind it.
It's the Five Stooges. Whoever bought those tickets, it's the Five Stooges.
Yeah, it's the dudes who
Yes.
just did no research at all. Shout out to Kyle for not doing any research and buying an obstructed view seat. That's really, really, it's a nice seat.
Yeah, if it says obstructed view, believe it. But like I said, Kyle got taken care of,
Yeah.
and Wrigley looked dope yesterday from what he was posting. So shout out to Kyle and his pops.
It's funny. Kyle said, to be clear, they said obstructed view online, but I was like, blah, blah. How bad could it be?
It could be pretty bad.
It's pretty bad.
It could be actually really bad.
Yeah. If I'm going to a Cubs game, I now know, never, ever, ever buy an obstructed view
I think he's
seat.
hitting Fenway today or tomorrow. I think he was leaning towards today. Fenway has those type of obstructed view seats. So Kyle, if you're listening and it says obstructed view, don't buy that ticket.
Don't buy
Do
that
not
ticket.
buy that ticket.
You're literally going to be behind the green monster.
Exactly, yeah.
You'll
So
be
you'll
like-
be the guy putting up the numbers on the Green Monster.
That would be so much fun.
Oh yeah, no, yeah.
Yeah, I would love to go like inside the big green monster and like, sit there.
They've done like some behind the scenes stuff where they take you back there, and there's just all kinds of history and all that stuff. Fenway's so dope. I want to get out there one day.
Yeah, and they still do it all by hand.
Mhm.
Yeah, so yeah, I would love to catch a game in Fenway. And I'm super excited for Kyle and his dad. What a great trip,
Yeah.
and what a great trip on Father's Day weekend.
Oh yeah, it's got to be probably a trip of a lifetime.
Yeah, yeah. And Kyle's been. We talked about this yesterday. 14 or 15 different stadiums. Like he's been to a lot of baseball stadiums.
Mhm.
I have not. I've been to like 5.
Yeah, I was thinking about it yesterday. I'm pretty. Like, it's just Oakland and Sutter Health, and then
Oakland,
Oracle
Sutter
for
Health,
me.
Oracle, and then I've
But-
been to old Yankee Stadium,
Mhm.
and then I've been to Candlestick. Watching a game in Candlestick was miserable.
Baseball game.
Yeah, a baseball game.
Yeah, I've only seen football there.
Yeah, so the problem that you have with Candlestick is the wind swirls, and so there's literally trash and dust flying up. Like if you're not wearing sunglasses, like you get stuff in your eyes the entire time, and you're like,
It's called culture, James.
this is
It's called
miserable.
culture.
No, that's not culture. Yeah, it's bad culture. Yeah, it's not pleasant at all. It's not pleasant at all.
I saw my first game at Candlestick. Shout out, was my first Dolphins game ever. It was Tim Rattay versus AJ Feely. Yeah, AJ Feely, I think. Quarterback battle.
I thought AJ Feely was a
Jay
kicker.
Feely is the kicker.
Oh.
AJ Feely is the quarterback.
That's not a good matchup.
Little Jesse was just happy to be there. No clue. Dolphins won, but it's like, yeah, looking back. Oh, who started this game? Oh, wow. It was Tim Rattay and AJ Feely. Is disgusting.
I saw a 49ers Chargers game at Candlestick when I was young.
Mhm.
We had field passes before the game, which was wild. And it was the season where Jerry Rice had, I believe he tore his ACL and then came back in the same year, and then I believe he like broke his kneecap in a playoff game or in one of the last games of the season, something like that. It was like his only injury season.
Yeah, shout out to the Niner fans in here. Lotus Prime. Tim Rattay was a dark time. Casey Tucker, 2003 Candlestick is rough, Jesse. Yeah, it was not the quarterback battle of the ages, but I had fun. I caught Chris Chambers' glove. He threw it out to the fans or whatever. My dad got it, gave it to me.
Oh wow!
Yeah, shout out Chris Chambers.
All right.
Talking to Kyle about him like last week. Oh yeah, it was great. Probably had like 6,000 yard seasons or whatever. We looked, only had one. Whatever.
Yeah,
As a kid, you just
Yeah.
you play up everything in your mind.
Wow, I forgot about Chris Chambers.
Yeah, shout out Wisconsin.
Yeah. He was kind of built like John Taylor, and like Debo,
Mhm.
just kind of like a burly dude.
Yeah, Kingston's a couple of those guys, huh?
Yeah. Okay, let's get into some of the other stuff that's going on. Number one, I teased something at the end of the last segment. To be honest with you, I can't even remember what
We
it
were
was.
talking about the Bucks. I said now would be the best time to trade him more than ever, just given all the assets everyone has. Like you can probably come out pretty well, even if you trade him to the Knicks. But also, I'm not trading Giannis if he says he wants to be a Buck for life, because like you don't trade players like that. But if he's kind of like, yeah, we'll see how this season goes and we'll talk next year. It's like, no, we're gonna trade you this year then.
Well, they're in the worst position ever because Middleton just stopped being an NBA player, unfortunately.
I don't know. Just injuries caught up to him.
Yeah, and then Brooke Lopez got old.
Mm-hmm.
And then you traded for Damian Lillard, which was supposed to be this magical move, and Damian Lillard is now
old,
35
hurt.
going on 36 and has a popped Achilles, and he won't play the entire season, most likely.
Yeah, tough. Like you traded Drew Holiday away from that to do that. Just kind of ends up on Boston, gets a ring. And it all just got thrown back in your face.
Yeah, like this is a really, really bad situation for Milwaukee because I don't know how you rebuild that team because even though you have, again, Brook Lopez is unrestricted free agent, and you were able to get off of the Middleton contract. You had you brought in Kyle Kuzma, who did absolutely nothing and was, to be honest with you, he was horrible. He was horrible for your team. So that's a problem. So now you're stuck with that contract, although that might not be the worst contract. But you're so far, like your salary is so high because of Giannis and Dame, and then Dame can't play. And so, like, how do you get better as a franchise? And
you do it by calling up the San Antonio Spurs. Hey, we have Giannis Antetokounmpo. We'll take De'Aaron Fox or the number 2 pick.
Yeah, but then if you're Fox, you're not going to resign in Milwaukee.
We'll take the number 2 pick. Number 2 pick it is then.
Well, it would have to be the number 2 pick and then like 5 other picks.
Well, yeah, that's the thing. But that's just how do you say, just the biggest part of the deal right there. That's the main part where it's like, yeah, of course you look for other picks and salary filler and all that stuff, but it's like, all right, now we start this rebuild with the number 2 pick at least, and it's not just so dire where next year you're trading Giannis for the 5th or something like that. You're a much bigger. If you're Milwaukee, you can put yourself in a good position. And again, if he says no, I want to be a Buck for life, then yeah, you figure that out forever. But if you talk and he's kind of like, let me see what we can do this year, and we'll talk again next year. It's like, no, it's time to make that move this year then.
Yeah, I think that they're in a really, really tough situation because there's no way to ever replace Giannis.
That's the thing. So you try to do as best you can. I think.
Yeah, it's
now
like,
is the time to do that.
It just say let's say you get the number 2 pick, and then you get like 4 or 5 first-round picks because they have a bunch still. But then on top of that, you give up Devin Vassell, you give up Keldon Johnson, you give up Harrison Barnes. That gets you there. Like they're gonna want Castle, so maybe that helps them a little bit. They've got at least one guy in the number 2 pick to build around, but you're like starting over and. Again, no one that you're going to be able to acquire is going to be a top 3 NBA player. And that's why every team in the league should at least call on Giannis and should be offering every single thing that they have in order to get Giannis because he's a top 3 player in the league. He's 30, 31 years old, 31.
Yeah, it doesn't look like he's slowing down or anything like that.
No, he's going to be
outstanding.
Yeah. Now, building a team around him isn't the easiest thing, but the Bucks were able to do it. They were able to win a championship with him. We're talking about multi-time MVP.
Look at the Knicks. Like, you fell short of your goal, got to these conference finals. That was great. But we all saw the Karl Anthony Towns stuff, and we don't know. I don't know if that was from the team or what. But if you feel like there's kind of a move to be made, I think you do have the assets to go after a Giannis. Like, that's one where it's like, hey, Milwaukee, if you don't want to be so bad, we can trade you Cat and whatever player, Josh Hart or whoever.
Yeah.
And kind of give you a pick there as well. And
I mean, just like looking at where the Bucks are, if you are the Bucks right now, you're tearing it all the way down. You're like, no.
San Antonio is the one you look at first, I feel. But
yeah, just give me all the picks.
It's just all the options. Like I said, if you want to kind of we want to win still, I think you have that with New York. And this is all hypothetical or whatever, but yeah, I think they have options. Aldridge J says Celtics should trade Jaylen Brown and picks for Giannis. I don't disagree, but Celtics got their apron stuff that makes it difficult, I believe. So
yeah,
that's not happening.
The apron stuff is really, really difficult. You can't aggregate contracts. I think going out, you can. You can, I think, aggregate contracts coming in because they're over the second apron. The deal has to be a net negative trade. You cannot even you can either match salaries or it's got to be lower that you're taking back, and it's got to be within a very specific dollar amount. It's nearly impossible. The only way, the easiest way to sort of make a deal like that is to make 1 or 2 deals before that that get you below the apron and then make the trade, because then it takes away a lot of the restrictions from the trade. And that's something that I think would be pretty difficult.
Maybe the Sacramento Kings get that first round pick they supposed to have been looking for, shoot that to Boston, and boom, you guys get Drew, we get Giannis, everyone's happy.
Yeah. Okay.
See, James is in.
All right. Well, let's get to a couple of things that that Jake Gayden talked about yesterday. Jake Gayden from CBS 13 was here with me yesterday.
Shout out, Jake.
And Jake had a couple of tidbits of information which I thought were interesting. Number one, his first thing that he's heard from his sources in Boston. Of course, Jake is an East Coast guy. Is that the Kings are kind of out of the Drew Holiday sweepstakes because, you know, they already have better offers.
Yeah.
Right. And so I'm going to guess that any trade with the Kings and the Boston Celtics was built around any trade offer was built around the contract of DeMar DeRozan. And if you're a team that's looking to get younger and pick up for draft picks and stuff, like the Kings shouldn't be giving up, again, if you're going to get, let's just say Devin Carter and DeMar DeRozan for Drew Holiday, right? That's a deal that like financially works and would actually save Boston a ton of money next year. So you get a young player and you get a veteran who's going to score 20 for you no matter what, right? And the salaries match. But the problem is if they truly want to get younger, if I'm the Kings, I'm not giving up a first round pick for a 35-year-old point guard that's owed $104 million over the next 3 years and has already shown steep decline.
Yeah, the move just to me doesn't make sense for where Sacramento is trying to go. Because it's like, sure, they make the trade for Drew and you do get a decent year out of him. We've seen, like you said, the decline already. You still got 2 more years of Drew Holiday you have to deal with, where it's just like, how much more is that decline going to happen?
Well, and for me, like watching the decline of Mike Conley is realistically what you're looking at. And the reason why Mike Conley works as a guy who just brings the ball up and then passes it off, and it isn't part of most of what they're doing, averages like 9 points a game. The reason why that works is because they have the pieces around them to really just have a true, like, not even a facilitator of an offense, like a guy who brings the ball up.
Yeah.
And that's all you're really paying. You're paying Mike Conley as a stabilizing force.
Exactly. He has his set role where it's like anywhere, a lot of other places, it's not going to work. But for Mike Conley and the Timberwolves, like this is exactly what they need.
Yeah. So I think it's really difficult to see a trade between those two teams working out. And so hearing that from Jake, makes sense. It makes sense for the Boston side too, because if they are looking to get younger, bringing in DeMar DeRozan doesn't help you. The only way that it helps you is it frees you up of a massive amount of money next year, because you have a $10 million buyout on DeMar DeRozan's contract. So I'd much rather pay a $10 million buyout for DeMar DeRozan than another $35 million for Drew Holiday.
Yeah, for a few more seasons.
Yeah, because that $25 million could equal, close to $100 million in luxury tax dollar. Yeah, it's that much.
Yeah.
So the other thing that Jake brought up is that he's heard that the Kings might be looking to move into the lottery. And I have heard that like there is a potential for the Kings to move into the back end of the first round, even all the way into like the teens, like the mid-teens. I would, again, circle a team like Brooklyn, who walks into this this year's draft with 4 first-round picks, but 3 of them are in the 20s. I think one of those picks in the 20s is totally gettable. I don't know what it's going to cost you, but that's something that I would at least keep an eye on for Kings fans. But the problem that I have with this is I'm not sure that a pick at 16 is going to help you, or a pick at 21 or 25 is going to help you all that much.
Does that kind of give us a sense of the direction they're trying to head in? Maybe they've said like when, I don't know, I feel like we've kind of just said like, oh yeah, they're trying to win, but more so, no, it could be a little bit of a rebuild this season.
Well,
where like maybe you put your front foot out next year.
I think it more tells you that there might be a deal out there that the Kings are working on where they move one of their contracts for, maybe either breaking up that contract or taking on a lesser player, and they're getting a pick back in that trade. So again, I don't know that, if you were to trade Malik Monk at $20 million and bring back like a $16 million player or an $18 million player and a young player, but the quality of player doesn't match Malik Monk's quality, then they might have to sweeten the deal with the first round pick.
Gotcha.
And so I think there is that possibility where the Kings are sort of movers and shakers in that way, and they take back a pick. But again, I think that's, in a lot of ways, it might be admitting defeat, or at least trying to clear out a bunch of stuff so you can move forward next season. And so in a sense, it might be a rebuild type deal. But we're gonna have to wait and see.
There's a lot, just from what we've talked about, there's a lot of different ways this Kings team can go this offseason.
Well, there's a ton of different
Whether it's
ways.
just tomorrow, whether it's like we said, the fan favorites that could possibly or whatever. Or
Well, there's all of them.
yeah, it's just, like you said, it's just literally everything. Everything is on the table. It seems right now.
Yeah. You know what? When we come back, we're going to discuss that because taking a step back and trying to view this from a Kings lens, like how is it that you move forward without moving backwards to do that? And I think there are ways to do that, but it's not going to be easy. We're the Insiders here on ESPN 1320, brought to you by Jiffy Lube. We'll see you in just a few minutes.
All right, we're good.
I'm going to grab rundowns.
Yeah. What's up, chatty house? No, yeah, it's good stuff. What you guys got going on this weekend? All right, yeah. It's so weird working in this studio compared to mine or whatever. Just being used to everything. No, good. I got my iPad in front of me. That's cool, TJ. Tyler, I'm gonna call you Tyler still. Yeah. I know the guys call you TJ now, but I've been smoking cigars with the pops and Father's Day tradition. Nice. I had a 40 with my dad on Father's Day once. I was very poor at the time.
I don't have a smoker. Actually, to be honest with you, my barbecue on my back deck is horrible.
Yeah.
And I don't even really use that. The only barbecue I use is it's a smaller barbecue I use on the pontoon boat.
I got a Blackstone and a little patio at home. I love it.
Nice.
Yeah, it's perfect.
Like that's the griddle, right?
Yeah, it's
like,
a griddle or whatever. Still burgers or whatever on there.
Yeah.
What's up, Ash? Blue blinds? No, I haven't had an opportunity to go camping. I wouldn't say no if I was like asked by family or whoever to go camping. We just haven't gone, I guess, in the last however many years. Been before, but been a while. Shout out John Poles. Nice. Really, Johnny G? Oh, I saw them both. Nice, Cousin Pete. That sounds fun right there. Paddleboarding. Shout out going to the movies by yourself. I don't hate. I love that too. It's nice. Yeah, well, they're the best. It's literally give me any reason to go out there and use it. And hiking, I love hiking now too.
You're going up to Auburn for a walk, Will Z, for a hike. There's a really cool waterfall there. I have not done that hike. To be honest with you, I don't do a lot of hiking. I do a lot of walking, but not a lot of hiking.
Tyler, I'm just heading back to Mid-Est this week. I'm gonna hang out with my brother and pops because it was his birthday yesterday or Wednesday or whatever it was too. So just hang out with pops the weekend.
Yeah, nice.
Shout out, Mark. Shout out. I feel like the 209 doesn't get enough love, so I'll do it if nobody else does.
209.
I get it though.
Yeah, my son wants to go see How to Train Your Dragon. Because they're big, the cartoon version or the whatever animated version.
Spencer, yeah, I'm gonna be out there the 21st, whatever the Saturday is. I'll be out there definitely. And I'm gonna try to get out to all three Sutter, or at least two of the three Sutter Health Park games when they come out here. I know they play at 12:30. One of them, so.
Jack, like I get trading Keegan Murray, but like everyone around the league is looking at Keegan Murray as one of those players that you can probably get and turn into something much better than he is today. and it's more a Kings issue than it is a Keegan Murray issue. So if you got to trade him, you better bring back someone better that you know is better, and then you better hope that you're not watching Keegan Murray do what Tyrese Halliburton just did, and that is lead a team to an NBA Finals as like a superstar. I don't think that that's going to happen with Keegan, but I do think Keegan is a starter on like almost every playoff team.
Chill out, Chris. Chill out. Shout out Oxnard. All right, here we go, James.
Welcome back into the Insiders. I'm James Ham. Jesse Tapia is joining me today. He's pulling double duty, working the board and hanging out with me here.
Doing
And
anything I can. Shout out.
it's
Shout out
different,
us.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a little not nerving or whatever because we're just on the radio, I'm pressing buttons or whatever. It's just all right. Make sure I got this, this, and that. Did I press everything? Because literally, if you miss one little button, like anything could go wrong.
Then you're not on the air.
Yeah.
And that's the biggest thing that can go wrong.
Yeah.
Every once in a while it happens. That's why I never want to sit over there and
Back
be
at
the guy pushing buttons.
Old building. Shout out Madison. The way the setup used to be, we used to have this old school 1970s to 90s board. I'm assuming. I don't know. Pick a decade.
Yeah.
Whatever. And like it was there, but in order to turn on the board, there was a button over here where all the little setups were. So if you had the whole board set up here, like cool, great. If you didn't hit that one button, like you weren't on air.
Oh.
So there was maybe once or twice where little Jesse coming up as a producer and all that. Wait, we're not on. Wait, oh, I gotta hit the button.
Oh no.
Yeah.
We always know things have gone horribly wrong when Charlie comes running down the hallway.
Oh yeah, I've kind of
If I see Charlie out of the corner, like, oh no, Charlie's behind me, that means that realistically that Kyle didn't hit the button.
I've got this reaction where if I see Seth, Jonathan, or Matt, shout out Matt, he just started here. If they're walking here or whatever, and I see them come to the glass to my studio, I immediately peek up at the TV to see if we're on air. It doesn't even matter. It's just, oh, we have to be off air if they're coming here.
And that's what Kyle does.
Yeah.
And then one time I looked up to make sure we were on the air, and he's like, "You're checking on me," and I'm like, "Well."
Hey, it's like that one time you left me in program one when I was during the break or whatever, and I kept asking him after that. It's just like it's stuck in your head, your brain after that.
Well, it just, sometimes you need a gentle reminder.
Yeah, I'm never too careful too. Like if I mess up once, I'm like, I cannot make that mistake again. So I'll like overdo it, just make sure I got it and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Probably a little tedious, but
all right. So let's get into this. Man, the Kings are in such a strange spot, right? Like they're a team that's trying to not be a rebuild team. They're trying to be a reboot team. They've got a new general manager. He, of course, is going to want to bring in his people. He's going to want to have a roster that's shaped in his image, not in the image of Monty McNair and Wes Wilcox.
Yep.
But, sometimes like the whole adage, like, don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. Like there should be people on this team that you're looking to hold on to. As of today, I would tell you, I have heard rumors, and like I don't know how substantial each of them are, but at least conversations that are being had about almost every single player on the Kings roster. And that's not a comfortable place to be in. And we keep hearing this thing from players. I said this yesterday on the Kings Beat podcast with Sean and Brendan. I keep hearing that there are multiple players on this team that want a clear path forward. They want to know that this is going to be a stable environment.
Yeah.
And they're done with instability. And there are multiple players on this roster that are like, okay, can we stabilize at all? Or is this going to be nothing but change? And if it's nothing but change, and if you can't tell me what path we're going down, then go ahead and add me to whatever trades you're doing, because I don't want to be here anymore.
That I understand, but also like, what's the changes? Is it just switching head coaches or whatever? Because it's like, I'm sorry, as far as like them not achieving the success over the last few years and not getting deals done, like the players got to wear that too.
I get that.
I don't see it as just, oh yeah, the front office, this dumb front office, this and that, and we can talk about Monty McNair, Wes Wilcox, Vivek, all we want. I'm with you, not you, but just people in general. Like, yes, they have issues there as well, like where they kind of put their name on the test and all that stuff, as you guys like to say. But it's also like Domantas Sabonis, if you're one of these people or whatever, like I feel like you kind of contributed to this.
Okay, so I don't disagree, right?
Like I said, just in general, it's just more of like a
everybody's part of it.
Everyone's got to take wear this.
No, I get that, but at the same time, if you're a guy who, let's just take Domantas Sabonis, we can go through a couple of players here. But if you're Domantas Sabonis and you just turned 29, and you're looking at your NBA career and realizing that you put up the same exact stats last year that you did the year before and the year before that, and the year before and the year before that, you made third team All NBA.
Yeah.
But this year, you increased your 3-point shooting percentage to a career high, like shot in the 40s. You led the league in rebounding again, but that rebounding number jumped to your highest career total. Your points per game were right in line where they have been every year. Everything else that you did, your field goal percentage, everything was just about the same. But you didn't make All NBA because your team was a 10th seed and barely hung on for the 10th seed and was 42, whatever it was. I think that was their final record. Like, you got to be looking around and going, okay, like, look, am I going to squander like the 3 or 4 years I have left of prime basketball on a franchise that is directionless and that doesn't have an idea of where they're going?
I get that as well, but also like, Domas, what did you do for me in the play-in game?
Yeah, but
like when it came down to winning time and like, hey, we have a chance at playoffs. It's been ugly all season long, no doubt. Haven't been able to find a flow or whatever. But hey, we have an opportunity here. You're the guy. Like,
okay, I get that.
Like, what happened there?
I get that, but at the same time, if you're Domas, you're looking like, if you're anybody on that roster, if you thought you had a chance at the playoffs, like it was like really distant, because not only did you have to beat Dallas, but then you'd have to, who was the next team that Dallas got smoked by? Was it the
Memphis Grizzlies, I think.
It was Memphis. Yeah. But then you were just like getting in line to get smoked by the Oklahoma City Thunder.
Yeah, that's fine, but I still like
making the playoffs is enough. But then what do we do when he gets to the playoffs and everybody blames him because you can't get through the Thunder? And now you're the guy who, again,
I don't think that would have happened. I think we were all, if they got to the playoffs, we're expecting a sweep. At least I was, and all that. But it's just more so like, that's fine if you want to know what direction we're heading in and this and that. Cool. But also, like, when it gets down to the nitty gritty and we get to the play-in, playoff, whatever, like Kevon Looney shut you down one time.
Yeah.
And then we got to the Dallas Mavericks play-in game and you were nowhere to be found. Like I said, it's a two-way street here.
No, I get you. But I would also, I look at this last season as everybody on that roster was like, well, this season is over. Let's just get out of here.
Yeah.
And again,
it wasn't something easy for the players to go to. I mean, DeMar DeRozan talked about it on the playoffs and all that.
Yeah. I mean, well, you fired a head coach.
The podcast he was on, yeah.
You traded your best player.
Mm-hmm.
And then all of a sudden you traded your best player and Domantas Sabonis is your best player. And it's like, wait a sec, I didn't sign up to be the best player here. I get paid like one of the best players, and he is one of the best players, but there's a big difference between that and being the focal point, being the best player on a playoff team. And like, that's not who he is. I don't consider Domas a 1A.
I don't remember who threw it in the chatty house last week or whatever it was, but they put it perfectly. He, in the perfect world or whatever, he's the Kevin Love to someone's Kyrie and LeBron James.
Oh, totally.
Yeah,
totally. And that's okay. Mm-hmm. Like, again, I don't.
Yeah, he's not a bad player or anything like that. It's just more so like, he's just not a top guy on a team or whatever. And as far as this conversation goes, it's like, I see like, like the Kings are not free of anything that they've done. Like, there's dysfunction there and all that they dealt with the last few seasons, and who knows, it might still be there after this season. Like, continued, who knows? But also, it's like, I get that. But if whoever it is, like I said, we've been talking about Domas, like, there's some things you got to wear here as well.
No, I get that. Mm-hmm. But how do you balance, like, okay,
it's just more so like lock in with us rather than, hey, I need to see something. Like, that's my point, I guess. Just lock in with what we got going on and be like, yeah, I didn't do my part. Like, things were bad, but like, just kind of like, all right, let's fix this, you know?
No, I get that. I get that. But at the same time, in the NBA, there are ways that, like, it's pretty clear if you don't have X, Y, and Z, if you don't have the right mix of players, mm-hmm. you are not going to be able to find success.
Yeah.
Like, the fact that the Kings don't have another forward on the roster outside of, Keegan Murray right now. as we sit here. I mean, I guess we can count DeMar DeRozan as a forward, but that you don't have another guy who's 6'8", 6'9", that's not Isaac Jones, who's on a non-guaranteed deal, who might not be back next season.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's a problem.
Yeah, I get that. I get it, but also it's just I think we're all kind of on the same. Like you need a lot around Domas, but also it's like I don't know. Like it's he's not a franchise guy to me, and it's just if you're trying to call shots or whatever, it's just that doesn't make sense to me, I guess. But if he and the Kings see it, where it's like, yeah, we're probably better off mutually parting ways, and we'll send you to wherever, this, and that, or whatever play you want to insert, like that's fine too.
So, but the other problem is that I'm wondering, how do you build a team and at the same time find stability? How do you have stability while trading half your roster? Because that's again, it's a difficult task here. It's like everyone is asking again, like a guy.
You don't have any stability right now, so you got to kind of just restart, I guess, in a sense where it's like if you want to go forward with Domas and Levine or insert whatever players, that's fine. But like the trades is fine too. It's just a matter of if you rebuild. You can't go back and forth. If you rebuild or whatever, it looks ugly this season. There's no, we need Doug Christie to make the playoffs next year. Like the stability starts with, if we want to call it a rebuild right now or whatever, like where you're trading Domas and whoever, it's like, all right, stability starts with Doug Christie and Scott Perry being here for at least 3 years and seeing that through at least, maybe even 4. That's how you get your stability. That's how you get it in the organization, not necessarily through, we want to keep stability or whatever. So we're not going to trade Domas or any of these guys, not like any, just talking in general or whatever. But like, yeah, we're going to trade a couple and just kind of stick with what we got. That's not necessarily the only way you build stability. It's just you need to come up with a plan and stick to that and see it through for a few years rather than, we got to make the playoffs this year. Get this guy out, get this guy player in, and come on, let's make this work.
Yeah, I think that's the most difficult thing. It's like, how do you think of stability? How do you build stability while switching everything out? Like again, I think giving Doug Christie the job at least has some stability because Doug has been there.
Yeah,
he's been there for not just the last 50-something games of the season, but for the last 4 years as an assistant. So you at least have, the players know Doug, and Domas knows Doug, right? Keegan Murray knows Doug. So that's one aspect. And then you build a coaching staff. Bobby Jackson's back. People in the organization, these players, a lot of them were here with Bobby before. They know him. They know Leandro Barbosa. That's one thing. When you switch out a front office, that's just something that happens. And once that happens, it's like I will say that there is continuity outside of the fact that you brought in Scott Perry and BJ Armstrong. The rest of the front office is pretty similar. You still have an Alvin Gentry there. You still have a Paul Johnson. You still have Phil Jabor. So there are familiar faces. The training staff hasn't been swapped out. The pieces that have been swapped out are pieces that maybe the Kings didn't, that the players actually didn't even really talk to, like advanced scouts. So Scott Layden isn't coming back. Like they're advanced scouts or the scouting department that aren't coming back, or the analytics department that aren't coming back. But at the same time, those aren't your key pieces that you would think of as like stability within an organization.
Yeah.
Like I think the same training staff that helps you. The same, not just training, but the guys who are sitting there working with the players every day.
Yeah, all that stuff matters. You bring stability. Like it's not just with the 10, 12 guys on the court or whatever who are suiting up. It's the entire organization. So it's all hands on deck type of thing.
No, I think so too. All right, we're going to continue this discussion because there are players that are available, and some of them make sense, and some of them don't, and they don't make sense because of this stability thing that we're talking about. Does bringing in a 1-year rental of a player help build stability? And the answer is it probably doesn't. And so how do you manage trying to fill out a roster and build something the right way with trying to keep everybody moving the right direction and on the same page? We're the Insiders here on ESPN 1320, brought to you by Jiffy Lube. We will be back in just a couple of minutes. Cool. Yeah, Russ Dog, if you ended up with CJ McCollum, it's because he's a $30 million matching trade piece in a bigger deal. There is some murmurs of conversations with the Pelicans and Kings. But again, like hold on to your hat moment. Like it's a much bigger, like what I've heard, it would be a much bigger trade than the Kings going out and acquiring CJ McCollum. Like if McCollum came back, it would be because he's a 1-year expiring contract at $30 million. George Mueller, you have the Thunder in 6. Yeah, I have the Thunder in 6. I don't know if that's going to happen or not. Indiana's just been so tough. Yeah. No. Like, hey, look, there were plenty of like, there are people within the Kings organization that like Zion Williamson and believe that you can be the team that gets him in line and sort of balances who he is as a player and all that stuff and can find success with him. But then he got sued for like sexual assault and a whole bunch of other stuff. And he's gonna be one of those players that I think a lot of teams around the league are like, okay, we need to see what the legal process is here. He hasn't been arrested, but that doesn't mean that you're not going to have him walk into your stadium and get booed by fans everywhere because he's got something hanging over his head. Actually, Jim, this is such a great question. Like, honestly, does Doug being the head coach help a little bit when dealing with Clutch Sports player negotiations? Yes. And the reason why it's yes is because Doug is also represented by Clutch. So you would hope that it would help. Yeah. Aldrin J, like I always go back and forth on this. I don't love Dylan Brooks and his antics. I do think the Kings could use a player like that. But the fact that he's not a great 3-point shooter, he's a good defender. I don't know. If he was a King starting small forward next year, okay, that would be fine.
I like Dylan. I don't hate guys like that. Just given if they're on your team, I think you love them. Like I feel like they come from the schools of Marcus Smart types, where like people hated the flopping and all that. But like for me, it's like just got us another possession. It's great.
Yeah.
You know?
No, I think that's possible, but I also know there's so many games where he gets thrown out of.
Well, yeah, it's the same. Like you got to take the bat with those guys as well.
Yeah, there's so many games where he becomes like an instigator in the wrong way, where he instigates something and then another player just like crushes your soul because of it. You're like, hey, look, look what you did, Dylan. You lit somebody on.
Shout out Grant Williams. Why did you piss off Jimmy Butler that one time in the playoffs?
Yeah. Welcome back into the Insiders. I'm James Ham. Jesse Tapia is filling in for Kyle Madson. We're, of course, on ESPN 1320, 98.5 HD2, youtube.com/ESPN 1320 if you want to join the chatty house and get in on the conversation. You can find us on Twitch. You can find us at the James Ham and Kyle Madson Show. Wherever you listen to podcasts, we are brought to you by Jiffy Lube. And we are discussing the Sacramento Kings and this crazy offseason that is about to hit. And I feel, Jesse, that this offseason is about to hit at any moment. Like this thing is going to get wild.
Make you excited.
It should make a lot of Kings fans excited, but like I've made this point. If you're a Kings fan and you have like an 8-year-old, don't go out and buy a Kings jersey for your kid today.
Okay, you want to talk about that real quick? Just that little scenario. If you root for a franchise that is similar to the Kings, for me, the Dolphins.
Yep.
The used to be the Detroit Lions, but we can go Cleveland Browns now and all that. Just franchises of that nature. We can go Raiders as well.
Okay.
Keep it local. You don't buy player jerseys. You don't.
Or you buy retro jerseys.
That's the thing. You go throwback. I have a Larry Zonka jersey, 1972-39.
Yeah.
He hasn't been traded yet.
No Mercury Morris jersey?
I don't have Mercury. I went with Larry Zonka. The 39 looked cool. The reason has always just been that one of those weird Dolphin players I've always just kind of paid attention to
Okay.
and stuff like highlights and whatever. Just
All right.
1972 lore and all that. But yeah, you need to go with the throwbacks. And James is right. Do not buy a Kings jersey unless it's got a 55.
I would, if I were a Dolphins fan, I'd have like a Jim Keek jersey.
I don't even know who that is.
Really?
Yes.
What?
Who is it?
Come on, man. He's a running back.
Well, give me. What year?
He was part of the championship teams.
Oh, Jim Kirk.
Keek, Kiick, I believe.
Oh, maybe Jim Kick. Okay, Jim. I think of Jim Kick then. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
There's two eyes though.
Yeah, I know. I've always said Kick, so that's why I didn't get it.
Okay, got it.
So yeah, I
Like-
know about that. But
Well,
yeah,
like Paul Warfield, right?
yeah.
Like they had some, Bob Greasy jersey. No.
If you're gonna go with the throwback QB, you got to go to Marino.
Yeah, that's true. That's
Yeah.
true. And if I were gonna wear a Dolphins wide receiver jersey, it'd be either Clayton or Duper.
My first dog's name was Duper. Shout out.
Oh, there you
Yeah.
go. Yeah. All right.
But
all right.
yeah, point is, don't buy a Kings jersey the next year.
I would say don't buy a Kings jersey for the next like 6 weeks because I think that there's going to be enough movement that you're
Mhm.
going to be like, oh. And the other thing you can do, you could just wait because they're one of those Kings jerseys that you're looking at right now. It could be like 50% off next, like in 3 weeks.
Yeah, but what am I doing with? I don't even want to say because
A retro De'Aaron Fox jersey.
Exactly.
At least with Fox, he was here for almost 8 years.
Mhm.
Almost 8 years. Oh, you have a Ricky Williams?
I had when
jersey?
I was a kid. I had a Ricky Williams jersey.
What was your first jersey?
Probably Ricky, or it was either Ricky or Paul Pierce. I think
Oh, okay.
I got the Paul. I think no, it was Zach Thomas. It was Zach Thomas. I got it at Chuck
Oh.
E. Cheese in San Jose for my birthday.
Number 54.
Yeah.
All
It was
right.
a Zach Thomas jersey.
And Zach Thomas was Jason Taylor's brother-in-law.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Shout out Zach Thomas. Shout out to the Chuck E. Cheese in San Jose, by the way, too.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
My first 49ers jersey was Freddie Solomon, number
Oh, yeah?
88. Yeah. That's pre Jerry Rice.
Yeah. 2nd through 5th grade, all I wore was jerseys.
Oh, wow.
Literally every day.
I'm not
Look back
a.
at my school pictures, all in jerseys. I think my 3rd grade one was in a Jason Kidd jersey.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah, I don't wear jerseys at all.
No?
No, the only thing I have hanging in my closet is a Mahomes jersey.
Hmm.
And that's
'Cause
because,
that's probably made you some money over the years, huh? Mahomes.
well, yeah, because of fantasy football. Well, we show up in
Yeah.
the fantasy football draft wearing our Mahomes jerseys and jorts and our championship rings.
Oh, I
So-
bet they hate you
Oh,
guys.
we are trash talking.
I bet
fools.
they hate you guys.
Oh no, somebody said OJ McDuffie jersey. All right, all
I
right.
don't know you, McDuffie.
Yeah. Let's get back into this though, because
Yeah.
like this is it's really, really difficult because you have like on one hand you have players who are saying, hey, stabilize, hey, show us what you're going to build. And on the other hand, some of those players are the players that you are going to trade in order to stabilize and build something different.
Yeah, as we talk through this, if I'm Scott Perry and Doug Christie, I get like whatever players, whatever, like they want to see stability and all that, but it's also that's not my problem right now. The past mistakes of this franchise have nothing to do with me. So if I see a deal that's going to take the team where I want them to go, then I'm going to trade Domas or I'm going to trade DeMar, or I'm going to trade Zach or Keegan or whoever. It's just more so like Scott can't really care about like the past stuff. He's just more so got to do his thing, if that makes sense.
Well, here's the most difficult part, I think, to that exact thing.
Mhm.
It's that 2 years ago, you were really good. You won 48 games.
Yeah.
I guess you could say 3 years ago now, whatever it is. 2.5 years ago, you won 48 games. So there was a framework of a potential contending team. There was. And then you didn't, again, do the necessary maintenance on that team to make it grow and to get better. And here's the other sort of sneaky thing. You chose continuity.
Mhm.
You chose to keep the team together. You chose stability, and it backfired, and that team completely fell apart.
Yep.
Right? And it fell apart so fast. You go from 48 to 46 to 40 wins, right? And so if you're a Kings fan, you're looking at a team that, yeah, mistakes were made, but you still see the outline of what could have been that great team. And so I know a lot of fans out there are saying, well, blow the whole thing up. Like, trade everybody. Let's just go draft picks and all that stuff. That's not going to happen because nobody is going to go watch Kings games and pay the prices that they're asking right now for Kings games if the team is going to win 25 games. That's just not going to happen. Like I know that to be true because I've watched this happen before with this exact franchise where they get to the playoffs, everyone's super excited, they sell a bunch of season tickets, and then all of a sudden the decline happens quickly, and that building empties out and no one is there at all.
Mm-hmm.
So you're trying to avoid that. You're trying to avoid 8,000 or 9,000 fans in a building, or for your season ticket holders to say, hey, we're not going to buy season tickets because we're not even going to be able to sell our season tickets for face value. And that's a problem, right? So you're caught in this middle ground between being a team that was on the rise and had the outlines of something special, and where you are today, which is a team that realistically, I don't know if it needs a rebuild or a retool or whatever, but
It needs something.
it's broken.
Yes.
Yeah. So now you have to figure out how to fix it. And I think sort of the rub here is that the guy who's going to fix it is somebody who didn't build the first one. And so he has his own ideas about how he wants to move forward with this franchise. And that is going to get really, really uncomfortable.
Yeah, and it kind of makes me question not Scott or anything like that, because like he just got here, but more so if you're trying to win now still and all that, and try to build this winner. Like Casey asked the question yesterday on D'Lo Casey, like why is it not Trae Young then? Like what are you looking for? Because like to me, like Drew Holiday doesn't do that for the Kings here, unless you have plans B, C, and D already lined up. Like Drew's just the first one. It's just if it's not Trae or just a player of that iteration, where it's just they're all scoring and no defense, then that's fine. But like what is it then?
Well, there are pitfalls to every single one of these players.
Mhm.
Like, I'll continue to say this.
I'm going to be honest. Malcolm Brogdon does not interest me at all. And that's what was reported yesterday. Marcus Smart, I love him. One of my favorite players of all time. But again, if you bring in Marcus, that's great. What else are you doing then this offseason?
Well, the problem you have with Marcus. He's
expiring as well.
Well, Marcus, I think you can get for cheap, right? Mm-hmm. But I think the problem with Marcus Smart is that he's not a natural point guard.
Yeah, that was kind of the thing in Boston. Like they tried to make that work, and it's just like maybe you need an actual point guard in here.
Yeah, he's just not a point guard. Mm-hmm. It's okay. He's a great combo guard, and he's a great defender. And like I put him in the bucket with Drew Holiday. Drew Holiday is more of a true point guard, but at this point, I don't know what that means. And the same with Marcus Smart. Marcus Smart can't stay healthy at all. Uh-huh. I mean, the dude's body is completely falling apart.
A great culture guy and all that, great defensive player and all that stuff. But it's just that for the Kings, again, how we've talked, like with Drew, is just I don't think that's the move.
Well, when you make those moves, this is why you would make a move like that, in my opinion. If you're going to go out and get a Marcus Smart, or you're going to go out and get a Malcolm Brogdon, or you're going to go out and get a Drew Holiday, it's because you have a top 5 or 6 pick, and there's a point guard that you're circling, and you say, I want that guy, and I want that guy to pair with one of these guys to be his mentor. And the reason why I look at it that way is because, number one, that's what good franchises do. When you look at the San Antonio Spurs bringing in Chris Paul to sit there and work with Stephon Castle, that's brilliant. Like Stephon Castle became a much better player. Victor Wembanyama became a much better player playing with Chris Paul because that's what Chris Paul does.
Yeah.
He shows everybody around him that, like, look, you don't have to be the tallest, the fastest, anything, the best scorer or anything else. What you have to do is you got to think about the game in the right way, and you got to play off each other, and you got to set each other up, right? So if you're going to do that, you got to have the player to put with that guy to develop. And Scott Perry did that in 2017 with the Sacramento Kings. He was there when they drafted De'Aaron Fox with the 5th overall pick. And then he went out in that offseason and signed George Hill to a 3-year, like $59 million deal. Mm-hmm. Like it was right there. You see the outline of what I'm talking about, what you sort of have to do. The problem is the Kings don't have a number 6 pick. They don't have a number 5 pick. And in order to get into that realm, it literally is going to cost you Domantas Sabonis.
Yeah, and like just kind of adding to what you're saying, like that's essentially what the Wizards did with Marcus Smart last year and their young guys and Chris Middleton. Like they weren't there to really help us get wins. Like you look back and how they're talked, it's less about on-court stuff and it's more so like, oh no, they help build a culture here and bring
the adults in the room.
Bring the young guys along and all that stuff.
Yeah, and that's okay. Mm-hmm. But in order to get a top 6 pick, again, there are teams in that range that I believe would be willing to trade with the Sacramento Kings. Where are the Pelicans at? Are they the 6th pick or are they the 7th pick? I'm
I'll
just
pull
gonna
that up right now.
I'm gonna pull like that team very specifically. They are currently the number 7 pick, and like I'm on Tankathon. Jeremiah Fears, a 6'4", 180-pound point guard out of Oklahoma,
Mhm.
is who is slated to go number 7 as of right now. That doesn't mean he's going to go number 7. There's Kasparis. I don't even want to butcher his last name. The kid out of Illinois, who's a 6'6" shooting guard, point guard. So there's a couple of point guards that are going to be around that point in the draft. If you somehow have a way to get there, and then it makes sense for you to go to chase one of these, even a Russell Westbrook,
Yeah.
who just became available today. He is opting out of the league minimum deal that he has with the Denver Nuggets and become an unrestricted free agent. Okay, you want to go get Russ? That's fine. Pair him with a Jeremiah Fears. Now, how do you get to number 6? And like the Band-Aid that has to be ripped off in order to get to number 6, it's really difficult. It's like, okay, are you willing to give up Domas to move to number 6 or number 7 in the draft? And not every team in that range is even interested, right?
What do you? I guess that depends because is it? What else are you getting besides because the Pelicans got the 7? What else would you get? Do you think you could get from the Pelicans?
Well, I think if you're dealing with the Pelicans, you're asking like if you're trying to get into the top 6, number 1 or number 7, if you're going to number 7, that costs you something very specifically. That's going to take away any value from the players you're getting. So I think the Kings would, number 1, they would ask for Herb Jones, and be like, hey, no, yes, yeah, Herb Jones. They say, look, we're going to start with Herb. You would also love to get a Trey Murphy out of that. But I don't know that they're going to offer up a Trey Murphy trade, especially if you're getting the number 7 pick. So it becomes, okay, well, you take CJ McCollum and his $30 million expiring contract. And maybe the Kings are like, okay, that's fine. We'll do that. But that's where it gets like really complicated because every player, they have a couple of $30 or $35 million players that would help you get up to Domantas Sabonis' contract status, right? Because that's going to be the trick here.
Mm-hmm.
They've got to come up with a way to match like the $44 million owed Sabonis. So they're going to give up one of those players or DeJounte Murray. Like they have a couple of players that are of that range.
Yeah.
But then here's the problem for the Kings. Now you're in the same situation that they're in, where you don't have a starting NBA center, and you can say, okay, we got Valanciunas. Okay, well, that team you're trading with is a team that moved off Valanciunas because they didn't think he was a starting level center anymore, and so you're stuck in this situation where you're giving up a All NBA center.
Yeah.
And you may or may not be able to land the pieces coming back. Like, again, Herb Jones is a great player, a great defensive player. He's coming off a torn rotator cuff. But at the same time, like, he's not an All-NBA player. He's not going to be an All-Star. He is a really, really good player on a team, a collective team, right?
But that's a hell of a start, though, if you're Scott Perry. Because, again, Scott Perry hasn't been here for 3 years or 4 years. Scott Perry just got here. And if you're Scott Perry and you turn Domas into the 7th pick and Herb Jones, insert DeJounte Murray, or you said CJ McCollum, like whatever player for year 1, like if you got Herb Jones, the 7th pick, you got a vet like CJ or whatever, and then maybe you make a deal for Marcus Smart, like we were talking about. Like that's a pretty good start for year 1. And like, yes, the center position is looking a little weak, but that's something you can maybe build off of in year 2, where it's just like now you have a decent little group for yourself that you've kind of built up,
No, I get it, and that might be.
I'm thinking Doug Christie, Scott Perry for 4 years, at least 3 it has to be. So like I said, that's a decent start right there.
But the problem
that's a great start, I feel, right
that
there.
a guy like Jeremiah Fears,
mm-hmm.
he's got to pan out. He's got to be. He doesn't just
the front
have to
office
be good.
has to do their job, though. That's the thing. That's been the case for the last 20 years. It's less about where the pick. Like you have to pick the right guy. That's just the job.
No, I get that, but you're giving up an All NBA center.
But you're getting a hell of a return, I feel.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Because it's a speculative return.
Well, yeah, and it was hypotheticals and stuff like that. But
Herb Jones is a really good player, but again, Herb Jones is never going to average 20 points a game in the NBA.
But if this is kind of like what we're thinking or whatever, you can enter Brooklyn, like Nick Claxton and a 1st-round pick or whatever, throwing whatever deals, like that's a good start is my point. Like I feel like if you're not building around Domas or whatever, then yeah, bring in insert 7, 8, 10 pick or not 10, you know what I mean? Just the something of like that deal that we're talking about.
Okay.
Mhm.
So these are ways in which the Kings, again, it's a big time Band-Aid just getting ripped off. It's like, okay, this is who you were. You are no longer that franchise. You are someone who is completely different moving forward. And maybe that's what you have to be.
Yeah.
So
I think it was kind of that time, not necessarily where you're trading Sabonis or whatever, but like you stopped being who you were supposed to be once you traded Fox. Like that's when it was over.
no, you're probably right.
Yeah.
All right. We're going to continue this discussion because it just played into a totally different thought that popped in my head about how this happened at one other point in Kings history. And the Kings really didn't realize what was when their earlier dynasty was over. And if you use that as sort of a guiding like pathway, a map for how you move forward, maybe you're onto something here, Jesse. We're the Insiders here on ESPN 1320, brought to you by Jiffy Lube. We'll be back in just a couple of minutes. You got me for 2 seconds?
Yes, sir. Yeah, watch out. I didn't say all that, David, but hey, I'm not opposed to making the right trade. I'm gonna be real. I really lost my attachment to players once the Celtics traded Isaiah Thomas. Like after, I was like, all right, trade whoever. I just root for the logo at this point. Like Paul Pierce was my. Hey Jesse, could you explain why the Pelicans would want Domas? They have no shootings. I don't know. It's a question for them if they do want him. Just talking on the radio show, man. Buddha, I think I'm out on Kevin Porter. And I saw your message earlier about Drew and about him just kind of being on the Celtics. Like last year he was good, but he kind of lost some this year, Buddha. So I don't know if he still got it. Appreciate you, Lisa. Appreciate you. No, I want Durant to stay there. Willie or Bray is the one. If you're gonna trade an outfielder, then trade him. Like Willie's been good as well, but I like the way Durant plays and all this stuff and everything he brings to the table. Oh yeah, Celtics. That broke my heart.
Hello.
Yeah, for me, Isaiah Thomas was like, oh, he's going to be the next Paul Pierce. Like, he's the next great Celtic. He's going to be here for 10 years, blah, blah, blah. And then his hip gets hurt, and then they trade him. It's like, oh, wow. Okay. I'm just not going to get attached to these players.
Man, Filthy McNasty, like, what in the hell are you talking about? Domantas Sabonis was third team All-NBA 2 years in Sacramento already. Like, I'm not...
Yeah, he's been 2 out of the last 3, right?
Yeah.
Like, Domas has been.
The 22-23 season and the 23-24 season, Domas not only was number 7 and number 8 in MVP balloting, but he was All-NBA both of those seasons. Yeah. So, yes, he is an All-NBA center. And to be honest with you, his current season, the season he just got done with, you could easily make the argument he was a better player this year than he was in the previous 2 years. But the Kings sucked. And so he didn't get an All-NBA nod.
Bryce, no, they're not going to trade Devers. The Red Sox, I feel like the way it's reported, like they're not in this dire situation. It's like, oh, I'll tear it all up. Like, you kind of build around the prospect you just called up. They're like 3 of the top 10 of the last year or whatever, and just kind of like build around that. Like, you got Bregman, Crochet, you got your ace and all that stuff. They just got to build around that. You got to move a Brave, though.
Here's, Lesia, I think Fierce would be an option, but you can't guarantee he'll be there. Welcome back into the Insiders. I am James Ham. Joining me today, Jesse Tapia. filling in for the great Kyle Madson.
As always, shout out. It's always fun playing on the radio.
Kyle Madson is on his way to Boston, or he's in Boston, and he's catching a game at Fenway.
Mm.
He's also they're gonna go hit some historical sites. Like that's what I did not get done. I didn't go to Fenway, but I also haven't got to see any of the historical sites in Boston.
I've never made it out like that way or whatever. I think just the farthest east or south or whatever you want to call it is Miami. I've been to Mexico a handful of times and stuff like that. Been to Seattle once. Seattle was pretty cool. I want to go back to Seattle again. I don't feel like I got the most out of that trip. I was kind of sick that time or whatever, so I definitely want to go back there.
Where are you going to go on your honeymoon?
Oh, we're going to go to LA, hit up the amusement parks and stuff like that.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
Yeah. We'll go to Universal, Disneyland for a few days.
All right. Well, that sounds like fun.
Yeah,
I've done
kind of hang out.
I've done a lot of travel.
Mhm.
I've been to a lot of different states. Actually, I've been to quite a few different countries. But like Boston, I was there very specifically for a weekend for the Sloan Analytics Conference at MIT. ESPN sent us years ago, and it was a lot of fun because we got to hang out with a bunch of like the old True Hoop gang.
Yeah.
But we did not see a lot of sites. It was like going to the conference and then hitting like pubs afterwards.
Yeah.
Which of course was a lot of fun, but I didn't get to see a lot of the historical stuff. Next time I go to Boston, I'm going to spend a lot of time doing history stuff. I've been listening to History That Doesn't Suck, the podcast. And I'm literally in the middle of the Boston Tea Party thing. Boston was such a huge part of what ends up being the Revolutionary War. They were always messing with people, whether it's a Boston Massacre or like it was the hotbed. It was
you go back to that time. It's always Boston.
It was like all the chaos happens in Boston.
I mean, that's kind of like how isn't Philly one of those cities as well? Where it's just more so like they got a lot of historic stuff there still.
Yeah, Philly and New York.
Yeah.
And to be honest with you, I think Philly and Boston have like kept a lot of the charm from that, where New York is more of an industrialized city that's changed 5 million times.
With 30-pound rats running around and Jalen Brunson street signs because they made it out of the second round of the playoffs.
I love New York. New York is my favorite city in the world.
Is it?
It is. I think it's weird. It has something for everybody. Like, it doesn't matter what age you are. If you're like into nature and you're like going to Central Park is unbelievable. If you're a foodie, the food is off the charts. If you're a sports fan, you have all the football teams, all the baseball teams. You have the history of the Yankees and the Knicks and like all that stuff. If you like to shop, it's the best shopping in the world. If you want to go to a museum, some of the greatest museums that you're ever going to find, whether, like it's incredible.
Yeah, Chicago's the one city on my vacation list or whatever I want to get to. Like, that's just the one on the top of the list right there.
It's super cold.
Yeah.
Most of the time, they call it the Windy City for a good reason. Like, it's always windy and usually, unless it's a summer, then I think it's still windy, but it's really cold.
Yeah.
It's right on Lake Michigan, right? So
shout out California though. I'll never love anything better than here.
It's amazing.
I just love Northern California too. It's perfect too.
Yeah, people who haven't been to California just don't get it. Like how
well they think it's just like LA and like just the chaos and stuff like that, where just something always going on. But if you come up here, it's very smooth.
Well, even the chaos in LA, it's like in 1 square mile, and LA is a gigantic city.
Well, yeah, I just mean as far as like as far as like just the whole movies, stuff like that. Like, just people think of California as like just kind of the palm trees and stuff like that,
Yeah.
Shout out California.
So let's get in back into this because I think we're kind of mulling over this idea of like, if you do hit a massive reset button, how do you stay competitive while making a dramatic move? How do you build the youth of your team while bringing in players that can still support what's happening today? And again, that's where like like if we just break down that deal with Domas, like there is a possibility of you getting 2 or 3 rotational players out of a trade. I think you can get 3 rotational players out of a player like Domas, and that's because Domas is an excellent player. The problem is, are you going to find another player that reaches the heights of where Domas is?
Well, it's like we're talking about trading Domas, but also like I'm not opposed to keeping Domas, but also you didn't want Trae Young here. And it's kind of like, what are we doing?
Wait, who doesn't want Trae Young here?
Well, like it seems like the Kings just that they don't want Trae Young here or whatever.
Well, that has nothing
As
to
from
do.
as far as what's reported. And my point with that is not more so just about Trae Young, but a player better than Domas and Zach LaVine. It's like if you're turning that down, like what exactly are you looking for? Because I don't think you're really building a true winner or whatever if you got someone who's the same.
Yeah, I get it. And that's why I think it's really interesting that when you look at the group of players that the Kings have been linked to, whether it's, again, a Trae Young. Trae Young has made 4 All-Star teams.
Yeah.
You get to Darius Garland. He's made 2 All-Star teams. Like, these are 25, 26, 27-year-old players who already have, like, they're well on their way to a potential Hall of Fame career, right? And that's how I look at Domas as well. He's a 3-time All-Star. He's a 2-time All-NBA player. You got to figure out a way to, like, I mean, team success matters in the NBA, unless you're like Luka Doncic and it didn't matter how bad your team was, you still made All-NBA. Whatever.
Yeah.
It happens. But I think we can see the outline of what the Kings are chasing. And it's not just to go get a bunch of random players that aren't very good. It's that if they're trading an all-star player, or if they're trading some of their pieces, it might be to go get a real all-star. And, it's tough.
I don't know if I like the whole trade Domas for a player of his caliber better, just because it's just like, if you do that, it's just like you want to add. I feel like you still need a lot more if you're moving off of Domas. If you're trying to do something like that, then you look at a Trae Young or you look at a LaMelo or Darius Garland or whoever we've talked about or whatever. It's just you want to add around that rather than, all right, let's take the 2 out of 3 last season All-NBA player away from here and kind of start with someone else. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
Like, if you're going to move off of Domas, and I'd rather you look at the Pelicans, the Nets, or someone like that, and look at a few role players, whoever, Herb or whoever, and that way, like, you're coming away with the first round picks, but also you have like decent starting points now where you are looking for your top players now, but like it's not so barren thin.
Well, that's what you're hoping, though. But the problem is you might not stumble upon those other players. So,
yeah, well, if I'm them, I'm calling around.
Well, this is kind of how, like, okay, so if we go back to the early 2000 Kings, right? They're rolling. Like, they lose the 2002 Western Conference Finals on a, like, very suspect, Game 6, Game 7, right? They get to the 2003 season, the 2002-2003 season, and they get all the way to the end. They're a really, really good team. They actually probably are the best team in basketball. And then on May 8th, 2003, Chris Webber takes a bad step in the playoffs and trashes his knee. So, like, when you were talking about the De'Aaron Fox thing, right? Like, you're right. This thing ended when De'Aaron Fox got traded.
Yeah, that's just when it was all over. There was no, for me, it was like, all right, go get whatever young players you can and assets now. I don't think exactly should have been the plan,
But here's the danger. It's that the Kings were done in 2003 when Chris Webber blew out his knee. They just didn't know it. Like, what happened, they end up having, like, the next year the best record in the NBA. They're rolling with Brad Miller filling it, taking that spot. And then they get right before the playoffs and Chris Webber comes back and they just fall apart in the playoffs because of it. They didn't realize is that the moment that Chris Webber took that bad step, the potential for them to be a contending team to win an NBA championship, it was over. Then you took Webber and you did kind of what the Kings did here, except for instead of dealing a De'Aaron Fox for, 3 smaller contracts, like what they did with Webber, where they traded him for, what was it, Corliss Williamson, Brian Skinner, and Kenny Thomas.
Yeah.
Right? You traded him for a $44 million shooting guard who had made a couple of all-star games, but also these 2 first-round picks and a bunch of seconds and all that stuff. What these 2 first-round picks is really like what you have to try to build off of as much as anything else, or use to acquire the player that you just lost. But I kind of feel like you're right. Like, when De'Aaron Fox was traded, it was like, hey, it signaled that the beam team, whatever you want to call it, the team that was so good and won 48 games, that era of Kings basketball was over.
Yep.
And
exactly.
how do you start new? How do you do something different? Because I'll tell you what usually happens in this situation is that you keep chasing what you thought you had.
Well, you kind of set yourself back a bit as far as things you can do by trading for Zach LaVine.
Oh no, that was just ridiculous.
Yeah.
It's one of the worst moves. And it's not, again, it's not about Zach.
Exactly. It's less about the player, but more so the situation it put you in. Because now we're just all right. How many times has it been said maybe on the insiders? I know it's been said a bunch on D'Lo and KC, but yeah, you're here with Zach LaVine for a year and then you can move off from next year. Like that's how he's talked about.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I think it gets like if you look at the way that the Kings fell apart when they started to fall apart after the Weber trade, it's that you end up trading a Doug Christie for a Coutinho Mobley. You try to get a little bit younger and a little bit different. That doesn't work out. You trade a Mike Bibby and take back pennies on the dollar because you're trying to get off the contract that he had earned as a player playing with this other team that's no longer in existence. You trade a Peja Stojakovic for a Ron Artest. Again, the Peja Stojakovic Ron Artest deal, it sure does look a lot like the De'Aaron Fox for Zach LaVine trade. You trade for a player with basically similar contracts that no one else in the league will trade for. The Ron Artest, when you traded for Ron Artest was still rehabbing his image and trying to get back to being just a basketball player, not a guy who got into a fight in the stands.
Yeah.
And so you're watching this thing unfold, but you're not getting better. You're getting equal or worse every time that you make one of these moves. And by the time you get to the end of it, you've made so many mistakes getting to that point. And I don't know a way to avoid that, but it really does feel like the exact same thing that we're dealing with at this point.
Yeah, for me, like I said, I'd take the rebuild route, try and get the role players and stuff, get the picks and all that. But if you're gonna go this route where it's like you're trying to win now, then you really have to get it right. Otherwise, you're just gonna be stuck.
Yeah, you're already a bit stuck.
And then you're gonna get back to the rebuild or whatever. It's like, oh, we probably should have did this 2 years ago.
Yeah, because I like just as of right now, again, you've got this gigantic salary. Let's just fast forward. Like, this is what the fear is, right? And this is why Scott Perry is up against it. If you look at where the Kings are today, and their salaries, but let's just fast forward to next season, not this season, but in next season, you got Zach LaVine making $49 million. You got Domantas Sabonis making $45.5 million, right? So already you've got almost $100 million in salary eaten up right there. You got Malik Monk making another $20 million. So now you're at 120. You're already starting to see this idea that they're running out of money, right? You've got DeMar DeRozan that you can buy out for $10 million, but let's just say you still have DeMar DeRozan. That's still $10 million. It's gone off your books.
Yeah.
So you're at 130. Now here's the problem. You had to extend Keegan Murray, and now Keegan Murray's money kicks in this season. So we're talking about the 26-27 season. And that's, let's just say he makes $30 million. You're done. Your salary cap is almost full at that point. And that's your squad. And you got to figure out how to deal with it. What if you sign Keon Ellis to a 4-year, $48 million deal? There's another $12 million. So like very quickly you start running out of money. And then you start looking at players and are they aging out? Are they not? Can you trade them for something? But you're never going to be a true salary cap team where you can go out and even entertain being a player in the trade market.
What do you think their best option is? The best next course of option or whatever? Like, I know they're going to try and win now and all that, but if you were leading this team and let's just say the Kings fans are going to show up, so everyone's going to get their money and all that, would you rebuild with this team, or do you see the vision as far as them trying to win now and all that?
I think you can rebuild it, but man, it's going to be like you are walking the thinnest line.
Mm-hmm.
Like you can't make mistakes. You cannot give up, like, again, all NBA players for not all NBA players and think that you're the Kings. Finding another all NBA player is extremely difficult. The last one they had before Domas and De'Aaron, it was DeMarcus Cousins. That's it. And the last one before that was like Chris Webber.
Mm-hmm.
Like, we got to go, like, as opposed to OKC, who Sam Presti in the last 12 years has 3 MVPs.
But I wonder if the Kings just got to a point where, like, yeah, you found your other all NBA players, but you wasted it this time again. Now it's time to start over again.
Yeah, but I mean, it's a star-driven league. You got to start somewhere.
It is, but
yeah,
we'll see what they do. But I don't know. Like I said, if it's not Trae Young, Garland seems pretty far-fetched given the issues that the Cavs have with their apron, whatever. Like, I'm very curious to see. The names yesterday, the former Celtic names, the Brogdon, Drew, smart ones didn't really excite me.
Yeah, and that's going to be the difficult thing. And again, I'll just keep saying this: those ideas make sense as a stopgap, but you've got to have the young player to build around that you're building up, that you're having those players mentor, and you also have to know that those players can mentor those people. So that's the key, because I mean, you went out and got George Hill, and George Hill did not have a lot of interest in mentoring De'Aaron Fox.
They at least know that they want a mentor if they're going to be here.
Yeah, no, I mean, De'Aaron Fox's mentorship, he'll give a little bit of credit to George Hill, but it was still guys like Harrison Barnes and Vince Carter. Iman Shumpert had some impact there, but it was different. All right, we're gonna step aside. When we come back, we've got the handoff. I have no idea who's coming in today, but we'll have the handoff, and it's probably Kenny Caraway. And we'll hand you off to D-Lo and Casey, who will take over here at noon on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader. My bad, went a little long there. VJ, I don't hate Okongwu, but I don't think he would work next to Domas at all. And it's because he can't shoot the three. And I also believe that the Hawks love Okongwu. They think they've got a 24-year-old dude who can be a big time defensive stalwart for them for a long time. But, Okongwu shoots 2 threes a game, and it's not enough to space the floor. You're going to have major spacing issues. Yeah, what I would hate to see is this team here to be just a collection of sort of other NBA cast-offs for a year or two, because finding your way out of that is really difficult unless you also land the star level player. If you have a star level player that you bring in right now and it costs you a whole bunch of stuff and you have to strip down your roster to get there, that's okay, because you can rebuild a roster if you have the base piece. But I would hate to see the Kings again deal Domas for a draft pick and an expiring contract and CJ McCollum and a guy again, I love Herb Jones. I think he's spectacular, but you're downgrading in the highest level piece, and that's Domas. He's the best player in that trade. And then go out and say, okay, well, let's bring in Clint Capella and let's bring in Marcus Smart and let's, bring in all of a sudden you're a collection of guys who aren't all-stars, that have no potential to be all-stars. And you're hoping that somehow you find one somehow, or you draft one, and you're going to be just good enough to be bad, but not bad enough to be a top 3 pick, 4 pick. And even then you're hoping that there's a player, because how many drafts do we get to where even the draft itself, no one thinks, last year's draft, where there might not be a true star in the draft at all. Just tough. Yeah. You're going to jump in? Yeah. Yeah. No, it should be. I think we're back up and running. Stephen Castaneda, do I think Sabonis could be a starting center on a championship team? Sure. I mean, but the team around him has to be good. Dirk Corti, you need a reset statistic. You need picks. The Kings have 9 picks over the next 7 years. I mean, they have picks. They have unrestricted. I mean, they have unprotected picks from San Antonio and from Minnesota, and then 7 of their own outside of the 2031 that has the pick swap on it. how do you make up for his no rim protection? You get a rim protector at the number one as a backup. Number two, you get a rim protector as the 3 or the 4. You just need better defensive players. I would love to have Herb Jones on the team, but you have to have other players that can do the other things that Herb can't do. Welcome back to the Insiders. I am James Ham. Jesse Tapia is joining me.
Just had a sneeze attack right now.
That's a little loud. It's a little loud coming in hot.
Oh gosh, it's my time right now. It's this chair.
Kenny Caraway is joining us for the handoff. What's up, Kenny? He's a little quiet over there, Jesse.
Oh, he's good.
Good. I'm good now.
There you
Check one,
are.
check two.
There you go.
There we go.
There you are. Oh, what's going on?
Not much, man. Another day, another dollar. Another point guard that people don't want. So
Oh, who's the point guard that they don't want today?
Jordan Poole.
No, that come on, you're not being fair with that one. Jordan Poole's a 6-man.
I don't know about that.
I don't think I think he found his role, like in Washington, kind of coming off the bench. You can do your Jordan Poole thing here, and it's just
He started a good amount of games. I think Jordan. Once again, we're talking about Jordan Poole. We're talking about a couple other point guards. Trey doesn't fit in this category. Neither does LaMelo. But these are guys that are starting point guards to go along with other top flight players or close to top flight players. It's not, hey, you got Jordan Poole. You're just gonna build your franchise around him. He's the franchise guy, but he's one of the good guys on your team.
okay. What if I like Trae Young but don't like Jordan Poole? Can that work?
If you like Trae Young but don't like Jordan Poole,
Yeah, like I'm not part of those people who's like, oh, no point guard. Like I just don't like Jordan Poole's game.
No, that's
here.
fair. That's
Yeah,
fair.
That's
It's
my
just-
thing.
no.
If we didn't have Malik Monk here, sure, Jordan Poole come hang out and all that.
Malik Monk might not be here.
Well, we can talk if so, but I don't know if I like him as a starting point guard.
Okay, so I would say this: like, if Jordan Poole's on your roster, he's got to be Malik Monk. The problem is that you're on the hook for $32 million this year and $34 million next year. That's not Malik Monk money. That's not 6-man money, and I believe he is a 6-man. I do not believe he's a starting. Well, I mean, he can start on a team that wins 17 games or 18 games, whatever. But I don't think he's going to be a starter on it as a point guard on a team that has any serious playoff ambitions.
I mean, it's like anything else. It's like any other team building situation. Like it depends on what you have around him, what you put around him. I definitely think he can start.
I mean,
in this
Jordan
league
Poole,
on a good
what-
team?
He was like the next best thing for the Warriors until I'm sorry, but he got punched.
Mhm.
Well, that
Right.
until he got paid as well.
But I think he got punched before he got paid though.
Yeah,
I think he got paid that off season. And
He
then
did, but I
got
think
punched.
he got punched first, though. He
and
got
then,
punched
like, a week
first.
later, he got paid.
Yeah, so
as like a I'm sorry for you getting punched.
yeah, and I'm like, I get your point, James, but also like if I gotta live with however many people millions of people on Twitter kind of laughing at me, it's just like he went through that before he got his money, you know?
And he had some like up and down moments for sure that year. That's why they had to move on.
And not
He
yeah,
still averaged like 18 and a half, 20 points a game.
and not to say like, oh yeah, like maybe like I haven't been on Jordan Poole or whatever, but it's just like there was something there before all that stuff happened.
He's a highly skilled player, like a highly, highly skilled player. It's one of those things. We'll talk about it maybe in depth on D'Lo and KC, but it's one of those things where the perception of the player doesn't always match up to like what the people feel about him and say about him on a day-to-day basis. So the perception of Jordan Poole is he's just a gunner, he's just a chucker, he shoots, volume shooter, all this other stuff. And all it takes is a couple minutes. I just Googled Jordan Poole's 2025 season, and you get articles from the James Hams of the Washington Wizards. It's like, actually, Jordan Poole is like really good this year. Played really well, did a lot of good things as far as leadership, kind of grew up a little bit. He worked on defense. He'll never be Kawhi, but like the people
I think
who
he
are
bought
around him
in
every
this
day,
year.
yeah, the people
Yeah.
around him every day are like, actually, he's actually pretty good this year, all
Yeah.
things considered.
I
So
get
like it doesn't, the thought process that people have when you say Jordan Poole doesn't match up sometimes to what people see on a daily basis with Jordan Poole.
He started all 68 games last year. He didn't come off the bench at all. But the problem is that he started all 68 games for a team that won 18 games. And it's not all on him. But the year before, they won 15 games. Like, I don't care what his stats are. He is a player who puts up stats on a not just a bad team, on a historically pathetic team.
That's not fair. We've seen him put up stats on a championship team.
Yeah, but they won 33 games combined over the last 2 years, and he is the guy.
But
Okay,
we've
is that
seen him
his
put
fault
up
though?
numbers on a championship
Do you think you could put him maybe in the right role?
and
I know we talked about 6-man being the right role, I guess, but
Well, that's the problem. It would be fine if he made
Uh-huh.
18 million bucks or if he made 15 million bucks, but when you factor in the fact that he makes 32 and 34, he's getting paid as an NBA starter, and he is not an NBA starter on any kind of good team. Like,
I mean, I don't know. I kind of I disagree with that. I'm not saying he's the second coming, but I wouldn't write him off as like he can't start on a good team anymore. What is he, 26 or something like that? 27?
Yeah.
He's played on championship teams. He's played on bad teams. He's
okay.
performed in both,
Let me ask you this question though. So, in your ideal situation, where is Jordan Poole ranked as far as your best players on the Kings? If you were to just kind of see it through or whatever.
It's
like, is he your starting point guard, but he's like a top 2 player on your team, top 3 scorer on your team?
That's tough. That's tough to say.
Yeah, because like I don't like Jordan Poole as a top 2 scorer on my team.
I think. It's
We're
tough
just kind
to
of
say.
the top 2 guy, you know.
It's tough to say. I think I just watched a random Jordan Poole game last night, and this doesn't always equate to success or like winning basketball or whatever. He's unbelievably skilled. Unbelievably skilled. Like being able to handle his vision, being able to pass, being able to shoot. He has everything you want. Everything you want out of a lead guard. Is that able to translate into being an actual leader and having people follow you and turn into winning basketball? As the number 1 guy, we haven't seen that yet. I don't know. I'm not here to say it is. But the skill part is something that you don't have to worry about.
You think that's something the Kings should take a chance on, though, given where they're at in their situation?
I would.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Yeah, I wouldn't touch Jordan Poole and his contract with a 10-foot pole. I just don't. Again, Anthony Simons is like a very similar player, except for he doesn't have a 4.5 to 3 assist to turnover ratio. Like, he's actually more of a point guard than Jordan Poole. Again, I think Jordan Poole is just miscast as a number 1 guy.
Yeah.
I think like he's perfectly fine if he's your if he's Lou Williams, if he's Malik Monk, if he's who's a dude in Utah that Jordan Clarkson. Like, I think that's the type of player he is, and that's okay. Like, I think he's perfectly good.
Yeah, that's a successful NBA career right there.
So let's do an exercise. I did this morning because, like I said,
he came with notes.
No, I did this.
He came with notes.
Because
that's fine.
Let's go through the point guards in the league, and let's go unavailable guards.
Okay.
Brunson, Halliburton, Cade, Maxey, SGA, Luka, Steph, Ja, Scoop, Fox, Murray, and I put Suggs in there.
Okay.
Now let's go to everyone said no to. Holiday, Trey, LaMelo, Poole, Harden. Now let's go to who's left.
Where the hell did James Harden come from?
You guys say no to Harden.
Oh, no, that's fine. You can say no to Harden. I have not said no to Trey.
Yeah.
I'm just telling you that's that I've heard.
Okay. We're just saying the consensus.
The Kings have said no to
I get
Trey.
Kenny's point, but
now let's go. Let's go with what's left. Sexton, McCollum, Trey Jones, Conley, Van Fleet, Brooklyn point guard, RJ Barrett, Kobe White, and Davion. That's the league. Would you guys no and unavailable? That's what's left. You guys good with all those people?
To be honest, I like a lot of those. Where than Jordan Poole, though?
Where was Garland?
Garland is. I miss Garland, but I would put him on a that leaves Garland. Garland, Garland's not.
I like Trey, Garland. I think I like Drew better than Poole. I think on this team.
Drew better than Poole?
Yeah, Holiday.
Mm.
I just
Drew. I mean, he at least
Poole's
played
game is
defense.
a little bit too chaotic for me. Just for what the Kings are trying to build, I think I just don't think it will work. I don't like Poole, Levine, and Sabonis.
Okay.
Like I'm not out on every point guard or whatever, but yeah, Poole wouldn't be high on my list.
It's tough because I get what you're saying. There's not a lot of good point guards. There's not a lot, and that's why if you're going to chase one of these guys that may or may not be available, again, a LaMelo or a Trey or a Darius Garland, like it's going to cost.
I would actually put Garland in the unavailable. Matt was on yesterday with a locked on Cavs guy and said they're probably going to run that back with Garland. I think that's where I was going to put him in the unavailable.
I think I like Marcus Smart better than Poole too.
Absolutely not. He's not a point guard.
How are we even sure Jordan Poole is? Like,
No,
he's got more point guard capabilities than Marcus Smart.
They both got capabilities. No matter which capabilities like best, I guess.
Okay, but here's how I would like. If you're going to go Jordan Poole, you might as well just keep Malik Monk as your starting point guard and run with that because number one, Malik Monk is like $16 million cheaper. Number two, he's one of the best pick and roll, passers in the league. He's averaged over 5.5 assists multiple times in his career. Jordan Poole's top end is 4.5 assists per game. Like I would just say, like if I'm gonna go with a player, I'm probably gonna go with just stick with Malik Monk in that situation.
One of the things
he's cheaper.
One of the things I look at with this whole King situation, and maybe where I'm in a different place than others, is I'm just not in the business. You're not going to do anything by being safe. I look at this situation. You're not going to progress. You're not going to advance by being safe. You're going to have to take a chance on somebody that maybe, once again, has some warts, but you're going to take a chance on their age, on their ability, or something like playing it safe in the West. Playing it safe is going to have you nowhere.
We were talking hypotheticals earlier. This is probably a bit more on the rebuild side. I think you'd be taking a chance though. How out would you be on the Kings trading up into the lottery? We brought up the Pelicans and stuff like that. You trade up for like the 7th pick. You end up with like a Herb and insert player or whatever, CJ, Deontay or whatever for Sabonis.
I'm not mad at that.
Yeah.
I'm not mad at that.
Maybe
I want to see who's there
Smart
around the 7. Like I'm thinking like Con Knipple, guys like that. I'm not crazy about Con Knipple, like changing the trajectory of your franchise.
Like I said, it's probably more on the rebuild side, but it's like, all right, like now just draft the right guy and let's go,
Yeah. I'll tell you, like DeJounte, I would take DeJounte over
CJ?
No. Well, no, because of the contract. I'd rather have the 30
or over
Jordan Poole.
I got you.
I like DeJounte. I just don't like the fact he's coming off an Achilles injury.
No, I get you. But there was a point where he was a very, very good defender, and he had a lot of skill.
They got a lot of options this offseason. It's just a matter of which path they want to take.
That's right. All right, what do you guys got coming up?
Oh, man, Friday vibes. Eddie Gonzalez is pulling up on us, man, and KD news just keeps coming out by the day. So we'll tap in with our guy on that and see what that domino might start for the rest of the league.
That's a good guy to have on today because I think that deal is going to happen quick.
He's been dropping nuggets before. Nuggets have been dropped.
Yeah,
that's
facts,
right.
Facts.
All right, thanks for tuning in to the Insiders. Jesse, thanks for helping out this week. Shout out to Jake Gaden who jumped in and helped out. We'll be back next week. Kyle Madson will be back in the building. We will have and we do have the NBA Finals here on ESPN 1320 tonight, starting at 5:30. Drink water and be nice to people. I don't know.
Be nice to people.
We're out.
Thanks, everybody.
All right, Chad. I'll see you guys.
What's going on?
the intro before we start.
Okay. Well,
Put this.
Low, KC, D-Low, KC, D-Low, KC, D-Low. We your number one spot.
let's go, baby. What's good? Hey. We welcome you in here. Fix that. All right, we good.
Well, just a couple
We
things
good.
here. Just a couple things.
Still can't get my camera looking like that one over there, boy.
Man,
But
I'm just saying.
I don't know what it is.
I'm saying, you know,
Them internal settings is crazy.
1080p, 1080p.
Them internal settings is crazy over there. It's Friday, baby. Friday the 13th. Friday, June 13th. I'm Davey Barling.
The ultimate needle mover in God mode himself.
He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me.
And we are live.
The worst slums of Sacramento.
Back for a second show.
What are you doing with him?
He's here with us. He's in a mood too. I opened the door.
Feel
He's
some
like,
type of way.
he's like, so he probably tired.
Well, no, bro. It's just I gotta hurry up and make sure I got stuff
Okay,
ready.
Man, I got
That's
you.
nothing to do with you.
No, I got you. I know who got to do it. I
It's got nothing
got
to do with
you.
anyone. I'm just saying.
I got you. No, it's good. Joe Brazil probably working concerts in the park tonight. Couldn't do his producer duties. But
Is
it's
this the
all love.
last concerts in the park?
Oh, sweetie, no. I think we got one. All the way at the end of. I think we have at least two more after this. At the very least, we have two more after
Let me
this.
ask you a question.
The 27th might be the last one.
Let me ask you a question. I don't even know if I should ask this question. So this probably been going on for like 8 weeks or so, right?
Concerts in the park. Yeah.
How many stations we got here?
We got 6. ESPN 102.
ESPN.
Eagle,
Throw
98,
ESPN out.
KSFM, the N, the Eagle, Alt, and 98 Rock. So five music stations,
A lot
6
of them got-
stations in
A
total.
lot of them got 2 nights.
They all got multiple nights.
Not all.
Except for one.
I'm just doing math.
We had 2 nights. And then they cut it. They're like, nah.
I'm just doing math.
Now, mind you, there were 9,000 plus people at KSFM's Concerts in the Park with Exhibit, D-Lo and KC, DJ Oasis. Yeah.
I'm just doing math.
Mind you, when Exhibit finished, no one wanted to leave. The city literally told Nico, our man, his DJ Oasis had to go. Nico was feeling it, literally told him, you have to stop.
Yeah.
We started the night in front of 9,000 people. We probably ended the night in front of 8,000. They're like, yeah, you got to stop.
Well,
at some point, we're going to get respect, right?
you would think so.
Now, Jesse says no. I think Jesse's right.
He's probably right.
You have to go take it, bro.
Yeah. I thought we did. I thought we did that years ago.
I thought we did too.
To be honest with you, I thought we did that years ago.
Well, bring the tank down J Street. We're gonna bring the tank to Caesar's shop.
Yeah. I don't know who's there tonight. I don't know who's performing. I just know Paul's going. Because Paul, you know, he's like, hey, you know, there's some things going on downtown, you know, the next couple of days, make sure you're safe, all that.
Yeah.
He's like, I got to be at concerts in the park tonight. I was like, oh, okay. So I guess it's 98 Rocks night out at concerts at the park. I know the End had at least 2. They might have had 3. I know the Alts had a whole bunch of them. I don't know if the Eagle has had any or not, but it's not. I don't know.
No, that's great for them though. It's awesome.
Why don't we just throw our own concert in the park?
Yeah, we're gonna do it at the rail yards. That stadium go up. It ain't even gonna be 102.5 or ESPN. It's gonna be D-Lo and KC.
Exactly.
Concert
taking matters in your own hands.
Concert in the stadium is what we're gonna call it.
They just gotta take matters into your own hands out here sometimes, man. That's all.
So hey man, we'll just keep going. We're gonna pull up to Sky River Casino next Friday. We made the Sky River broadcast popular. The End didn't do any before we did. Wake Up Call. I mean, the Wake Up Call do numbers. They wasn't doing Sky River shows before Odilo and KC, but that's all right. They out there tonight. We playing bingo.
Yeah,
it's Pride Bingo tonight.
Shout out Bingo.
Yeah,
you know, I mean, I'm a big fan of Bingo. D'Lo and KC, we should have a spades tournament.
Let's cook real quick.
Or domino.
That Domino's.
Yeah, domino.
Concert. Aldrin J. Concert at Casey's backyard.
I don't know.
Hey, I got concert in the backyard.
Hey, free venue.
Yes.
Yeah. Hey, now we're cooking. Or as much hotter than fish grease. That's a good idea.
Yes. It's hosted before Space Jam premiere.
So
man, hey, let's just keep this brainstorm going.
Let's keep it going. Let's keep it going.
Yep.
What would be better? Concerts in the backyard, like my backyard.
Hey,
or if we have one like Rick Ross's backyard. Remember we did that. We can do that somewhere else.
Where can we do that? Where can we do that, Casey?
I don't know who has a pool here.
You're a turncoat.
What are you talking about?
To be clear,
what?
You're a turncoat. That's what you are.
Well, it's the big show.
Oh man, yeah. Oh, maybe we do that.
Man, but like I said, man,
we're gonna have a party at my house just to prove a point. Just to prove a point. Everybody come hang out at my house just to show Odyssey people actually do care what we do.
Yeah,
I got an idea. Because again, we're talking about content. What if we did wine tasting?
Oh, that'd be fun.
Hey, wine tasting goes crazy.
What if we did wine tasting with D-Lo and KC?
I think that would be fire.
Okay.
I think that would be fantastic, actually. I like that.
Okay.
I like that a lot.
Let's
Can we do that between 12 and 8?
let's marinate on that one a little bit.
Yeah.
I think we on to something. Wine tasting with D-Lo and KC. Okay. All right, we're gonna work. I'm sorry. How did that go again?
You got to swirl a little.
I've drank wine. Not a wine person. I've never
made
done
that.
I've never made that noise before in my life.
I've never done that.
Well, okay. All right.
No.
I don't know.
I don't think I want to go wine tasting anymore.
I guess it's just me and LeBron who do stuff like that, I guess.
Well, so you've now compared yourself to LeBron James, De'Aaron Fox, and Malik Monk. That's fine. Who else are you similar to?
Well, Steve Nash and JJ Redick were drinking the wine too, right? Or were they just there?
I don't know.
I've never really watched the video. Are they just there at LeBron's wine cellar?
Probably.
They're not even drinking wine.
Probably.
Bringing wine in LeBron's basement.
Probably. Wine is the move. And it's weird that LeBron has fashioned himself this wine connoisseur, but he slapped his name behind a tequila label.
Tequila
Bro,
price sells more.
He'll have a wine at some
Well,
point.
I'm sure he will, but why didn't you go that route first?
Maybe he was, kind of a noob.
I mean,
to the wines.
his boy did it. Wade, 3 by Wade.
He did. Shout out to
Not a
Ryan
bad
Wilson.
wine either.
Yeah.
Not a bad wine at all.
What do you think sells more, tequila or wine, though?
I mean,
Like I feel like people
That's
people
a good
have like
question.
their wine. I feel
I'm
you
not-
know, like everyone has like the set type they drink from what I've
No,
seen.
that's true.
I'm not trying to, in no
Hey,
shade
you
or
can go
nothing
get a
like
bottle
that.
of tequila from anywhere.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, but his isn't shooter tequila.
yeah, but
Well, what's the price? I'll
still-
tell you if it's shooter
but
tequila.
still-
No, it's
but I'ma
not.
tell
It's
you-
like he's 70 plus, depending
Oh,
on the
okay.
age.
All right.
How it's aged.
But no disrespect to anybody, and like I might have a tequila one day too, so I'm not shading it. But tequila is like a mankind cheap pop. You put out tequila, somebody can pick it up. Wine,
Oh,
It's
sir, I think you're mistaken. I think you're mistaken
Tequila's
because
not a cheap pop.
no, tequila is almost to me, tequila is almost identical to wine. You can go to Bel Air or Rayleigh's or whatever and get 6 for 30 or whatever those deals are, and you buy cheap ass wine. Like you could do that just like you
Okay.
buy cheap tequila. That's the stuff that you shoot.
so I
But when
wouldn't-
you get high end tequila, like you
you get high
sip
end
that
anything.
stuff.
You get high end cognac, and it'll cost. So yeah, high end anything.
Well, this
I'm just. You said I haven't checked LeBron's price, so you said it's a
it's
high-end
7.
price.
Yeah, I mean he has 3-figure tequila.
Shout out to LeBron. I might.
It's
I might
actually
get some
I
of the
actually
tequila.
haven't. I think it's called Los something.
You-
I want to say Los Lobos, but I feel like they sang La Bamba.
You
so
getting
that's not it.
you getting LeBron's tequila or the Rocks?
LeBron. I've had Terramana. Terramana's not bad. Terramana's not bad. It's kind of like Terramana's right in the middle.
Uh-huh.
It's not cheap. You don't shoot it. You can mix with it. You can sip it, but it's not like again. It's the epitome of middle tier. If it wasn't the Rocks tequila, it'd probably be a $20 bottle. But because it's the Rocks tequila, it's a $40 bottle. And again, it's fine, but yeah. I think LeBron's is
another
not-
letdown by Dwayne.
No, that's what he
Yeah.
does.
I'm not really a tequila guy anyway, though. So
I think you've had the wrong tequila. I think you'd
I
like some of the tequilas I have. I
So-
think you'd like Sincoro.
well, you know how I feel. Like all alcohol doesn't taste good. There's some that taste
Yeah.
better than others,
Sure.
but it's not like lemonade, right? Like
Well, it's
it
not.
doesn't taste good like that. I've had some good ones. I've had some. I mean, I thought definitely not getting paid for this. I thought McQueen was really good.
No, it
That's
was.
fact.
Yeah.
I thought that was really, really good.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was just saying correct. We're not getting paid for this. Haven't in years. Way before you'd realize.
Dame
I
handed me
thought
some
that was
tequila
really
once to
good.
sip on at his party. I was like, yeah, I'm not ready for this yet.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, that was one of the better bottles I
Hey,
gave you too.
maybe I'm not
was
sophisticated
it?
enough for this yet. I don't know. He said it was some good tequila. I was like, okay. I was like, all right.
No, that was the Casa I gave him. That was the
Yeah.
fancy bottle.
I
I was
haven't.
like, let's go,
Ah,
Jesse.
Yeah, no. I'm
You
still
and
at that point. We're taking shots and stuff.
we were drinking with WCW.
Shout out WCW.
Yeah.
Okay. I
Yeah.
guess I didn't get it.
Well, you weren't there.
Yeah. Hey, you didn't.
Yeah.
Hold on. We were there at about 6. You didn't get there till about 11:30.
Jesse and
Don't
Chris.
put me on IO time.
Jesse and Chris.
No,
were the
Io
first
got
two
there.
there.
Io got there at 2 a.m.
That's facts. That's facts. That's facts. Oh, Will's right. Fortizella is fantastic. I was drinking that a lot, and it's a hard bottle to get sometimes, but I was drinking that a lot in Vegas. Fortizella is terrific. I think if you got the right tequila, you turn on it a little bit. Some are a little easier to sip than others. I know you like fruity drink. You like mixing. You like
I like mixing them.
you
That's
know,
probably why I
lemonade, and you
white
like
wines
mixing
better
stuff.
than, better
Yeah,
than red wines.
and like a good tequila, you don't mix that. And a darker tequila, you don't mix that either. Like a reposado or an añejo, you don't mix that.
I'll also drink anything though. Like if I'm in a social setting.
All right,
No, it's
he's-
facts. He's done
Kenny's
it.
a sorority girl. All
Hey,
of a sudden.
no, hold on. Remember, hey, Kenny, this is a whiskey you just sip, okay?
Oh,
Okay.
let's
talk
drink
about
it.
that.
I'll drink it. Like I
Yeah.
said, I don't
It's good-
really
it's a good
like.
point.
I don't really like bourbons like that, but I always get old fashioned. Like get old fashioned, sip on it. Drink
Well,
it
it's
a
because
little
it's sweet. I think you like sugar. That's one of the main ingredients
well,
of old fashioned is sugar. If you
Yeah.
get someone a little overzealous, man, you gonna be nursing a
I don't-
brutal headache in about
I don't
20
think
minutes.
old fashioned tastes great though.
Okay,
Like I don't think it tastes good, but
Oh.
it's something that you just
your palate is
It's
just
true.
not made for alcohol. But you like
Yeah,
wine though. You like sipping wine.
yeah. I like
Like
wine.
and you like the way it tastes.
Right.
So we need
And-
to do wine tasting with D'Lo and KC.
100%. I had some wine the other night.
Do you know what it was? Just forget the commercial. What do you know what it was?
Oh, yeah, it's Friday. Oh, we're going to have a good time today.
See what happens when I don't look at the clock?
Who cares? So see, well, it's your fault then. I'm gonna blame Jesse. Jesse's been working since the last 2 hours.
I was kind of waiting, and Dan made the call. Keep going. I mean, we're kind of talking.
It wasn't like something super fancy. It was
What?
it was just something that I pulled out the wine fridge.
No.
You have a wine fridge?
Dude, what do you? How are you going to make me turn against him?
I don't have one.
Yeah.
You don't have a wine fridge?
I do not.
Where do you keep your wines and your alcohol?
On the shelf.
Hey, yeah,
I
we
got videos to prove it.
We got liquor cabinets.
It's on the shelf.
Yes.
It's like it's like art, and it's just a display because I don't have a fancy wine fridge.
I got to go to the
That's not
cabinet.
even a lot.
I got to go
bro.
to the cabinet above my fridge to get my alcohol.
It's not even it's nothing to get a wine.
Isn't
fridge,
that
bro.
why you drove to Antelope that one time? Was to get a fancy wine fridge?
That's
Wait.
true. Yeah, that's
You drove
what
from
happened.
You hear this? You hear this?
No, that did happen.
Man,
He was always hanging out in Antelope or something.
Well, not always. No.
look
No,
at Steven's
you can
right.
get you one from
Wine
Lowe's.
fridge sounds like wealth.
Bro, you can get one from Lowe's right now for $250, bro. What are we talking about?
That's not the one you got.
The one I got it's not
What-
$250, but it's not.
was
it's
it?
not.
What
I don't
was it,
remember.
though?
It's not
It wasn't
1,300 like
$250
this one right here.
Because you drove from
No.
Elk Grove to Antelope to get it.
Real quick.
You haven't stopped talking bad about Antelope since
Well, I
the
don't
day you
talk-
got that wine
I don't
fridge.
talk bad about Antelope because I like Antelope. I like people out in Antelope. It was just a different experience that I hadn't experienced here in Sacramento pretty much ever.
Okay.
Add it all up. How much does the wine fridge cost with the wine bottles that have been put in there?
Great question.
Yeah, because that's what it's for. Because, like, if you got a wine fridge, because your high end is like, I buy some.
And how do you know?
I got
if-
wine in my cabinet, bro. I don't have no wine fridge for it.
I have a question. Is it a dual temperature wine fridge? It is, isn't it?
I think so.
Oh, look at this guy.
It's been a while
See-
since I got it. It's been
Yeah.
like 5 years. I don't
Hey,
remember.
does it got windows
Hey,
see-through doors?
And I
like
don't
the
really
movies?
go in the wine fridge.
It's
too
one
much.
of them segregated
Yeah.
wine fridges where the whites go on one side and the darks go on the other. Oh, I know. Woo! Come on, man. How much that cost?
It was.
Stephen Brown's wire. That's
It
If-
was probably. It was probably about.
is it.
We got it on a good deal. It was
is it-
probably 300-400.
It's on your. Is it in your wine cellar? Is your
I don't
because your
have a
wine
wine
cellar
cellar.
isn't chilled yet, right?
No,
That's
I don't
still in
have a wine
construction.
cellar.
Real quick.
It's just in the kitchen.
Question from the committee.
Which one?
The only one.
3 minutes ago, 2 minutes and a half to be exact, you said that it's not bad. They cost $250, and then 30 seconds ago you just said, yeah, it was not bad. Got a deal. It cost $300-$400.
No,
what
I
is
said
it?
you
What
can
is it?
get one right now. I'm Googled it. You can get one
He's
any
flustered.
type
Oh,
of
yeah.
wine fridge at Lowe's right now for $250. I don't remember how much I spent for mine. It was probably $300-$400.
No.
I'll text my
You
wife right
got wines in
now.
Casey's house marching for equal rights over there.
All wines matter, huh?
Yeah. Not at Casey's house. That's tough, man.
I'll find out because I want to be accurate. I'll find out right now. She probably don't remember either.
Do you
This
put your
one was
pinky up when you
wild.
drink your wine? By the way,
No,
concerts in the backyard is back. We're not going to D'Lo's house now after this.
Oh, yeah.
revelation.
Yeah. See?
You got a
See,
wine
there's
fridge
not
at your
enough
house?
room,
Now
bro.
that I
You
think
got a
about
wine
it.
fridge at your
There's
house?
Hold
not
up.
enough room.
Hold up.
There's not enough room. I don't have this big old backyard.
Let's see. King KC. That just reminded me of something. Oh, look at this boy
What?
guy. Look, Look that rich.
Wow.
Because I have a suit on?
Oh, there it is. Yeah, look at that boy. Come on, man. Look
That's-
at
that
Is that your backyard?
No, it's not
Is
my
that your
backyard.
backyard right
That is
there?
at a hotel, at a resort.
Ah.
It's one of yours?
I'm not
No,
sure.
No, it's just at a
I'm not
resort.
sure.
What are we talking about?
Look at this boy right here. Come on, man. I know they call you a boy, but where's the man? I ain't even
Hey.
seen him yet.
That's not KC. That's not KC. That's Kenneth.
Man. Man.
That's Kenneth right there.
That is Kenneth Aloysius Caraway.
Hey man, that was a good little spot too, man. Like I said, I'm a all right, relax.
Look at all those
everybody.
people at KC's house.
That's not my
That
house.
is incredible.
That's at a resort in Napa. What are we talking
Oh,
about?
you got a resort in Napa? Oh, look, someone dressed like that got money.
I've got a black suit on with the black tie.
Yeah, it's rich though.
What the hell?
I've only ever seen that from James Bond.
That's a shoot. That's a shoot. It's Idris Elba and Kenny going out for the first black James Bond. I love that they tried to make Idris Elba the first black James Bond, and filmmakers were like, just forget it. We're not making another.
Oh, they
James Bond."
stopped.
They're just like, for the first time in 50 years, we're just murdering the franchise.
Oh, shout out Kings. No, Meritage. Hey, that was
Meritage. Yeah, that's a good one.
That's some good stuff right there.
There's man, what I mentioned it before.
Oh, damn.
Oh, it's worse. It's
Oh,
worse.
no.
It's way worse. He just
Yeah.
dropped the phone.
I shouldn't. I didn't. I
No.
just. That was. I didn't mean for that to be on the air.
No, you just
So-
slammed the
so
phone on the
guys,
So
ground.
tell us how much it was, or I'm just gonna text Jasmine and ask her.
I'm not saying it.
Okay, that's fine.
You won't text.
Can
her.
I read it and say?
Okay, hold on, Jazz.
I mean, it's not
How
1,300 like
much
one I'm looking at right now.
was
Bro,
it?
we're getting to 4 digits already?
No. I'm
yes.
saying it's
Oh.
not
How close are
1,300.
Did you see that man's
It's
reaction?
not 1,300.
Dude,
It's not.
He slammed his phone on the
No, he
desk.
did. Yeah, he was flustered. He's been flustered twice today. We're only 20 minutes into the show. Whoa. Oh,
Oh, you got to know?
no.
Hold on.
I'm gonna give you
Hold
a
on.
chance.
Pocket watch.
I'm gonna give you a
Hit
chance.
the music. Hit my music.
I'm gonna give you a chance to make this right.
Look. I'm telling you guys, they got one for 250 at
You're
Lowe's right
lying.
now. I'm looking right now on
You're
Google. They got one
lying.
for 250 at Lowe's.
These people are kind enough to spend their day with us, and you lied to them.
I didn't. I
You
said I didn't
fla-
know.
No, let me pull up the camera for this
Okay,
one.
I said I didn't know.
I text the woman of the house
Yes.
and said, "How much was it?" What do you think? Was her response 250? No. Was it 300 or 400? No.
It's not 1,300. I know that.
It was 700
That's
ish.
no. That's not even like super high end.
So your wife's a liar.
No, but I'm saying no. That's what it was. But it's not even super high.
Oh, now
end. I'm
it's
looking
crazy.
at one
No.
for 1,300.
Your memory's a lot clearer now.
How did we go from 250 is a decent
It's
price
crazy.
one to I got it for 300-400 now 700-ish. That's 800.
Bro,
That's
the-
800.
The price tripled in
Yeah.
a matter of 9 minutes.
Why do you lie to us? Why do you lie to us like this?
We're going to get to the truth at some point.
Bro, this isn't. I'm telling you, I'm looking at one for 1,300. It's not that. That's like the top
That's
of the
not
top.
what we asked.
Yeah.
I forgot.
I asked you how much your wine fridge cost,
I forgot.
and you
I thought it was about 300-400.
You was like that clip of Muhammad Ali doing the ducking all of those punches.
Who forgets a $700 purchase? 700 is I thought it was like, how do you forget something
Somebody
like that?
rich.
No.
I can tell you how much every dinner we had in Las Vegas was, because I'm going to be thinking about it for a year.
Well,
I can tell you how much the
KC.
Big Mac I got at McDonald's yesterday cost me as well.
Well,
I got Chick-fil-A yesterday. I know how much that cost.
no, it's funny when your memory works.
Look, in
The
my
point in all of this was I want to do wine tasting.
Yeah, we have plans, by the way.
That was the point in all of this. Before Kenny started telling his little fibs.
I didn't remember.
Mm-hmm.
But like, and here's one thing in my Coach Christie era got right. He added his face to his avatar too. Salute to him. He said that's not bad. It's decent for a good sized wine fridge. See, it's just average.
Yeah, good for big baller in my Coach Christie era.
It's just he's rich. He's rich. I'm not.
Here, I had to find some of the wines that I had lately. Chaos Theory is a terrific wine.
Okay.
That's a black-owned label. It's fantastic. You can get it at Total Wine. Spear 21, the Cabernet is terrific. And the Turnbull, I mentioned that. Katie and I had that. I can't remember where we were, but I remember taking a picture of the menu like, we have to have this again. And yeah, it's called Turnbull, the Cab. Fantastic. There's your 3 wine records.
All red?
All of those are red. Yeah. Cab has become, I think Cab is the boldest. I'm not LeBron yet. I'm still learning. And I think Cab is probably the richest of the different, the Zinfandels, those obviously the whites, and the Pinot Noirs and those types of different things. I think the Cab is the one with like the fullest, richest flavor, and that's the one I seem to gravitate more. You have to drink it a little slower. Drinking it at Sac State games, it can be a little tough because it is, it's especially if it's warm that day, or you know what I mean.
Yeah.
It's a little bit better if it's cold outside.
Yeah.
But it's I remember having it was the Jodeci concert. I was like, this wasn't the move for the Jodeci concert.
Okay.
Because you're not going to go back and get a second one.
Right.
But yeah, I like those Cabs.
And the crazy thing, the wine tasting, it'll sneak up on you.
Oh,
second.
Man, she got confirmation.
The hell,
too.
she ain't texting
Jesse,
me.
no.
Jesse
had to step out. I did get confirmation.
Well,
It's one of those dual zones for the darks and the whites.
look, for $700, it better be.
Well, I mean, you could pay for segregation in your wine fridge.
And the crazy thing is, I don't think we have any white wines in there.
Wow. Wow. Really, Kenny?
I want some.
Really?
I want a variety.
What did I just walk back into?
Well, Kenny said he didn't have any whites in his fridge. That's what he said. You asked. I'm telling you.
That was a ... I said white wine.
Hey, that's today's show title, by the way.
Man, I'm on Home Depot because I know that's where you got them. Boy, this is a nice wine fridge.
You can get you one, bro. It's nothing. You just spent about $50,000 in Las Vegas for a weekend, bro. You can go get you one.
It wasn't $50,000, but it stung. I'll be thinking about that dinner with Trista for a while because there was an extra person at a fancy restaurant.
Three's company.
Thank God Trista doesn't drink. That's the only thing that truly saved that bill from going to Kamara levels, was the fact that Trista doesn't drink.
Kamara sent us something about a week ago.
Kamara sent us something.
Damn, bro.
Kamara sent us something I had legit never seen before. Like in person. Like my friend had one of those. I've never seen it before. That man had one of them flights where he was like, had a bed.
He got it like that.
I can't even afford to talk to Kamara. I just put him through to you.
No, that's the shoot. Sometimes he don't even call me no more. So he must have hit a different tax bracket in 2024.
I don't have the slightest clue what he wants to talk about, but I can't afford this.
He used to call all the time. He don't call me no more. So I think he hit a different.
Call me either. He's just rich.
Yes, Zabo's right. Kamara is the one who did say $1,500. That's not bad.
Yeah, come on.
That's it. We can do that.
That's a dream, though. Shout out Kamara.
All right, Kamara. It's Friday, baby. It's Friday the 13th.
Yes, indeed.
We're happy that you're here with us. We got finals games tonight. We got Kings rumors all over the place. We might start some. We tried to start one yesterday.
Well,
we'll have some fun. Eddie Gonzalez in the 2:00 hour. He's tweeting. That means he's got some things to talk about. That's all ahead. Phone lines are open for you. We're thrilled that you're here with us. It's D'Lo and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. No. You good? No, that's showbiz. You good? You good? Yeah. No, I understand.
all right. Well, look, hey, yeah. I just listened to. I listened to my wife. She says this is the move we should make. All right, bet.
And
Trust
if it
you on
was
that one.
$1,700, you still go get it.
Yeah,
Because if
just
that's what she said to do, that's what
said.
you do.
Yeah. I mean, I do know what goes on in the house, but
Casey
I
knows what he
trust her
needs to know.
judgment. Yeah, trust her judgment. The game's on.
Coach Molly sent the summary. Viewers are discussing the pros and cons of having a wine fridge. Some think it's a fancy item, while others view it as practical.
Hey, so AI's getting smarter.
Oh, man.
I saw something the other day where this guy was kissing a AI robot.
Okay. All right.
Damn.
I was like, bro, come on, man.
It really went wrong for that guy somewhere.
Man, this was hurtful. I text Jasmine back like, hey, you fancy. She said, oh, go to hell, Damien.
Oh,
and Damien was in all caps.
That sounds about right.
Man.
What happened? How did we get there?
Man, that escalated quickly.
Reminds me, Red Sox Yankees this week. We'll see if the Yankees can get one.
They will. He said something about Aaron Judge the other day that I'm glad you weren't in the studio.
I was cutting the podcast yesterday at home. I remember, yeah. No, for real though, shout out to Aaron Judge. 395 at this time of the year is insane. That's like all time stuff.
Yeah. That what did the home run go for the other day?
496, I think.
Wow. I watched
It'll be 220 in October, but hey, shout out.
Hey. Settle down. I watched I just got to be careful. Poor Connor. He couldn't even talk on the show yesterday.
He couldn't.
Poor guy.
Shout out Connor though. He gets the show.
Yeah, he understands. But I watched one of those beef series last night. A-Rod and Jeter. You seen that one?
1 second.
Yep. Yeah, there's no way.
What?
No way.
That's
Come
what
on,
they're
man.
called.
No,
Come on, man.
That's what they're called.
One tag, just one tag. Just one tag.
Come on,
That's it.
bro.
Yeah. It's
Come
called
on,
Secret
man.
Base,
Just-
by the way.
Yeah. What do
That's
you
the company's name. They have a
Bro,
the
you
thing-
just
Jesse,
said
you know.
There's a there's a principle to this
you
league.
can't
Like, come
say
on.
I
yeah.
just watched a beef series last night. Like, what are you talking about?
I just
it's called.
didn't even take someone's call right now because I was too busy throwing a flag on whoever that was. Like probably TC called back, but that's
Man,
crazy.
TC just wanted to get his trade talk off, and
That's literally what it's called. We can't say by the name no more. Anyway, Jeter and A-Rod. It's interesting. They were best of friends at one time. You never watched Jeter's
I turned it off.
ESPN thing.
It's funny thing is I turned it off right when they were getting to the A-Rod part.
That
It was
I
the
just
episode was clearly going.
Yeah.
That was what was next, and I just never went back to it.
I just remember A-Rod being really good in that on that series, like talking about that. I think he had said something like, yeah, man, I was like just jealous and insecure. I was a young dude. I had
That's why I kissed the mirror. We're back.
yeah. I like Alex Rodriguez.
Okay.
Alex Rodriguez.
Why
I just
why don't you tell everyone what you were watching?
Yeah, actually, yeah. Tell
All
the
right.
people, tell the radio. So they always get to they always
Yeah,
miss
they
out.
miss.
It's not fair to them.
no, well, because no, shout
I
out.
won't. I won't
Secret
throw
Base.
I won't throw another flag.
Shout out Secret Base. They put out great content. They do a great job. Their content shouldn't be edited because they do a great job. I was watching. It's called. I was watching Beef History.
That's even worse.
Wow!
That's worse.
That's even
That's not
worse
even
than
the
what you said last time.
That's not even the same.
That's what
What are
they
you
call it.
doing?
That is the name of it.
Bro,
Look at
that's not
it.
even the same.
That's
Get
the
back.
name.
Like, what are you
That's the
doing?
name.
No.
Beef History.
It's way different than series. Like this is like the history of it now. That's crazy.
They do a fantastic job.
You're the reason Connor felt like he couldn't talk on this
No,
show.
you guys are. I'm sitting here trying to have a.
Hey, we run a
adult
clean game
conversation.
here.
History's crazy.
I'm trying to have an
Yeah, that's
adult
pretty wild.
Yeah.
That's pretty wild.
It's like, oh, like so the first time I was like,
that's
like Kenny's
crazy.
watching this video series. I know, but I called it history. Oh, that's crazy.
Hey, man. I'm just being a broadcast journalist. I have to say it by its name. That's what it is. But yeah, I watched it with Derek Jeter and Alex Rodriguez last night. Really good.
Okay.
And then I got into I think I watched the whole thing. I just didn't. It was good. It didn't resonate the same way. But it was Chris Paul and Rajon Rondo.
Okay.
Their lifelong beef.
Look, you're good, dude. Relax. Chill out.
You are.
How was your beef video?
You know what's crazy? You know, okay, wait a minute. Wait, what?
No, it's clean from the
Yeah,
official.
what?
It's fine. It's fine.
The official can just trip the receiver going down the sideline?
Well,
what
incidental
happens?
contact. Incidental contact.
I got KC +5 here, so we gotta tip the lines.
Can you imagine? Remember, I told you how different programmers from around Odyssey were going to listen to our show.
Oh,
Can you imagine if they tuned into this one?
Are we at least gonna get a heads up of when they're gonna listen?
I don't
we're gonna
think
get
so.
fired. That's what
I
we're
don't
gonna get.
think so. They're gonna go back to Aaron Miller, like, bro, have you ever actually listened to that show you put on the air?
Bro, we talk beef and wine for the first 34 minutes.
That's it, man. That's what it is. June 13th, Friday the 13th. So one of the things on that Chris Paul Rajon Rondo video that I thought was a little comical. I thought it was a little comical. And apparently everybody in the league did as well.
Okay.
Is sorry, Jesse. Rajon Rondo was like kind of mad because he actually thought he was as good as Chris Paul.
Wait, hey.
I mean,
Hey, some of us believed it.
and he was like always like holding the championship thing. Like, you don't have a ring. You ain't never gonna get a ring. Rajon, with all due respect, come on, man.
Let's keep it real. I'm not gonna say he was Chris Paul.
Come on.
At that time, he was one of the top 5 point guards in the league. Once, like, he kind of took over. Like he didn't have the scoring, but Rondo was putting up 15, 20
I don't want to
rebounds.
let's
like
be
Rondo
careful.
was that dude.
Rondo
like,
was really good.
Let's be careful.
No, he was
to
one of the
not-
top 5 point guards.
Yeah,
at that
let's
time.
not rewrite history too much. Like,
He-
he really was. good.
Rondo was really good. If Rondo was not with those three, he'd be LaMelo.
I don't know. You
Like
can, you can argue he
they'd
took
be
that.
without the scoring. His team would be awful.
Nah,
I don't.
2010, he took like he elevated those guys. Like they had no business.
I don't think he'd be
going up
awful.
against the Heat. With
No,
chance to
he
go to the
would be
finals.
awful. His team would be awful. If Rondo was
That's
the
not fair.
one.
If-
Like Chris
if
Paul
you
was
took-
the one on those other teams. Like before he got to LA, then it kind of got even.
Uh-huh.
But those Pelicans Hornets teams,
yeah.
they'd be awful. They would not be good.
Chris Paul was certainly a much better scorer than Rajon Rondo was. I don't know, man. Rondo was really good.
Rondo, those Celtics teams were
it's-
his, like pretty much from 2010 on. Like I said, they
It's-
had no business with Paul and old man KG, like probably getting to with chances to get to the finals and all against the Heat.
It's Chris Paul, Darren Williams, and Rajon Rondo. Am I missing someone? Like those were the
three, yeah.
Yeah,
those
those were the
were
three.
the guys.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
Rondo was definitely elevated a little bit, but he was kind of the outcast, but lived like of the when that group was formed, but absolutely lived up to his
He
role. I don't know if that's
he
the right way
played
of putting it.
his position at a super high level. You know, we talked about basketball enough at this point. You know, there are levels to what's being asked of you out there.
Mhm,
And if you're Rajon Rondo and your little 13 points and 11 assists
mhm.
is good enough, do your little 13 points and 11 assists. But Chris Paul and Darren Williams, for that matter, get 13 points and 11 assists in a game, they're losing by 25. They have to get their, in some cases, 20, 30 points along with 9 to 12 assists. And they've got to play top flight defense. There's levels to what's being asked of you. If you asked Rajon Rondo, as good as he is, and I love what he did in his role, but you take those three away, and you say, Rajon, I'm gonna need 25 tonight. I'm gonna need 25 and 12 tonight. He couldn't give you that.
What if he was like he was elevating the playoffs though? He was getting at least 16 a game in the playoffs.
But a lot of that is also because the best
like 16 and
defenders,
10, damn near.
the best defenders are on Ray Allen and Paul Pierce.
But I don't. So is the crux of this that he thought he was as good as Chris Paul? Is that
That was their issue. Like,
I don't have a problem with that. Like, what's he supposed to think? Like I don't have an issue with that.
Obviously,
I think I'm better than
individual
Colin
thinks that.
Cowherd. My bank account does not agree with me.
No,
But
no.
I don't have
He
a problem.
can think however he wants, and he should think however he wants. But I think Doc in the video, Doc Rivers talks about, well, come on now. There's levels to this. There's levels to it. Now he can think.
I guess that's
he can think
fine.
however he wants and go about it or whatever. But we're talking on the outside looking in. It's okay to say Chris Paul was much better than Rajon Rondo if that's what you believe. If you believe they're on the same tier, that's fine too. But I think
Chris Paul was absolutely better.
Paul and I think Darren Williams were on a different level.
I think Darren for a while, absolutely. Darren Williams leveled out really quick though.
Mm-hmm.
There's probably years where Rondo was better than Darren Williams.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, for 6, 7, 8, it was Chris Paul and it was Darren Williams.
Mm-hmm.
That was the conversation. Rondo, and this is it's almost it's hard to reference it. It's the Kanye West syndrome. Like Kanye was screaming at now work with me here, not this version of Kanye West who showed up in federal court today, but the Kanye West who dropped the college dropout.
Mm-hmm.
He was screaming at everybody, this is special. I have something special. I have something special. You won't listen to me. You won't listen to me. And then he goes off, drops that album. It's crazy special. Now he don't want to listen to nobody anymore. That's Rondo. Like Rondo, like, no, I'm a good player. I'm a good player. You throw him with the, you get those guys on the team. You get the Ray Allens, the Kevin Garnett's on that team, and all of a sudden you got a championship squad that they won't stop talking about. And
hey,
what?
It's your deal, pal.
And then and I think Rajon Rondo was the last man standing there. No, he was like the only guy who wasn't traded to Brooklyn.
Rondo's issue is he hit a wall once he got out of Boston. Like when he was at Boston, he was a 4-time All-Star, All-NBA team, 4-time All-Defensive team, 2-time
this is
champ,
insane.
3-time assist champ.
Did he lead the league in assist here?
I think
with DeMarcus?
Did. I think it was like 10, 11 assists a night. I believe he did.
That's crazy. He literally showed up in Sacramento.
Led the league in assists, 11.7 that year.
To just get in, like, I swear 8 of those were to DeMarcus.
So
he fell off, but like if you look at his accolades, he made all NBA teams, he made all defensive teams, like all-star teams, like while he was in Boston and all that.
But that's
not saying he was better than Chris, but like he at the time, like he was talked.
That's probably my point and Chris's point. Once you left him, you weren't no old man. You was like 28, 29 years old. You fell off a cliff because you weren't as good as you weren't on that level.
But yeah, but it wasn't the secret base like about their issues being at the time though. Like at that time, I don't think it was that crazy.
Yeah, but this is
like now we look at it like yes, Chris Paul turned out way better than Rondo.
Chris Paul is saying. Well, I'm assuming this is what he's saying. Rajon Rondo's like, bro, we're the same type of player, and Chris Paul's like, no, we're not. No, we're not. You are surrounded by Hall of Famers. That's why you're able to do what you do. If you were asked to do what I'm asked to do, you drown.
Chris Paul with no ring?
See, and that's what Rajon would always say. Like, you got a ring. And Chris Paul would be like, you got a ring because you're with these dudes. If you're asked to do what I'm asked to do, you would drown. And at 27 years old, he started to be asked to do what Chris Paul was doing, and he couldn't do it. And now I'm just saying that for me, I look at Rondo, I'm like, yeah, he's a dope point guard. But that's like what Chris is like, why are you talking to me? Like, you're not as good as me. Why are you talking to me? You've got better teammates than me. That's why you can talk about this ring and all this other stuff, but you're not as good as me. And at 27, he didn't have those guys no more, and he fell off a cliff.
Well, like CP3 was better, but like CP3 also had good teammates at points in his career. And won Jack O.
Tyson Chandler, David West.
I think one of Chris Paul's greatest accolades is that OKC team. That OKC team that he took to the playoffs, is one of his greatest accolades. That was a trade. No one expected him to play. Everyone thought he was going to be bought out. He showed up. He played. I think he played the entire season. And that team was way more successful than they had any business being. That to me is as great as anything he did in Houston and as great as anything he did in LA. That is a clear indication of the type of player Chris Paul is.
There's a There's another discussion floating around right now.
Well, hit pause on that, and we'll come back. We'll get ourselves back on track.
Look who's looking at the clock. Yeah, I was looking at the clock here. That's what happened.
I'm a professional, sir. D'Lo and KC on ESPN 1320.
I mean, Lotus Prime, he wasn't surrounded by scrubs, but he was in New Orleans, the Pelicans. And these guys were good ball players, but he was Tyson Chandler and David West.
Yeah, but when you got to the Clippers, like it's not like those teams were coming up short.
It's
not like the point is like he had opportunities to win. He just always came up short as well.
Yeah. Are there any Hall of Famers on that Clippers team? They were really good. But are there any Hall of Famers on there?
I don't think so.
Like
No.
maybe.
So.
But for the time it was like that was a good team though. That was a team that at the time, given the rest of the NBA, like they came up short. Again, not saying Rondo's better than CP3, but Houston never won anything as well.
I think they're both great. Like Rondo did a lot of stuff that made him special as well. I just understand Chris Paul. I understand what he's saying. Like if Rondo, like if I'm Chris Paul and Rondo's not talking about me, I'll show him all the love, man, because he a point guard. But you gonna talk crazy to me? You know how much better I am than you? Where are we even having this conversation? You good, but you're not on this level. But then Rondo will be like, you ain't got a ring. And then we'll just be talking back and forth.
It's true though.
Hey, bro. Hey, bro. What the hell you talking about, bro? What you talking about, man?
Whoa.
Hey, what's wrong with you, man?
You willing to admit his screen name and avatar are stupid now?
It's not. But this take
is
damn stupid.
Well, those are the types of takes that people with
What's
screen
talking
names
about, man. I don't even
it's
know who
so
you are
funny
anymore.
It's so funny, like when we see him, it's like, oh, Michigan, what's up, man? Like we call that man Michigan.
Yeah, he has a name.
It's Michigan.
That's his name.
It's a person right there.
Now, this might be next. This might be the next. They should do this a lot over the summer because that Beasley Lance Stevenson joint was pretty good. It was pretty entertaining.
Just don't fight the fans next time.
Well, that was a trip.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. We're gonna do something first, and then we'll get him right after that. So it's Matt.
What's this from a month ago? It's called from a month ago.
Well, that's the thing. Like he's got a point to that.
Nah, it's all good.
Yeah.
That's a fact. He's unbeatable.
WCW sent me an article that said they took the belt off of Jay because they wanted Gunther versus Goldberg to be for the title.
I saw that. This is why I'm done, bro.
Man. On Saturday night's main event.
It's your boy Trips.
It's like, I don't give a shit. I'm not watching.
Gilbert. That guy sucks, man.
It's your boy Trips. That's what he does.
Oh, damn. Hey, hold on, man. Hold on, man.
Hey.
Hold on, man.
Hey.
Hold on, man. That boy Young Zell was back at work. That boy Young Zell.
Fingers up is what we reppin'. Throw that pinky in the sky when you steppin'. Fingers up is what we reppin'.
Hey, Juice, let me know, sir.
They don't want the smoke when we playin' them. You can catch me going dumb in the stadium. We see you making rules, but we breaking them. If you ain't built for the city, we ain't taking them. You know it's green and gold for the flex. You know we never fall with a test. We throw the best parties on the West. I'm about to throw a party in the nest. Keep that pinky high like you're bougie. Come to Sacramento, make a movie. All that hating that they doing, they can lose me. You gon' have the biggest buzz if you choose me. If you ain't really like that, you ain't for it. I know you hear them words on that chorus. If you ain't really about it, we ignore it. Brody, I'm a Sac State Hornet. Hey. Stingers up is what we reppin'. Throw that pinky in the sky when you steppin'. Stingers up is what we reppin'. Throw that pinky in the sky when you steppin'. Stingers up is what we reppin'. Throw that pinky in the sky when you steppin'. Stingers up is what we reppin'. Throw that pinky in the sky when you steppin'. Go, go. Go, go.
Hey.
Go, go.
Hey.
Tell me what you reppin', huh? Go, go. Go, go. Go, go. Pinky high when you steppin', huh? Go, go. Go, go. Go, go. Tell me what you reppin', huh? Go, go. Go, go. Go, go. Pinky high when you steppin', huh? Stingers up is what we reppin'. Throw that pinky in the sky when you steppin'. Stingers up is what we reppin'. Throw that pinky in the sky when you steppin'. Stingers up is what we reppin'. Throw that pinky in the sky when you steppin'. Stingers up is what we reppin'. Throw that pinky in the sky when you steppin'.
That boy Young Zell right there. Hey.
Yeah.
Stingers up, that new Sac State anthem. Congrats to our boy Young Zell. He had hipped us to that a while ago. Knew he was working on something special. And there it is, man. He unveiled it for us earlier this morning. Nice job, Young Zell.
That's why I love that. I love that. Come on, baby. Stingers up. I can't wait for football and basketball season, man.
Yeah, man.
I can't wait for
man.
football and basketball season.
Yeah, boy. Cannot wait. Great stuff from Young Zell right there, as always. We're going to get that. We still need to get that. Zell got tracks that can be played on 102.5, man. I don't know why we playing.
I mean,
I don't know why we playing. We need to have some of them records over there in the mix.
Yeah. Absolutely.
What you were biting your tongue at the end of that conversation. What was it?
So we
were talking about Chris Paul. We were talking about if you're tuning in for something specific, you're probably not going to get it today. We're going to get to these Kings rumors. We're going to get to NBA rumors. We got Eddie Gonzalez. Eddie Gonzalez tweeted today. Whenever Eddie Gonzalez tweets about coming on D'Lo and KC show, he's got things to say. I ain't even checking with him.
Yeah.
I don't even know what it is.
Unsolicited.
But as soon as I saw the notification pop up that Eddie hit us, it was like, oh, okay. He wants to talk. And, of course, we've heard Kevin Durant's name for the last few days. Read some things about Giannis this morning. Heard some things about Giannis the last few days. So we'll dig into that. Plus, we'll ask him what he's heard regarding the Sacramento Kings and some of these rumors involving Trae Young and such.
Yeah. It's nothing like super major, but we were talking about like Chris Paul and his place in history. And one of the things going on right now, because Tyrese Halliburton is 2 wins away from winning an NBA championship, is a lot of people are like, don't even start. Like they're saying it right now. No disrespect to Ty, but don't even start this whole, if Tyrese wins the championship, he better than CP3.
Don't do that.
And he said,
don't do that.
This would kill ring culture, right? Like, but people will say that, right? Like, Rondo, but I got a ring, all this other, like, no. And they're like, we're not going to rewrite history. We were there for Chris Paul.
Yeah, we're not doing
but
that.
It's interesting. It will fly in the face of the ring culture people, right? Like, can't be talking about rings in situations like this. And we're talking about right now, who knows what Tyrese Halliburton might end up being. He might end up being better than Chris Paul, but he wins 2 more games, in the next 3, 4, 5 days and wins a championship. This is not the time. Like he's not at the point better than Chris Paul right now.
When Chris Paul, Phoenix was in the finals, right? Yeah. When Chris Paul was in the finals, and there was all that talk about what a ring would do for Chris Paul, I felt like we were the only 2 people in this country who said nothing. It wouldn't do anything. But like for him personally, I'm sure it'd mean everything. It'd mean the world. From like evaluating Chris Paul, it doesn't do it. Chris Paul is certified Chris Paul is one of the greatest point guards we've ever seen. That's a hard stop. If he had won with Phoenix, great. To me, it didn't bolster his resume. Like, it's nice. It's at that stage in his career, it's really nice to have. And again, I'm not talking about from a personal perspective. I'm just talking about from the way we evaluate him. Chris Paul is one of the very, very, very small handful of guys who I think it doesn't matter that they don't have a ring.
Right.
It doesn't matter that Charles Barkley doesn't have a ring. The only thing I think a ring would have done for Carmelo is if he had won it at a near peak stage in his career, it would have deaded the selfish player conversation. He couldn't have won one late. He couldn't have won one with the Lakers, with the Blazers. That wouldn't have had the same impact. But if he had won one where he was a 20-something point per game scorer with New York or with Denver, I think that would have had a different impact. But like looking back, if I took Chris Paul's resume and added, or excuse me, if I took Carmelo Anthony's resume and added a ring to it, like one, I don't know that changes anything.
Right.
He's one of the greatest scorers we've ever seen.
Right.
That's his story. That's what he is.
It's part of what happens when we talk about sports or whatever, but Dirk getting a championship doesn't change how I feel about him.
Sure.
And like in a positive, like Dirk, if he would have never beat the Heat, revolutionized the game.
You know what?
One of the greatest players to ever play. Like whether he has that, I damn near forget he has a ring sometimes.
You know what I think that did though is that Warriors loss, his MVP season was pretty embarrassing. Like he was the MVP of the league and had to show up later in the playoffs to get his trophy because his 60-win team, I think it was 63 wins, had been eliminated. I feel like beating Miami, maybe not for him, but it kind of washed that away. They wound up getting the title. Yeah. And maybe it didn't. I mean, like you said, you forget he had a ring. Maybe it doesn't matter. Yeah. But I don't feel like that embarrassing little footnote is mentioned as much anymore. It's more just he's an MVP, he's an NBA champion, 20 years or whatever it was with the Dallas Mavericks.
Yeah. So yeah, that's something that's been floated around, and I think that's also unfair to Tyrese Halliburton, man. Let him play his career a little bit more.
I think it elevates Ty's status right now, though.
Absolutely.
I don't think it elevates his all-time status yet. We don't have to do that. But like it goes back to the conversation we had at the beginning of the finals. Who has the most to gain out of these two superstars from this finals? And I think the answer is Tyrese, because SGA just verifies what really would probably be a legendary season. I'm certain there's some historic value to it too. Indiana winning, especially as the underdog, takes Ty up it moves Ty up a tier. In my opinion.
Did you see that stat the other day? I did a double take. That was crazy. SGA with the most points in the first two games of the NBA Finals. Like LeBron and Jordan were the two up there. It's like, my goodness. That was crazy. And that also reminded me, did you see the question that did you unblock me on Twitter first of all?
No.
Okay, so you didn't see it.
No.
The question yesterday.
Why would I do that?
Well, sometimes I say some insightful things.
Well, I usually unblock you when you ask me to.
And then you go right back to blocking.
I do. It just makes life easier.
I asked because yesterday was 34 years or something to the day of Jordan's first championship.
Okay.
And there's people were talking about it in the picture of him holding the trophy. And it says, is that the most iconic championship picture?
I think so.
In sports history.
Like
it's got to be
with the tears.
Yeah.
Yeah, because there's one where he's just like resting peacefully. Then there's the ugly cry one. Yeah. I feel like the ugly cry one is absolutely legendary.
Is that as universally loved though? Was Ali standing over? Was it Frazier?
Well, that was the other one over Liston. That was the other one. I think Bryce had brought that up first.
I feel like that one's probably more worldwide.
Because
I feel like everyone, like Ali, that's people talking. He was everyone tuned in for Ali. Like globally.
I think that's the most iconic sports picture of all time.
Ali.
Yeah. there's another one of Ali, and I can't remember who it is, but it's taken from up here, and his opponent's on the ground.
I think that was
he looked like Draymond Green at the Golden One Center, just laid out.
Was that another?
I know the picture. I feel like I heard it was Liston, but that doesn't seem right.
No, I don't think that was Sonny Liston.
That doesn't seem right.
Let me see if I can find it real quick.
But yeah, that is a fantastic photo, the one you're talking about. That's special. Yeah.
There's no way I'm gonna be able to find it.
Kobe.
Oh wait, no, here it is. Cleveland Williams.
That's not Sonny Liston.
He's literally sprawled out like this. This is how he's laid out. And Ali's in the corner with his hands in the air.
Yeah, that's an all-timer too. But the Ali,
nothing better than the I think that's the Phantom Punch post picture, right?
Ali over Liston.
Yeah, is that the
So that's probably number one. That's unbelievably iconic. But I was trying to think, and I was just trying to think of a different.
Tommy Smith and John Carlos.
Yeah,
that's up there.
That's a championship moment.
There's a picture of Jesse Owens winning one of the many races he won. And I think Hitler's in the background. And like that's the whole story behind, 36 and Jesse Owens.
Can I get in trouble for searching that on the work computer?
Yeah, I don't even know if that's a name you're supposed to say.
I'm saying.
I don't know, but I think that's a famous one too.
That's a great one. I think if it's the same one I'm thinking of, I think I've seen it.
Does NFL really have?
And then there's the one where I forgot about this one. He's on the podium and is it bronze medalist is doing the Nazi sign right behind him during the medal ceremony.
Does the NFL really have photos like that? Just off the top of your head, like
what's the one? There's one.
The
cigarette.
Oh yeah,
got
he's
sitting on
Chiefs.
he's sitting on the bench.
And
he's got like a cigarette dangling out of his mouth.
Well, the one for the NFL that you guys aren't gonna like. And I'm thinking a championship, but it's Namath. That might still to this day.
That
might be the most.
Whoa, Dwight Clark.
Yeah, I'll take the catch. I'll take the catch over that one.
I'm thinking championship. Dwight Clark was an NFC championship.
But as far as like iconic,
well, you talking about iconic pictures?
I think Dwight Clark.
Well, when I said Jordan, I was thinking championship.
Oh, okay, I got you. All right.
The NFL got a lot of regular. Hell yeah, NFL got a lot.
There's so now I'm looking at him. There's that Y.A. Tittle picture where he's on his knees. Like you've seen this one a lot. It's a black and white picture. He's on his knees. He's bleeding. He looked like he just got thrown off the top of Hell in a Cell. But I think Jesse's got a point though. I don't think the NFL has many.
You got anything past when they didn't wear 33 to a quarterback?
Yeah, I put Namath.
Overrated, by the way.
Very.
Wow, okay.
No, hold on. If you're gonna fight me on that, I have to
I'm
make
not
no.
fighting.
Hold on. If you're gonna
asked.
I know the most overrated.
Okay, I had to look.
Athlete of all time.
He turned his life around after that Susie Colbert interview.
Great for him. Good for him. I'm glad. Good for Joe Namath.
That doesn't mean he's not overrated.
Well, we don't have to bring it up.
Overrated.
Oh, so because he turned his life around, we don't have to bring up that he's overrated. Is T.O.'s pics? Is T.O. on the star iconic?
Yeah,
it is.
Like T.O. with
I don't
his
know if it's iconic.
Outstretched. No, okay.
It's like the picture we've talked about, like the Jordan one. Ali, like Jesse Owens stuff, like that stuff that's just boom, right there, like just instantly in your mind.
Yeah.
When you really think about it, like in those
terms,
NFL
really does not have them.
When you think about them in those terms, like Ali, Jordan clutching the championship, Jesse Owens, there's not a lot of them.
Kobe's got
really
the one where he's sitting over the title.
That's a good one. That's for a generation. That is,
man. But I'm that picture.
Yeah. Give it a few more decades and it'll still live on. I think
that picture of Mike and the trophy is crazy. With the tear, like with the full on cry.
Yeah.
There's again now just looking at iconic pictures. There's the free throw line picture, the dunk contest.
Jordan's got 7.
There's the dunk contest, but there's the you got the Dwayne Wade, LeBron James alley-oop picture. And then there's, I don't know why, but there is one there's a box out with Magic and Larry that
Oh,
every
yeah, that's a
NBA
classic.
fan has seen.
That's a classic.
I don't know what it's from, what
Yeah.
game it's from, what year it is, but you see it in every single documentary video package about Magic and Larry, or even about the NBA. You'll see that single picture. I don't know why that one stands out. Maybe it's because it's a very clear look at like both of them, and you can see the jerseys and the numbers.
Yeah.
Maybe that's why.
That is iconic too.
Is Barry standing up after hitting his home run?
Nah, that don't.
Barry
That don't
ignoring his
register.
son at home plate is legendary. That's the thing about that home run I remember the most is his son's waiting there for him, and Barry just ignores his ass.
Move, kid.
He's
Beat it,
like,
kid.
he's doing the thing. I don't know if he's talking to dad, talking to who. He crosses the plate and barely acknowledges he has a child in
Move
front of him.
it. Get out the way. Who hit the home run? Me or you?
B. Perry brings up, oh, that Fox and Sabonis hugging picture. Sure
Hey,
is
we all we all remember where we were. We all do.
the hug heard around the world.
Bro, I remember watching that game. I was sitting next to Chris. I was like, yeah, this is different. They don't do this, blah, blah, blah. And then it's the hug. And yeah, that was it.
That's tough.
Another thing while we're going down memory lane, do you know what happened? Maybe if you unblock me, you see this one. Do you know what happened 9 years ago
Not
today?
worth it. 9 years ago. It is what is 2016, June 2016.
This is Cavs.
I mean, I
Warriors.
assume it's not Cavs Warriors. So what?
It is Cavs Warriors.
Oh.
Game 5. And somebody had, posted the stat line.
Game 5 was the what that was the one without Draymond, right?
Yeah. And they posted a stat line of LeBron and Kyrie going for 41 apiece.
Oh, wow.
And I had tweeted out, I was like, yo, this actually might be one of the most underrated performances. That's crazy.
Yeah.
Season on the
that's
line.
crazy.
And these boys went for 41
Yeah.
apiece.
Well, I was gonna say we see that graphic every year. That's like a meme at this point now for like other
yeah,
people
when
who do
somebody's
things.
going
Yeah.
off. Yeah. Or two people are like going crazy. I had to sit back and just kind of think about that. And you guys remember the scenario. Warriors go up 3-1. Draymond suspended, but they got him at the Oakland Coliseum. Everybody's preparing for a party. Like it's done. And both of them, not one of them, both of those boys go for 41.
And the series
That's
miraculously ends
crazy.
after that somehow, some way. It was just over.
And
after
Draymond,
Draymond never played
Draymond
another
doesn't
game.
play another
There was
game,
never-
right?
yeah, there was never a game 6 or a game 7. It was just over. It was crazy.
Kyrie was 17 of 24 in that game. God bless it. 5 threes on 7 attempts. LeBron James was 16 of 34 threes on 8 attempts. 82 points from those two.
And even without Draymond, this is still the 73-9 Warriors
Mhm.
at home.
Mhm.
And everybody talking about Oracle. In Oracle, that place was a madhouse to start the game. Like the first quarter.
No, Oracle's crazy.
Yeah.
Oracle is crazy.
That specific night was
the
crazy.
Chase
too.
Center is ass.
Well,
Oracle is
you're right.
legit. I'll never say a bad thing about the crowd at Oracle.
Yeah.
Chase Center, that's a different story.
Oracle has a soul. Chase Center does
Yeah,
not.
yeah, exactly.
Like there's a culture there.
Oracle was going crazy. Like in that first quarter, they were going crazy. They wanted to win that game and celebrate so bad. And Kyrie and LeBron just went.
Unblocking you is fun because I see stuff that I just might not see all of the time. Of course, I don't spend any time on Twitter, but all the people who are rooting for me to fail at the end of the day, they have to wake up tomorrow and have the same life that they had before they woke up today.
Shout out, Bron.
Oh man,
Shout
Bron
out,
was
Bron.
not having it. Got to get back to the real world. Go work your 9-to-9 job, peasant. That's funny.
Yeah, man.
That is funny.
Speaking of those photos, though, because shout out Elijah Hicks somewhere on a
Who
private
knows?
island somewhere. He was like Jordan.
His private island.
Yeah, exactly. Jordan crying at the end of the 96 finals on Father's Day.
Oh, that there's something beautiful about 91. there's something really, really painful about 96.
Yeah, 96 was tough. I was
Like,
watching something about that last night. He was crying during the interview.
He's heaving like on the ground. Stupid ass Randy Brown trying to take the basketball from him. Like, you idiot, get away from me. And you can, Mike, you got the last one. You got the last. I'm gonna get all of them, bitch. Move. And Mike goes to that locker room, and the camera catches him. And man, that's one of the few moments. Like I always say, Dirk doing what he did was frustrating. I wanted to see Dirk's reaction to winning a championship. I thought it was a big deal. The Mike moment felt invasive.
Yeah, it was almost
because
like
I think
get the camera out of
we
him.
all knew what it was. Like, leave him alone. And like, God, thinking about that's again, 91 is beautiful. 96 is painful. Yeah, it is painful to watch.
That's tough. Yeah, another iconic. Like I said, Mike probably got like 5. The Shrug is up there too.
Oh, Shrug is absolutely up there. There isn't I was gonna say basketball player. There isn't a sports fan that hasn't mimicked that shrug at some point. A basketball player, when you were sorry like I was, you hit 2 shots in a row. You might hit that shrug. But yeah, everybody has tried to mimic that joint.
Let me ask you guys a question. Let me ask Jesse, you too, man. You know what I'm saying? Let me ask you, how many of those Bron got?
Jordan's got so many because there wasn't TVs and all that stuff before then.
I'm just asking.
Like what? Will's got no moments either. Will's got no pictures either. Besides that little sorry ass 100.
I'm just asking a question.
No, what are you doing? Why are you trying to do that? I'm all. Oh my
gosh. How many LeBron got?
Are we talking images? What are we talking about? Moments.
Images and moments.
He's got the block.
Yes.
He's got the Dwayne Wade alley-oop joint that we just talked about.
Here we go.
No, don't do that.
Make that
don't do
face
that.
stop.
Don't do that.
Wade is part of that.
No, but that's.
We talking about all Jordan. Jordan. Ain't nobody
who's flying in the back.
You know what else Jordan got? Shot on Elo. Bulls win. Bulls win.
What are you doing?
Bulls win. No, the part where I'm just pointing out. Like, I'm fair to the conversation.
What are you doing with him?
He got that one.
We didn't even talk about the last shot.
Well, you guys got it. Jordan's the GOAT because he's got more pictures.
No, it's not even the last shot. It's the shot in Utah.
It's the last shot.
It's
Watch
the
your
shot
mouth.
in Utah.
Watch your mouth. It's the last shot.
We got LeBron blinking at the camera when Dwayne Wade or Draymond Green, someone poked his eyes out.
What about when LeBron was laying under the basket after JJ Barea just
maybe that's the one I'm thinking of. Yeah,
he was just sitting there, couldn't believe JJ Barea just
how many memes
up.
does MJ have, huh? How about that? How many memes?
LeBron got him grabbing the purse and walking out with the short suit on. He got that one.
Reading any book, whenever that was caught on camera.
Getting off the plane in the Ultimate Warrior shirt. He got that one.
I saw 3 rims.
Yeah, I saw 3 rims. Yep.
The orchestrated celebration after beating the Warriors. Well, he didn't really orchestrate it.
Kevin Love orchestrated.
Kevin Love did too.
Kevin said, "Let me find LeBron."
Hey, all right. LeBron really had tears like that at that moment.
What, you thought they were Kings clinch playoff spot tears?
Oh,
I'm asking for reference. I'm asking for reference.
Portland tears or real tears?
Remember, his wrist had just been shattered about 20 minutes before, and that was fine. He's twirling the title around with the wrist.
I think that was real. I think LeBron's emotion was real. Okay. I think LeBron's emotion was real.
Hey, for as bad as they talk about Jason Tatum, that whole Cleveland, this is for you. That was trash. Like, we can.
That was bad.
That was garbage. Yeah, that was corny.
That was absolutely bad.
You know what
that was awful.
You only make fun of that now.
There isn't even like, I'm not trying to.
There's so many other things to make fun of LeBron. How many times has Michael read Malcolm X or seen The Godfather? How many times has Mike used the word Negro in a sentence at a press conference? That man said the plight of the Negro. Bro, what? LeBron just sitting there.
LeBron, hilarious,
bro. Holding the book. Holding the book for no goddamn reason. Just holding the book. Looking up.
LeBron, hey,
that was 2020, right? Those were like all the zooms in front of it. Oh my god.
No, that's one of the funniest dudes sports
Oh
has
my
ever seen.
god.
He's hilarious. You know what LeBron did though?
Your favorite line from The Godfather, LeBron.
Oh man, just too many.
Too many.
It's too many.
No, just one, Bron. Just one.
You know what LeBron also did? That it's no shade to him or nothing, but he didn't give us the Jordan moment after the first title. We thought we would get that because he had been through a lot. Through a lot, and he was just like jumping around, like, yeah.
Well, we got it's about damn time, right? That's kind of the video.
That is what he said. Yeah, it's about
another
damn time.
corny line. Jeez.
Yeah.
Stinks. Maybe Jordan is the.
But a bunch of people tuned in to see how he was going to react.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, I as a shoot, I wanted more. Yeah, I wanted more.
Is this a fact that you got on the screen?
Oh no, that's a shoot. Soren says Katie has read more of Malcolm X than LeBron. That's a shoot. She reads the autobiography and takes notes, and then asks questions later. That's an absolute shoot.
I times Katie.
She has never once said "plight of the Negro" to me once. Not once.
Oh man! All right. We can start the show when we come back.
I doubt it. Steelo and KC on ESPN 1320. Yeah. Because obviously Kyle's not here. And LeBron's most famous basketball play probably is the block, huh?
Yeah. I saw something the other day that was pretty interesting. They were asking what was his best dunk.
Good job, Owen. That's a good one. International Women's Day. That is funny. That is funny. Oh, Mark got a good one. The J.R. Smith.
Oh, yeah.
That's a good one. Oh man. That's hilarious.
They asked what was LeBron's most iconic dunk. I went with, sorry, Jesse, LeBron on Jason Terry. But a close second for me was LeBron on whoever was the guy's name, Johnson, on the Bulls in the playoffs. That was nasty.
I don't care about Jason Terry. That one's fine.
Oh, that LeBron.
I always think of maybe it's because of the call, but there's no regard for human life one.
Yeah, a lot of people like that one.
Maybe it was just because of the call, though.
It was a great call, and it was a great moment too. Like the cue went crazy, but it wasn't clean enough for me. But that was on there too. I think there was a third one too. Oh, it was LeBron on Tim Duncan. I remember watching that live.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, oh my gosh. I was at work at Comcast. It was a Friday night game. I was at work at Comcast. Game was on TV next to my desk or above my desk. And I said, oh my gosh, he just dunked on Tim Duncan. Oh man, yeah, well, that would have been crazy. One of my favorites though is we got him on Christmas. That was a classic. Nah, Polo, that was a crazy interview. The fact that they needed the interview and then what he said. With the dark shades on in a dark room.
Yeah, that was crazy. Absolutely, Scooter. Happy anniversary, buddy. Happy anniversary, my man. 21 years. That's amazing, brother. That's amazing. Happy anniversary. That is terrific. To you and Mrs. Scooter. Yeah, what'd you think of it, B. Perry? Did you like it? I'm looking forward to that album dropping. All right, let's see what TC got cooking up today. 916-909-1320. What's up, TC?
Yes, sir. What's up with my two brothers?
What's good, TC?
Oh, man, just vibing with the homies. Before we get started, Chatty House, to my two brothers, man, I want to say happy early Father's Day, man, to all the fathers.
I appreciate you too, man. You're a father as well, TC, right?
Yeah.
Happy Father's Day, bro.
Happy Father's Day, my guy.
Thank you, big dog. So, hey, I got a few, right? So, actually, let's get started with the Boston, right? So, I know everybody ain't in on Drew Holiday like me, right? So, but what if Drew Holiday? What if they was like, give us DeRozan, and I worked it out and it worked, and they said, you know what? We're gonna give y'all Drew, and we're gonna give y'all our 28 pick. Jesse, what you think about that? I know it's a late round, but man, that's like the 28th pick and Drew Holiday for DeRozan, bro.
No.
I mean, I feel like that's a steal.
No,
I mean,
the Celtics are looking for a first for Drew.
Oh, they were looking for a first for Drew?
Yeah.
Okay. Hey, I misheard that then. So look, check it out.
What if we'll send you to Spurs 27?
Yeah, let me go back to
Go
the
back to the
drawing
drawing
board.
board, TC. Hit us back when you got it worked out. Go.
Nah, hey, I got it right now. Kenny, look, check it out. Kenny was talking about, okay, hold on. So Kenny was talking about Jordan Poole. Everybody don't like Jordan Poole like that, though. But what if you got a deal like this and it worked? Zach LaVine going to Washington for Jordan Poole and Marcus Smart at the same time.
Okay.
I mean, I'm with that. I'm okay with that.
I mean, at this point, 2 for 1. That's fine with
Yeah,
me.
I'm okay. That's how I would like a Marcus Smart acquisition is with another person that I think, can be one of your top guards. I look at Jordan Poole that way. I'm might be in the minority.
You look at Jordan Poole as what?
He can be your starting point guard.
Okay.
And he has a lot of potential. He's still young. And we talked about it a little bit on the handoff, just the perception of a Jordan Poole as opposed to, or the perception nationally, or people outside who watch basketball and think about Jordan Poole compared to, I read some articles on him last night from the, James Hams and the Will Z's of the Wizards. And they're like, Jordan Poole was actually pretty good this year. Like, he was actually really good as far as his production, his growth as a player, his growth as a leader. He says nobody's going to think so because of the record the team had, but that's not on him. They're like, Jordan Poole did a really, really good job this year. And they had a bunch of positive things to say about him. So, the thought process behind Jordan Poole is that he's a gunner, he's a chucker, he's all this other stuff. And then some of that may still be true and may be the case. But the people closest to the situation will tell you it seems like he's grown a lot in the last year and a half or so. I take a chance on Jordan Poole. That was then the reason why all this came up is because I think one Bovada or something has him the odds for his next team. The Magic are 1, the Kings are 2. So
do you think that's just need?
Could be, yeah. I mean, that also coincides with a report earlier in the week that Washington is open to moving him. So take that for what it's worth. It could just be anything, but that got out there this week that they may be looking to move him. So
31.8 due to Jordan Poole this year, 34 in the 26-27 season. He's an unrestricted free agent after that. Those are the financial ramifications to a Jordan Poole trade.
James said if you're going to bring, because he was not in favor of bringing in Jordan Poole. He said, "If
I'm stunned to hear that. Like I am floored. I was expecting a lot of things in this conversation, and that wasn't one of them."
James said, if you're bringing in Poole, you might as well just keep Malik Monk at the point guard position. And I don't agree with
So
that.
I was gonna.
I understand it, but I don't agree with that.
So Jordan, I'm gonna use this word because it's funny and it's kind of a bit and it's stuck with us. Jordan's not an organizer, right? He's not like Fred VanVleet.
No.
He's a scorer who will then facilitate. So he's almost. I'm not trying to defend what James said because I don't know that I don't agree with him. But he's a better Malik Monk.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
Whereas I think some people, perhaps James, think you need the organizer. You need the Drew Holiday, the Fred VanVleet. You need a better defender, which I think a lot of people are hanging their hat on as well.
Yeah, and I understand that. I was thinking about this today, though, man. I understand that. I like Drew Holiday. Just the way that I go about things. If Drew Holiday became a Sacramento King, I would look for ways where it could work. You know what I mean? That's as opposed to it's never going to work. Like, all right, well, how does this work? Can this happen? Can X happen? And these guys play this way, and Doug Christie gets with them, and it works out. So that's always going to be my first slam. But I was like, man, this kind of goes along the lines of what Jesse talks about too. Look, man, you guys say whatever you want about me. You need a bucket getter, bro. You need somebody that is going to score anytime, any place, on anybody.
But do you?
Yes.
Like when you say that's what you need, like that's the first thing you think the Sacramento Kings need.
Yes. Because Sabonis ain't gonna do it.
We know that.
Zach LaVine can do it, but like I've said before, I don't trust him night in, night out. I haven't seen that yet where I trust him night in and night out. And like I said, we're not in the East. You can't just hard work and grit and grind and Davion Mitchell your way to the playoffs in the West. 6 and 7 in the West was Anthony Edwards and Steph Curry.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you're not just, oh man, we just, tough nose. We're going to get it. Not in the West, bro. Not in the West.
Mm-hmm.
That's going to, as far as trying to get to the playoffs and stuff, you might be able to do that and be a 8, 9, 10 seed. But you need somebody that can go shot for shot with Anthony Edwards and Steph Curry. And you would think, in theory, Zach LaVine might be that guy, but I don't trust him. Sabonis isn't that guy. You get Drew Holiday in here, he's not that guy. So that's why I'm more apt to like kind of going for the gusto. And whether Trey's that guy, LaMelo, even Jordan Poole, I look at Jordan Poole a little bit more as untapped potential as opposed to a finished product.
I understand that.
That's a risk as well. But I feel like
he's only 26 years old.
Yeah, I feel like he showed a whole lot in Golden State. It went wrong. Had a experience. Had an experience that kind of changed some things a little bit. He got his legs back under him in Washington. Then you'd be betting on you're getting a Poole that's closer back to the trajectory he was when he was in Golden State. He's 26 years old now. He's a little older and a little bit more mature. You get him with Doug Christie. You get some good players around him, and maybe you might be able to strike gold with a Jordan Poole because his talent is there. His talent's phenomenal.
Okay. Do you think, let me investigate this a little further. You think they're trying to, it's just a matter, do you think they're trying to move off the next 2 years, the money?
The
Wizards.
Yes.
Okay.
I think they're in a position to move off the next 2 years, clear the books as much as possible, gain assets. Like that's the mode they're in right now.
Okay. Well, I guess when you're that bad of a basketball team, it's not the worst. Just kind of.
Because how much does he have
You
left on
think
that
they
contract?
give up
Like,
that 18?
The
Wizards. They have 6 and 18.
and you get Jordan Poole?
Mm-hmm.
I don't think so. I don't think so because
Do
the
you
Wizards,
think someone willingly takes Jordan Poole? Do you think he's done enough where someone's like, yes, I need Jordan Poole on this team? Or it's like, yeah, I'll give Jordan Poole a shot. I'll take that 60+ million from you, but I want that too. You got 6. We're taking 60 from you. Give me that. And we'll send back whatever we have to do to make the money work, and we'll make sure that it's gone next year.
I think there should be somebody that should. Will they? Your question? I don't know. Like I think the Kings should be looking at it that way.
Well, that's what I mean.
Mm-hmm.
My question was, do you think
without saying I'll take it, but give me the draft picks?
I'd ask for it.
Oh yeah, we'd ask for it for sure.
I'd push for it.
Washington says no. Because
I'm
Washington
gonna push a little bit.
Washington,
because the Kings really want in the draft,
mm-hmm.
the first round of the draft. I'd push a little bit.
I would too. I think that'd be too much if I was Washington. Like, what do I don't have to get rid of Jordan Poole right now.
But if you can't accomplish what you're setting out to accomplish this offseason without trading him. If you're trying to do what you just said, clear the books, get assets, you can't do that with.
That's one contract, and there's still a floor.
I'll give you the Spurs 2027. And you give me this 18.
If I'm Washington, I would like to. I don't have to. Like I got a bunch of rookies and second-year players on the roster. There's a floor I still have to reach, for salary cap. I don't have to. Like, and especially if I'm trying to gain assets.
And he'll be just as valuable next year, if not more valuable.
I'll just be bad again, and we'll do this all over again.
But I still think Jordan has a certain perception.
Mm-hmm, absolutely.
And it might take some work to. I don't know that a team just takes that contract. I don't know that he's there yet. I know you like him. I don't know how many people there are like you. Let me ask this question also. If Scott Perry didn't like Trae Young, why the hell would he like Jordan Poole?
He might not. And I think Scott Perry, I'd like to see what
change his standards.
Yeah. Like to see because like I said, I don't know if you're not going to grit and grind your way to the playoffs in the West right now. Like it's just, there's too many top level scorers, multiple on a lot of teams. Like you're not going, we're just going to do the dirty work and nobody averages above 17 points per game, but we defend. All right, man. That's not it. That's not it. And Zach LaVine, I mean, he gives you the numbers, and I like what he brings to the table. But I've often said a number of times, as much as I like him, I don't think he's like a number one. He's got the talent for a number one. His mentality, I wouldn't want him as a number one guy.
Wait, who?
Zach LaVine.
Oh yeah.
I wouldn't want him as a number one guy.
Yeah.
So, and I wouldn't want Sabonis as a 2 or
so
3.
This, but that's
I'd want him as a 3, but I wouldn't want him as a 1 or 2, which is where he's at right now.
Which is, and Jordan's not a 1. Oh, stop.
He's not a 1. I think, but I'm banking on potential. When he was,
you think he could he could potentially be a 1?
When he was in Golden State, it was there. It was like, yo, this dude's next. Like, just they're gonna hand the torch off to him.
Mm-hmm.
He's next.
Yeah.
So he has the ability. Once again, a traumatic something happened.
Mm-hmm.
He changed a little bit. He was also immature as a player. Like his gameplay was immature as well. So a lot of that success came quick. He had to learn from it, and I'm banking on the fact that he has learned a little bit. His game has matured a little bit, and the skills are still there. It's a gamble. I'm not saying he's that right now, But also, if you get a situation where you have, let's just say 3 potential number 2s, that might be enough to get you to the playoffs. Eventually, to like get to a championship level, you're going to need a certified 1, I believe. But I'm not even saying championship right now with the Kings. How we get back to being a winning basketball team. And Poole, who knows? You may move Levine, and get somebody that fits a little better around Jordan Poole and Domantas Sabonis or something like that. Like the other thing about it is the Jordan Poole move, just like everything else, isn't the end.
Yeah.
It's not the end. It's just part of what you're trying to do. That's how I look at acquiring Jordan Poole.
We think, say that emphatically, we think we know that Scott Perry's not really big on Trey.
Mm-hmm.
I can't figure out why he'd be big on Jordan.
That's a fair point.
I just can't figure it out. Like, if Scott's not big on Trey, but he's big on Drew Holiday, I get that.
Mm-hmm.
I get it. I don't necessarily agree with it, but I get it. It's two very distinctively different players that just happen to play the same position. It's two really good players who offer you something completely different. I understand. Trey to Jordan, I don't.
Mm-hmm.
I don't understand that at all. Any of those two to Drew Holiday, I understand. There's a difference there. There's a handful of names that you could discuss that are not quite on that level of a type move. That I would understand, like a Jordan Clarkson acquisition. Like I would understand that. I would understand. Darius Garland is kind of a hybrid between all of these. He's a better defender than Trey. He's not as good of a scorer as Trey. He's not as good of a defender as Drew Holiday is. Mm-hmm. He can kind of do all things good, but maybe isn't. I think he's a good scorer. I think he's a really good scorer, actually. But he's not the scorer that Trey is. He's not the defender Drew is. But I'm not trying to diminish at all, but he's kind of a happy medium between the two.
Mm-hmm. I did this exercise during the handoff. I'll do it with you and see what you think. Because obviously, as you can see, when I say Jordan Poole, a lot of people are like, no. So I was like, I just went through the list. And I went through the whole NBA. We have a category of unavailable point guards.
Okay.
Brunson, Halliburton, Cade, Maxey, SGA, Luka, Steph, Ja, Scoot, Fox, Murray, Jamal Murray. I put Jalen Suggs and Garland in there based on some of the things that I read. I was listening to Matt's Locked On with the Cavs guy, and he told us yesterday they are probably leaning more towards running it back with Garland and Mitchell at least one more time.
So makes complete sense to me.
So I put him in unavailable. I put Garland in unavailable.
Makes sense.
Said no to Holiday, Trey, LaMelo, Poole, James Harden.
Okay.
That leaves, that's the next category. That leaves
Sexton,
McCollum, Trey Jones, Conley, Van Fleet, Brooklyn point guard, who I don't even know who is, RJ Barrett, Kobe White, and Davion Mitchell.
Brooklyn point guard is hilarious and insulting.
So so that's what I'm saying. Like between unavailable and the 5, 6 people have already said no to, that's what it leaves you with.
Great. That's good. What do we do now?
I think Scott Perry and some of the fan base should revisit some of the people you said no to.
Do we know?
There are players in the that leave section. There are people that I do like, though.
I'm going to say something y'all are going to effing hate.
Who's y'all?
You're not.
Me or
you
them?
Are not. Everybody else is going to.
Okay.
The beauty is, I don't care. Direct your hate to @KingKC _
why
91
me?
Because I'm not going to see it. Russell Westbrook is opting out of his deal. Reports are Russell Westbrook is going to opt out of the final year of his contract in Denver. I think it's a $3 million, whatever. To me, could be wrong. We are weeks away from the start of the new league year. We're weeks away from free agency. It's June 30th. that leads me to believe Russell Westbrook, maybe Russell Wilson does too. Russell Westbrook and his agent have if he wants to continue to play basketball, have a pretty strong inclination that there is another team out there who will, at the very least, sign him for that $3-something million. I don't know that it's Sacramento, but Russell Westbrook in Sacramento works.
I'd love to have Russell Westbrook. You're right. I do like that. I'd like him as a backup.
So would I.
Yeah.
So would I.
But I'd jump on that in a second, especially if it's $5-6 million, a year, 2 years, $5-6 million.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe. I don't know. I hadn't even really thought about it, but would you have a club option for a third or something like that? I don't know.
Probably not.
Yeah.
I don't think so. I think it'd be similar to what I think it'd be 1-1, just like he did. I think Russ is signing 1-1 deals the rest of his career, if not just one deals. Like Russ is clearly close to retirement. Mm-hmm. Westbrook has a ton of other interests outside of professional basketball, but he still clearly loves professional basketball.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'd be all for it.
He was a backup in Denver who stepped in and was massive for what the Nuggets did during the regular season. You could pick apart the playoffs all you want to. It was us who said if Russ isn't good, they can't win. And the way that Russ is, it's like one here, too bad, one good, too bad. That's probably not going to win you a series, especially when you're going against the Oklahoma City Thunder. And when you look at the games that Denver did win in that series, Russ was fantastic. So having him as part of that, use a term you don't really use in basketball, the point guard room, man, that could be huge for whoever the point guard is. You've got to find out who the one is. But if for some reason Russell Westbrook has to step in for you, I absolutely believe that he can. Yeah. And I do not care who disagrees with that. You can be scream at the clouds, scream at Kenny, tag Kenny.
Don't scream at me. I'm going to tell you shut the hell up.
Don't tag me because I promise you I won't see it.
I'm going to tell you shut the hell up.
But to me, in that role, like, it works. And at some point, the Kings fans who hate everything from LaMelo to Trey to Jordan to Drew, y'all are going to have to decide on something. Otherwise, Malik Monk is going to be your starting point guard next year. Zach LaVine is going to be your two guard. DeMar DeRozan's going to be there somewhere. You're going to have, like, you're going to find a way to bitch and moan about something. It's the question that we've asked. If not A, then who? If not Trey, if not Russ, if not Jordan, if not LaMelo, then who? And no one can make up their mind.
And you talked about it a couple of different times during the week, but even more than King's Twitter and people in the chatty house, Scott Perry's going to have to answer those questions.
Yeah.
If you don't like Trey, if you don't like Poole,
that's right.
Who do you like?
That's right.
And whoever you like, is that going to get you where you're trying to go? Because you might have to be a little flexible. This isn't a perfect situation that you're in. There's some things you got to maneuver. So you might have to be a little flexible with how you go about some things. Poor Damian. I saw earlier things that we had tried to talk about for 3 days that were at the bottom. He said, no, we're moving it to the top and we're talking about it.
Still haven't.
It's good work.
Yeah, I thought it was. I thought it was. We were talking about Kenny's wine fridge instead.
Yeah, that
blew past the break.
And
then the weird beef videos that he watches.
Yeah, then the history
Yo,
of beef.
I don't like how you said that.
What was it? The history of beef or the beef history or whatever it was.
The worldwide history on beef.
Yes, that's right.
Yeah.
You don't like how he said it. It's exactly what you did.
He said it kind of crazy.
I don't think he did. I think he said exactly what you said.
Some of those videos are weird. They got weird beefs in there.
He said, see, look, he said it again. What? He was like, oh yeah, Kenny out here watching a beef video.
Well, you were.
That's what it was. Sometimes
were you or were you not? Were you or were you not?
People not seeing eye to eye.
How many times are you going to lie in a single show?
Yeah, that's crazy.
Literally had to text your wife to get you go. I'm gonna text her. What was the name of? Then she turned on me.
I don't know who this guy is, by the way. Never seen him before. I turned real quick and I thought it was Alonzo
Byron
Mourning, but it
Sproul.
wasn't.
He is the NBA president of league operations.
Never seen this guy.
It looks like he talks like this. He looks like someone who Gina would date after she broke up with Martin. That's who he looks like. You remember in Brown Sugar where he walks in on his wife having the date? Oh, Richard. Richard, we are celebrating my divorce. That's an underrated movie.
Brown Sugar, really good movie. It was just loving basketball with music.
Yeah, pretty much.
I enjoy them both, though.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
And Mos Def.
Yep.
Eddie Gonzalez joins us in about 30 minutes. We'll have fun with him. We'll continue to talk Kings. Big weekend ahead for your boy. Not me. I'm talking about Kenny. Y'all know why.
You see the hat. You know the vibes.
Well, you wore it yesterday, right?
Well, yeah, I was just fine until somebody turned the channel.
Yeah, it's on me. Steelo and KC on ESPN 1320. Oh, Norm, not yet. We were sitting at home last Friday watching some nonsense, and I was just like, oh, we were supposed to watch Sinners tonight. And the kids were back the next night and didn't get to watch it. We got plans tonight. Kids are back to I don't know when I'm going to see it, man.
I feel like that. I was going to wait till it was out on something. I got to rent that one, I feel.
Yeah.
I was at a graduation party the other day on Saturday or whatever. People are like, oh, yeah, All Sinners is one of the best.
I heard, I don't know how true it was, but they're lining up the sequel, but Coogler's not a part of it.
Sounds like, hey, there's money to be made here, but that's all. Shout out Shadow Man. He's got one of those. Says he's got Sinners on his super box.
Well, I need to cop one.
Yeah, Scooter, it's on Amazon, but you got to rent it now.
Yeah.
I think it's like $5 to rent. I hope.
Ultra Android TV box.
It's crazy, bro. It's crazy. Superbox S6 Ultra Android.
I'm gonna get shot down by the feds looking up some of this stuff, y'all.
Yeah, I don't know what you're even talking about. And I didn't send you that way.
What are you looking up, Damien?
Oh, don't do that.
What?
And there's different. I'm looking up We got to come up with a new name for this.
Well,
joint,
What are
man.
you talking? I don't even know
Yeah,
what is the radio? Don't even know what you're talking about.
It's the Super Box TV box.
What's up? What's up, man?
Clear. Hey,
Hey!
next play has been run.
What the hell?
Next play has been run.
It made me laugh, but play on.
Next play has been run. Yeah, the feds are probably like, uh-oh, we got one.
Dana
Dana White
White.
somewhere. Yeah, we got him. We're watching him right now.
Dana White.
Yeah, we got the feds watching him. As soon as he hits go, he's done. All right, nerd.
Never did get that guy, huh, Dana? Yeah, well. Well. Eddie Gonzalez joins us in about a little less than 30 minutes. Go ahead. I know you excited for the weekend. Get your stuff off.
You know,
That was a bad day yesterday
It was a bad day.
that we all lived through together.
Our guy Bonte, he did say something that made me. He was right, even though I called for what I called for.
Mm-hmm. Called for a sweep.
Called for a sweep.
Yep.
Didn't get it.
Called
And
them scrubs.
And they only won 13 games.
Well, I didn't say you were wrong, sir. I just said that's what you called them.
Maybe it's a little PTSD, but
Okay.
Colorado a tough place to win. Traditionally has been for the Kings or for the Giants.
And Kings too.
Yeah, for sure. Take your 2 out of 3. Then let's move on to this Dodger series.
Well, yeah, you put yourself in position. If you handle business here, you can still come out of the series in first, no?
Yeah. Yeah. You take 2 out of 3 and you come
They're a game back right now.
Yeah, you come away tied for the NL West lead. So it was frustrating. I mean, the situation made it even more frustrating because you were up 7-2. So
yeah,
like
that's
you had the
Damien
game.
turned the game on after that.
That's a lot.
No, it was 7-5 when I turned the
He
game
said,
on.
Oh, 7-5 Giants. Let me turn it on and see the celebration. Yeah. All right.
So let's be clear. It was did you watch the comeback live?
I did.
Because you're not Giants. I am.
I did.
I
I
did-
had it on the whole day.
No, not yesterday's game. The game before.
Well,
when it
no,
was,
not live. No.
Yeah. Now who did? Me. I'm Giants.
Did you watch the next day's comeback live?
Yeah.
So, I guess he
I
is
did.
Giants.
I did.
Guess the guy
Well,
is Giants.
I thought you meant the Rockies come back because
Oh,
I was
no,
like, I
no.
saw that live.
They came back in game 2. The Giants did.
Oh no, I
They were
wasn't
down
watching that one
5-2,
live.
I think, in that game.
No,
like
I thought
the
that
seventh
that
inning.
was the
Same
one
thing
I
happened.
watched.
Same
The
thing
same thing happened in back-to-back games.
Yeah. They were down 5-2.
I just
think.
assumed they beat them 10-0 the second game.
10-7. They were down 5-2, I think, in the 7th inning. Came back to win that game. But yeah, traditionally, it's a house of horrors for
Oh dear.
for rock horrors, not yeah. Gotta be
No,
clear.
well, okay.
Come on, man, it's so
What?
crazy, man.
Hey, bro, like you got to play through it because, like, I'm not, what if I'm gonna dump that?
Well, no. So,
Stressing Jesse out in there.
Yeah, you said what you said. It's good.
so
We know what you said.
So traditionally, that's always been an issue. You got 2 out of 3 there. You're going to Chavez Ravine
Mm-hmm.
and try and win that series. You know what I mean? And I think you got Logan Webb
First
going.
series
I think
of
you
the
got
year,
Logan
right?
Webb and Robbie Ray going this series.
Logan Webb today versus Yamamoto.
Yamamoto been crazy this year too. Yamamoto been kind of crazy. I'll take Logan Webb. I'll take Logan Webb, and then Robbie Ray, who was I think the picture of the month or something like that in May.
Mhm.
He's been cooking. He's been dealing. So I'll take those 2. Absolutely. Absolutely. Handle business this weekend. Like you said, you asked the question. Yes, first meeting of the season.
Mhm.
I've been waiting.
Mm-hmm.
I've been waiting for
Mhm.
this. So actually, Robbie Ray's not going. What happened? I thought it'd be his day. It's Wade Rump and Kyle Harrison.
Oh, hey.
I mean, all right.
You think Kyle Harrison needs to hear that right now?
Let's pick it up, Kyle. Let's pick it up, big dog. Let's pick it up. That's all I'm gonna say. He hasn't been terrible, but I need him to pick it up when you're going. When you're trying to win a division, I need you at the top of your game, Kyle Harrison. So come on.
You know where I'm going on the 4th of July? A
Seven
Mariners
Park?
game.
Wait, what?
Who are they
Who are
playing?
The Pirates.
Ooh, maybe you get Paul Skeens that day.
Yeah, the Mariners, and
You're
I'll
going
be
to Seattle?
I am.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll be
Go
at
Hawks.
a Mariners game on the 4th of July.
Okay.
Couldn't have predicted that, but
Should be a good time, though. I heard it's a good ballpark.
Text my brother
You ever
Charles
been,
like, hey,
you've been
we're
to Seattle, right?
I have. I've
Yeah.
never been to I haven't been to that part. I've been to I went to a Seahawks Cowboys game once.
Of course.
Long time ago. Russell Wilson's rookie year. Yeah.
I think I remember that game. Seahawks won.
We didn't
right?
know Russell Wilson was good yet.
But he started playing well.
He started
Yeah.
playing well. It was a low scoring game. Dallas shockingly was trash. And beast mode, maybe not goal line, maybe 4 yards out, sealed the game late. And yeah, bro, that stadium's that's a shoot. Like the loudness of that stadium is an absolute shoot.
Yeah.
It is very loud.
Speakers work well.
Really nice people too.
I bet they are. Look, I'm ready.
Beautiful view if you're on this side of the stadium. See the water out there? It's beautiful.
And then the other side is downtown Seattle, right? Like the view.
If you're on the other side, yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
Mhm.
They did a great job with that stadium for sure.
I'm gonna try and pull up the picture of it, but hey, make sure if your tickets say obstructed view, you don't buy those ones.
Oh no.
Oh, is this a Kyle Madson special?
Oh, that's tough. No, that's pretty tough.
I think Kyle and Mr. Madson might have moved because he had some good pictures.
Yeah, they were
on
hooked up. They were
Instagram.
hooked up, but
Yeah, that's a
Kyle's
tough.
got to take the L for this one.
Yeah, that's a tough look. Jesse's gonna pull up the picture for those
That's
that haven't
tough.
seen it on Twitter yet. It's a tough look.
I saw that. I said, "Oh no."
Yeah, it's,
Oh, no.
here's the video. Kyle Madson's view for those listening on the radio. It's really a bad, like it almost feels just like a bad Kyle Madson
Hey,
joke.
Dad, let's go on the trip of a lifetime.
Yeah, they're sitting behind a pillar that says section 217, 218.
That is right in the middle of like home
You
plate,
can't
pitcher's
see
mound,
anything.
anything.
Who in the hell is buying this seat right here?
Yeah, that's crazy. They got a seat right there. They got a seat.
Like, how could you even sell these seats? Just knock out that row right there of, either ones or 16s, whatever seat number it is. Just knock out that whole row. And like, it's not perfect, but it's certainly better. That's greed.
That's tough, man. That's tough. Wow.
It's like sitting at Mount Davis. Have you guys ever sat there?
I haven't
No.
sat there, no.
I was in the upper deck at an A's game, and I looked up at Mount Davis. I said, "I'll never go up there."
Mm-mm.
I sat up there. It's like it was pretty scary. I sat up there for the wild card game against the Rays. Horrible game. You can't see like the center field fence or anything like that. It's just a matter of, oh, he's jogging. He hit a home run.
Yeah, I've never sat there before.
That looks super high up.
Yeah.
Don't even have escalators too. So you're just walking up there, just ramps.
What a terrible idea that was. That was an awful idea. Bad job by Al Davis.
Yeah, old school stadium looks way better in pictures.
Yeah.
I've only ever known the Mount Davis version.
I went to old school Coliseum, I think like twice in my life when I was a young Casey. But Mount Davis was just it. I remember the Raiders announcing they were coming back to Oakland. I was like, this is gonna be dope. This is cool. And then just the idea of Mount Davis, like, oh yeah, that's cool. They're gonna add seats and suites and all this other stuff is cool. And then you actually see it, and then a couple years later, you see the view it's taken away and all that. I was like, oh, it's a terrible idea.
All right. Well, your big series is this weekend.
I'm ready.
See what kind of mood you're in come Monday.
Dodgers going down. Giants are going to go into Chavez Ravine. They're going to do what they do. I think they coming out of there tie for first place. That means they took 2 out of 3. They took 2 out of 3. Going to handle business. Starting tonight, Logan Webb, Rockland stand up, handling business. Did I tell you about the time I sat in the bleachers at Dodger Stadium and snatched the
Big
beach
Dodgers
ball
fan.
that they were tossing around?
I don't think so.
Yeah. I was in the left field bleachers.
Mhm.
They had one of those stupid
In LA,
Yeah.
Dodger Stadium. Yeah, with Dodgers jersey, hat.
No,
You're never going to
it's
escape the
everything.
allegations.
It was Giants Dodgers. Yeah, I'm going to go watch the Giants. What are we talking about?
I don't know, Jason. I don't know. Jason Jones makes it seem like y'all just be group texting the Dodgers and all that stuff.
Jason Jones sounds ridiculous. But they had that little stupid beach ball going out. Came over my way. Give me that. I'm watching a game. They booed me and
What did you do with the beach ball after?
Did you have
threw it.
Good question. So it just
To
started
who?
again. You got that right. You snatched it, threw it, and it just started bouncing around again. Boy, you really took a stand with that one.
They were mad at me. In hindsight, I probably shouldn't have done that. I probably should just watch the game.
Did you have on
just crazy
Giants paraphernalia?
Absolutely. They knew what time it was. They knew who was getting that beach ball out of the air and shutting all that down.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
I'm lucky that's all that happened. Bleachers were crazy.
Given you were in LA? Yeah.
Bleachers were crazy. I told you I was at the Brian Stowe game, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, you did.
I was at the Brian Stowe game. There was energy in that ballpark.
Yeah, you told us that.
I didn't think that was gonna happen. I'm not saying I predicted that, but I was like, damn, energy it's kind of weird. Giants were first, opening day since being champions in 2010, starting in LA. There were a lot of Giants fans there, and Dodger fans were not happy that there were a lot of Giants fans there celebrating. And it was just energy. I was like, oh, it's crazy. And then to hear what happened afterwards was like, wow, it actually went that far. That's crazy.
Eddie Gonzalez going to join us coming up in just about 15 minutes. He's got some things he's ready to talk about for certain. Kevin Durant and the Suns have been in the news this week as reports about Kevin Durant, his team, and the Phoenix Suns working together to figure out his next destination, the usual suspects. I don't know if this was confirmation as to the teams that have put out offers, but it sounds like they are working together to try to get this worked out with offers, again, according to this report, from the Rockets, the Wolves, the Heat, the Spurs, and the Knicks, all of the teams that we expected.
Yeah.
Every single one of them, at least according to this report, have made an offer that everyone is working together on.
They are, it sounds like, and we'll talk to Eddie, maybe he has something to say about it, but people think they're gonna break all the rules that I said the NBA has. They talking about something might happen this weekend with a Durant trade. And how you say, hey,
when the finals are over,
let the finals chill out. People say it might happen this weekend.
Maybe draft time. I mean, this weekend would be pretty crazy. It would. The only thing that I would say is there's no games.
There's no games on Saturday and Sunday.
Yeah, dropping on Saturday
morning.
And the series can't end tomorrow, so it's not taking away from, or tonight. I mean, the series can't end tonight. It could end Monday. It could end. Probably won't, but it could. We'll see. I'm ready.
I think I saw another Bovada thing that had the Spurs as the favorite.
Okay.
And I also then saw a report. Once again, don't know exactly. I know it was supposed to be from Shams. Like Shams, I think Shams was on Pat McAfee or something like that today. And Shams said the Heat, Rockets, and I can't remember. Timberwolves were all supposed to be putting in their final offer.
Okay.
Didn't mention the Spurs, so I don't know what that means. I don't know.
Maybe they already had.
Yeah, maybe so. I don't know if that means they already had it. They're out. What, I don't know. But Heat, Rockets, and Timberwolves were supposedly putting in their final offers.
I think we're both in agreement. A Spurs trade for Kevin Durant doesn't include De'Aaron Fox.
Mm-hmm. I think
should Phoenix press for that? That's what I was going to say. Should Phoenix press for that?
I think Phoenix should.
De'Aaron and Devin?
I think that would be good. De'Aaron and Devin, I think it doesn't solve all their problems, but they got a gang of problems. So,
oh, that's true.
You get a
the biggest one's name is Brad.
Well, there was another report from him today. Did you see that?
Oh no!
And what's that?
It was. You said it was from him or about him?
About him.
Oh.
About him. Something. About,
this is envisioning Brad tweeting, "Screw this! I ain't going to none of these places."
And I'm not gonna say it because I don't know.
Was it the one about him and his family being happy in Phoenix? Don't say
hey,
it.
that's smart.
No, don't say it, Kenny.
I'm not saying it. I'm not saying.
That was not Legion Hoops. That was League and Hoops.
That's why I said I'm not saying.
Oh
it.
yeah, I saw it
I'm
this
not saying
morning.
it.
I'm helping you out right
I,
now. Yeah,
I said I'm not saying it because I
You was
couldn't
about
get
to
it.
get. You was about to get got again.
yeah.
Well, no, I couldn't get it from two sources, so I'm not saying it. But the thought of it is actually pretty funny. It's like, well, I'm not going anywhere. Oh man,
I'm fine with it. You hoes tried benching me last year and it didn't work. Like, what do you want me to do? I'm gonna play basketball.
So yeah, via Shams on the Pat McAfee show saying Heat, Timberwolves, Rockets are emerging as the finalists. No Spurs.
Heat, Timberland, and Rockets are emerging as
Timberwolves. Did I say Timberland? I might have. But Heat, Timberwolves, and Rockets are emerging as the finalists per Shams.
League and Hoops. Labeled as a parody account, man.
That's why I didn't say nothing. I just thought it was funny though. Like when I read it,
Bradley Beal has reportedly told the Suns front office that his wife and kids love Phoenix and he's not going anywhere.
I'm not going anywhere. And then the picture they have of him just smiling, that's what made it funny too.
And then someone else, it's all Phoenix, said the same thing. Per sources, Bradley Beal has informed the Suns front office that his wife and kids love living in Phoenix. That is hilarious.
That is funny. That cracked me up.
Absolutely hilarious. No, I'm not going anywhere.
Can't trade me. We like it here. I hope they figure something out with Bradley Beal, either to trade him or to make him part of the rotation.
Without knowing the specifics of Rockets, Wolves, Heat, what was it? Rockets, Wolves, Heat. Which would you choose? If you're Kevin Durant, if you're on Kevin Durant's team, Team KD, it's you, Eddie, the big wigs, Kevin Durant. What are you advising him to do? Rockets, Wolves, Heat.
I just thought about something too, by the way. As I say this, I would pick the Timberwolves.
Okay. I'm assuming Julius is out.
Julius is out, but Jesse, did you see this? This is not a Chetty House situation. You see Rudy Gobert's tweet today?
Oh yeah, Rudy Gobert tweeted the journey continues or something like that.
To be continued.
To be continued, yeah.
And it's like a picture of him from a distance in the Wolves jersey, like arms around his guys or something like that. Huh.
Okay.
I literally just thought about it because I was going to say Timberwolves and I was thinking how they get that done. And then I remembered the Rudy Gobert tweet.
So Rudy and not Julius.
Well, no, just maybe Rudy knows that Julius is leaving now.
Could be.
Well, why would Rudy? Wait, what?
Because he's emotional.
What are you talking about?
I don't know.
Am I misunderstanding this Rudy Gobert tweet? Does he tweet as bad as he plays?
This is the tweet right here. To be continued.
continued.
And it's just a picture of the guys. Maybe he just knows that they're getting broken up.
Could be.
I doubt anyone like Phoenix. Like, yeah.
Why would you tweet to be continued if the group is getting broken up?
I don't know.
That
That doesn't make sense.
You tweet that because my journey is to be continued.
So you think he's getting traded?
That's my first thought with.
Okay,
saying
so that's what I'm saying. Julius stays, and Rudy goes.
that. The only reason I hesitate because maybe Julius doesn't stay. Maybe you don't get Julius. Maybe because he's got a player option, right?
Yeah.
He's got a player
Julius
option.
Randle has a player option?
Yeah.
Oh, that man is not declining that player option. What's the number?
30, I believe.
30.
That's it?
If you could get somewhere 3 years, 120.
Yeah.
Obviously, it all depends on like what you can get on the market. Like if he can get $35 or $40 million a year, he'll opt out.
30. No, a player option. Yeah, 30.9. What's the day? Is it? I mean, it can't be the 30th. So what is it? 30.9 player option. When is it? I can't find it. I can't find the day the option is due.
Feels like it's got to be coming up though, huh?
Well, yeah, I'm trying to. Yeah,
Is that one of those?
Maybe Rudy's going to Phoenix then.
That would fit. They get a center to go with Book.
Mm-hmm. You could probably do that. Could you do that 1-for-1? Rudy's 35 per.
Probably so.
Julius has until the 29th, I believe, to opt in.
29.
Rudy is, it's 35 this year, 35, 36, a player option for 38. Kevin Durant didn't sign anything with Phoenix, right? Yeah, so it's 54. Yeah, so you probably have to. There's something else in there.
Yeah.
But it's not Julius. So
I would. But to answer the question again, I Minnesota. I like. If I was KD, I like potentially pairing up with Anthony Edwards. If we still have, which I think they would, McDaniels. I would like that pairing.
I think Minnesota is a better option than the Knicks. No. I'm sorry. I think Minnesota is a better option than the Heat. Mm-hmm. The Knicks weren't labeled as a finalist per Shams Charania. The Spurs weren't labeled as a finalist per Shams Charania. So of the three, the Heat is the worst.
I think the Rockets would be best. The Rockets are instant title contenders.
Yeah, I think I'm with Jesse. Something about the Wolves team makes me.
I mean, to be honest, Anthony Edwards and Kevin Durant, that's a very solid 6 seed.
I don't buy them. I can't. Sorry. I admit it though. My take has been consistent. I said if the Timberwolves won the title, I would still be like, I don't know that I'm buying this.
The Rockets,
I just can't get behind them for whatever reason.
The Rocket situation, if you're Kevin Durant and you're at this point in your career, you want it all on your shoulders. Like when you,
if you're Kevin Durant, it doesn't matter. Like that's just the mentality, no? Like that's your best opportunity to win too, I think.
Yeah, but what I mean is like I have to score 27 a night. I don't have nobody else around here. Men's not ready. I don't know. They probably use Van Fleet. I don't know what I'm getting out of gym. At least like if I have Anthony Edwards, I got somebody with me. Like I can have 23 in a night.
You can get by in the regular season with those guys. I think it's just you need Kevin Durant on that team come playoff time when it's time to take you home and all that. That's what Kevin Durant takes you over the top.
Rockets isn't a bad situation by no means, but I'm looking at the two, and I might want at this like KD is still KD, but he's also 37 years old. Like I don't know if I want to have it all on my back to be this number one option, facing double teams, orchestrate all that. Like I probably want somebody with me that could.
The trade package is probably more difficult for Houston unless you pick up Fred VanVleet's option and he's the move. Mm-hmm. I don't know why Phoenix would love that. I don't know why Phoenix would love that, but it probably works money-wise. KD winding up in Minnesota, does that increase the likelihood Houston makes a run for DeMar?
I'm sure it would.
Because there's a Giannis conversation to be had, and it's that there's no need to have one. That's what it sounds like, at least right now.
Feels like a mistake too. By the way.
Well, it might. We could talk about it. Well, all right, we'll talk about it. The good news about all of this is we're gonna find out what the hell is going on with Kevin Durant and maybe what's going on around the rest of the NBA as well, because our sneaky NBA insider Eddie Gonzalez joins us next here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. You got a show?
No. Cubs lose 2-1 in 10 to the Pirates.
I think Paul Skeens pitched today.
He might have. I saw him on the bench, but I got into the game a little late, so it was like 6th, 7th inning. But it was
He's best
it was
pitcher
scoreless, so he probably did pitch today.
Is he the best pitcher in baseball, or is it Scuba from Detroit?
I'd go with Skeens. It's close because that boy in Detroit is the truth too, but yeah, that's where I'd go. There's not a lot of best pitchers in baseball, so compared to usual, in my opinion.
Will, honest answer, turn your TV off. The dude just got a bag. He's not going anywhere.
Why are you guys so bothered by Stephen A?
I feel like I've done pretty well to keep those. Not Stephen A necessarily, but the skips, the Colin Coward, just out of sight.
That's all it is. I mean, it's easier said than done. Like if you like
how I got Bill Simmons muted.
It's easier said than done. Like if you like your sports or ESPN and stuff like that. But as much as I don't like Skip Bayless or Colin Cowherd, I just don't watch them.
Shut up, Chris. There's no one in this world that loves themselves some Angels like Chris does. And to be honest, I've been keeping up with the Angels. I know a little bit about the Angels because of it.
That's the biggest Angels fan I know.
That's facts. My uncle's an Angels fan, actually. The Chargers fan as well. Pure disappointment.
Yeah.
Shout out Sean Figgins.
Shout out Ben. Shout out Ben. I see you. See you.
Johnny G, I didn't even really know his name was Sean until late in his career. Who the hell is Joan Figgins?
Weirder spelling, Sean or Kelly?
Kelly.
Oh yeah, no, Sean is pretty. That one's crazy. That don't even make sense.
How do you spell Sean?
Chone.
Oh. Yes, indeed. A reminder, I'll be at Sky River tonight with the wake-up call for Pride Bingo, D'Lo and KC. A night with D'Lo and KC 1 week from today.
Yeah, man.
We'll be at 32 Brew Street on the patio at Sky River Casino. The pool tables will be out, man. We'll be having a good time. We'll be telling some stories. No broadcast equipment, no radio equipment, no streaming equipment. Just us, a couple of microphones, whatever people show up, and you.
Your boy said he might pull up, man. He might put the helicopter on the roof of Sky River and pull up.
Who's my boy? You?
Who we know that got a helicopter?
Elijah?
Yeah, man.
Wow.
He said I'm be in town. I might just get in the helicopter and just
let's go. Pull up
right
on us,
roof.
man. Let's go. Yeah. Let's go. Let's bring our man Eddie Gonzalez in here. Eddie, what's up, baby?
What's going on, fellas? How you living, man?
Man, we all right, man. There's a lot going on, man.
Good, boy.
We're gonna get through all the riff raff right now because number one, I feel like feel like I might have cracked the code a little bit. We'll get to that in just a little bit.
Uh-oh.
Hear what you got to say, because you tweeted us saying that. What we talking about today? Obviously, KD possibly on the move. I mean, what's going on, man?
It's a lot going on. I mean, Shams went on
You
TV.
got a parka for that Minnesota weather?
Hey, you will not see me. What do they call it? The Twin Cities? You will
Yep.
not see me in the Twin Cities, my friends. I will
Eddie
be
Gonzalez live from the Mall of America.
I will be right where I'm at. Yeah, I mean, Shams reported today. It seems like it's down to a 3-team race. I think what's happening is a lot of teams have evaluated what it's going to cost, if they're willing to pay that cost, if they truly need Kevin on their team. I think when you look at a team like the San Antonio Spurs, sure, they would like to have Kevin, but they had the number 2 overall pick, and they have Victor Wembanyama, and they have 15 years to figure this out. They have to usher in a new coach. They get that godsend of a pick, which is just, what more can you ask for at that point? There's nothing left to be done for them. Why reach and go out your way for that if you don't need to? I think the same applies to the Rockets, who are a team that are still seems to be in the race, but a lot of different conversations about what their interest is or isn't. People don't know if they're willing to sell the farm for that team for KD, if they feel like they're a KD away. If they don't, it seems like if they wanted to have him bad enough, there's plenty of deals that make sense. You throw a couple of your young guys in, you send enough picks, he's yours. But I look at a team like Minnesota, who seems to be really aggressive. I mean, I can say is really aggressive, and that's a team who just played in the conference finals 2 years in a row, and feels like they need a little more scoring punch. Feels like they need a running mate for Anthony Edwards. Definitely feels like they're a KD away, and also watch themselves for back-to-back seasons not be able to play Rudy Gobert long minutes in these games. And it's not even because of defense. He's a great defender. It's because he can't catch the ball, can't dunk on smaller guys on the other end. He's become a liability. So I'm not surprised to see a team like that say, yeah, we need him. We need to make that happen, and we got to go. It seems to come down to those two, and I think Miami's a wild card. There's a couple other teams that are hanging out there as well. And, hoping maybe it's a Donovan Mitchell situation where everybody had him going to the Knicks, and then the Cavs come in the last minute and said, we'll take him off your hands. That's fine. But it seems to all intents and purposes he'll be traded here soon, if not this weekend, if not tonight. But before the draft and next week for sure. And, it's just kind of tough because if you're Kevin, and I can say this from conversations we've had and just the way I see it too, we're now talking about 3 jerseys in 3 years, 3.5 years, 3 calendar years for a guy who is still a top 10 player. And if you say I'm biased and want to feel that, that's fine. But he was an all-star. A lot of people thought he should have started as an all-star. He was going to be an all-NBA player this year, probably second team had he played 3 more basketball games. So at the very least, he's an elite player. He's one of the elite upper echelon players in the league, and he's not going to play on his 3rd team in 3.5 seasons. And there's a real possibility that he could then play on a 4th team if he doesn't sign an extension next year. It's just a weird way. I'm not going to say to go out. He has a lot of years left, but it's just a weird twilight of his career right now to be in. And one that he didn't ask to be in. One that, we talked about a ton during the deadline. He didn't ask to be traded. He wanted to finish out his son's contract and reevaluate from there. But the Suns dug their hole in. They've decided there's no rectifying that, and this is the only way to improve their team. If Rudy Gobert and Dante DiVincenzo in a mid-first round pick improves your team more than Kevin Durant, I mean, that's a decision that they're making. But, yeah, that's where things stand right now, and we're all just kind of waiting on the phone and the Shams tweet like everybody else.
I think something there's going to be an unfair part of Kevin Durant's history where you talk about that twilight of his career. I think there's going to be an unfair part of it that's not going to be shared. And that's that Brooklyn team as it was constructed coming off of that Achilles with Kevin Durant and Kyrie Irving could have absolutely have won a championship. They got ultra thirsty and chased James Harden, and it destroyed their basketball team. I understand that they were close. I get that. I understand they were a shoe size away. By the way, we need to talk about those shoes that you got last weekend that weren't even available for regular ass people like me. We're going to talk about that in a minute. But but that team was constructed beautifully. This Houston thing should have worked, or excuse me, this Phoenix thing should have worked, but they got greedy and went and got Brad Beal. This isn't about Kevin Durant's failures at the end of his career. This is about the organizations that he's played for failing him after acquiring him.
Yeah, look, I'll put all my bias on the table. We know where I stand. But Kevin has tweeted up a storm as he does in the last week. And that was kind of one of the things he was saying. Like, individually, I was fine. But as a team, yeah, we failed each step of the way and in different ways. And it is unfortunate. And if you want to play the blame game and you want to pass the blame wherever, and we can do that all day. We can blame different guys for every situation. They were close. History won't remember them as close in 2021. But, we watched the games. We saw that was probably the best team in that conference. That was probably the best team in the league at that point. James gets injured. Kai gets injured. It just topples from there. They carry it however they can, and then everything falls from there. You can't plan for the pandemic. You can't plan for New York having this mandate, and it comes to eventually literally only apply to one player on one team, and he's the second best player on your team. Like, you can't plan for stuff like that. You can't plan for the things that have happened in Phoenix. You can't plan for 3 coaches in 3 seasons. What do? You can't plan for a 10-game absence after you're 9-2. And just never recovering your season from there. Is there some fault for Kevin? I'm sure. And I'm sure he'd say you put some of that on him. Matter of fact, he has said publicly, it's all my fault. I take all the blame. I need to be better. And if I'm better, then we'll be better. But yeah, I think history, it has a funny way of shaving away the rough edges. Kevin doesn't seem to be a recipient of that just now. He's still playing. But like I always say, we're judging these guys by the dribble, and there's plenty of Kobe games that weren't great on a random Tuesday in Houston, and there's plenty of Mike games that didn't go well on a random Thursday in Vancouver. We don't remember those. We don't remember those at all. But we remember Halliburton scored 6 points a round ago because it was just a week ago. Like we remember stuff like that, and that's what these guys are up against. We're constantly talking about it. We're literally. If I get up tomorrow at 3 a.m. and I get on Twitter, somebody will be tweeting me about how bad KD is. Like, that's the world we live in. So it's just a little different. But we got some insight from Kevin this week, and he seems to be comfortable with it all and understanding of it all. And, I would love to see him get one more, make one more deep run, and maybe this next stop is where he does it.
I love that too. You know what I mean? Kevin Durant, he absolutely deserves that opportunity for us to see him in the conference finals, the NBA finals, something like that, whether it results in a ring or not, who knows? But, having a team that can get him to that spot, I absolutely want to see that one more time for KD. And I say one more time, but what I was thinking about earlier, Eddie, is like, he's not really slowing down. What is he, 37 now?
Mm-hmm.
And we talk about LeBron and what he's doing at the age of 40 and defying everything that we've seen in sports. KD, like right there. Like I can't envision Kevin Durant like averaging 13 points a game anytime soon. You know what I'm saying? Like he gonna be around for a little while. And I thought about that with the extension, with the contract extension you might be asking for. Yeah, give it to him. He's not slowing down. Like worst case scenario, he plays with people that are like 1 or 2 players that are better than him, and then he just becomes this deadly third scorer that can score all over. That's worst case scenario. Absolutely. That extension.
It's funny because we have him, Steph, and LeBron at the same time, and they're completely destroying our understanding of what it means to be 35, 37, 38, 40 years old in this league. Like, you shouldn't be in year 22 averaging 25 points a game. That's just not how it goes. I don't care about increased pace and all of that. You shouldn't be top 10 in scoring at Kevin's age. You shouldn't be that level of elite player at Steph's age. They've broken how we see that. Whereas you look around the league and see a couple other 35-year-old guys, they actually look 35 years old. Russell Westbrook looks his age these days sometimes. Paul George, even before the injuries this year, looked his age, looked every bit of 35 years old. Even Jimmy Butler, who had a great run when he got to Golden State and then fizzled out a little bit in the playoffs, he looked like a 35-year-old player who has his best days are behind him. These guys are just breaking that. They're breaking the mold of what that looks like. And like you said, I don't see it slowing down in a better situation. Ideally, it's even better and more efficient. You know, Kevin likes to joke a lot about he's still sharp. He's as sharp as he's ever been. And I think in some ways, skill-wise, he is. I'd argue with him about who the peak KD is, but he's still out there able to get his game off and do all the same stuff and give you 30 out his sleep every single day. So he can still help a team like that. He's still a good defender. The numbers back that, the eye test back that. I'm not going to bang the drum here for Kevin all damn day on this show, but point is he's still an elite player, and yeah, he can still help a team, and he's still worth the money. You know, again, I was telling Kevin this myself yesterday. You know, a lot of noise about if he's going to take an extension, if he'll hold up a deal and not take an extension or whatever. I don't know that there's any truth to any of that. I don't think any of the conversations have gotten that far or interpersonal with him thus far. Point is, if he doesn't, he's headed for another year of just noise. Are you going to sign an extension? Are you going to stay here next year? Are you going to test free agent? And it's just going to surround him wherever he goes. It's 2018 in Oakland yet again. And it's like, it's really smart. We talked about this before with De'Aaron Fox, and it obviously went the way it went. But it is smart for Kevin to wait, then sign an extension, even if it's like a verbal or he doesn't show his hand or whatever. He earns more money. He earns some flexibility. He gets a little leverage in his conversations. But I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen. I know it's tough to have a guy that good be like a 1-year mercenary at this point. And then the other element to that too is this is an all-time great player. This is a top 10 all-time player. He's not supposed to be a 1-year mercenary. He's not supposed to be a rental at the deadline in February for a team that's hoping to make a push. He's supposed to be a cornerstone of a franchise, and he just hasn't been. Like this, you know, Phoenix has decided they're going with Devin Booker, and Brooklyn decided that they need to move on from the experiment, and that's just kind of where it's at for Kevin. And that's unfortunate. I mean, I guess on a personal level, I know on a rational level, we say he's going to make $54 million this year. He's great. He's fine. But it is a little weird for like the conversation of KD, this top 10 all-time player, to be this 1-year rental for whomever wins the lottery right now.
1-year rental or not, Eddie, there's enough chatter that perhaps nothing's going to happen with Giannis, at least not anything in the foreseeable future. And unless there's something we don't know about, and I can't figure out what it would be, KD is the biggest domino that's going to fall this offseason. And there might even be an argument he's the domino that starts everything else, knocking the rest of them over. This is a terrible way to use that domino analogy, but you know what I mean.
No, I mean, for sure. When the Giannis rumors started to come out, we talked, and it was like, oh, okay, cool, I can chill because that has to go first. Mm-hmm. And then a couple of weeks went by, and then it kind of got louder that, well, if Giannis does anything, it's going to take a while. You know, we're talking August, September, that long. He wants to see what the Bucks are going to do. He wants to see how the league shapes out before he asks for anything. And if you ask me, I think he did some reconnaissance and understood how complicated a Giannis trade will be this summer with the few teams that have cap space. Only the Brooklyn Nets have max cap space. He was really boxed in a way that I don't think it makes sense for him to leave just yet. Point is, we had a week where we're like, cool, handle Giannis. We'll pick this up in June, and then we'll figure out what Kevin's doing. To like, oh, never mind. Kevin's the first domino again, and here we go. Here's all the pressure, and here we are. 2-1 NBA Finals. Been a fun finals. It's a great game tonight. We haven't said a word about it just now, and we're talking about this, and rightfully so. Like not to slight those teams, not to slight the finals and everything that's going on, but this is huge news. One of the 10 best players in the league is probably going to get traded in the next few days. You got to talk about it. This is what it is, and not only is he going to get traded, he's probably going to get traded to a contender, and try to alter the shape of the league. And the Giannis stuff. I don't know. I wasn't convinced from the very beginning because again, Kevin tweeted it himself. Oh, what's it going to take to get Giannis? 3 of your starters, all of your picks, a prayer like this, that, and but it really is. Like in reality, it's going to take you $60 million of good players and probably the next 7-8 years of your draft to get somebody like Giannis. And I seen the video today. Stephen A. Smith says he's an underachiever, and I went and looked at his numbers, and I looked at his accomplishments, looked at some of these highlights, and I'm like, what? For this guy who couldn't get on the court his rookie year, I'm not even a big Giannis fan, but we're talking about a dude who just threw up 32, 11, and 6 like it was nothing. One of the best defensive players in the league. He's been one of the 3 best players in the NBA for a decade now. Like underachieving. Who was overachieving at this point? I need to know.
Right. I disagree with Stephen A on that one for sure. Just watching basketball, being a basketball observer. If you want, you can do whatever you want. Answer the question however you want. But where would you want to see Kevin Durant go?
My running joke for the longest was the Boston Celtics. Not even a joke. Like thought it would have been a great.
It'd be lit for you if it was in Boston.
It'll be great, all right. And then obviously, Game 4 happens in New York, and JT's in great spirits. By the way, JT been putting me on TV shows and music the last couple of weeks, so he's got some free time. He's figuring some stuff out. But I wanted that. I mean, I've been having constant conversations. I love the idea of Anthony Edwards, Jaden McDaniels, KD, Julius, Nas. You get Nikhil off the bench. You maybe Conley starting in there. Maybe you go get a center. I love that.
Eddie just pulled a LeBron.
Yeah, I love Shannon coming off the bench, getting better. What I do?
Named everybody but.
Well, like I said the trade earlier. I said the trade earlier. Maybe y'all didn't catch it.
He did. He said Rudy and Dante and a pick.
For LeBron, no Andrew Wiggins.
But I mean, same thing for Houston. If Houston, the idea of Houston pick is Jalen Green and whomever, one of the young guys, whether it's Reed Shepard, Cam Whitmore, Tari Eason, whatever, whoever it is they throw in Jabari Smith. But I love the idea of Fred, Kevin, Dylan, Alvin Sagoon. Like I love the idea of both of those teams. I think they're both great spots. To me, it's more so about like, what does Kevin want to do? Does he want to be there long term? I don't think Kevin, wants to be bouncing around all over the place. I think he wants to compete for titles. So if it's coming down to those two teams, I think they're great spots. I've heard some wild card teams. I've heard Cleveland. I've heard Toronto. I've heard Miami. People still wave around the Knicks. Seems like the Knicks, you got a coach to figure out in the meantime. But I think luckily for Kevin, they're all great spots. If I had to pick, I put him on the Monstars. Put him on the Team USA for all I care. Put him on the best team. Load the deck. I'm for all that. But I think of the options we have, I'll say Minnesota for now.
How's Katie feel about Mike Brown?
I said Minnesota too. I looked at it where as much as KD is just still phenomenal at 37 years old, if I go to Houston, do I want to be the guy where like they need me to score 35 to have a chance at a playoff game? There may be some nights where I score 22, but and Edwards in Minnesota, if I'm with him, he can score 35. And I'll take my little 19, 22. McDaniels might put up 22 and I can pick and choose my spots. It feels like a little bit more in Minnesota than the other spots.
I do chuckle a little bit at the idea of Kevin playing about 20 years next to a dribble heavy shoot first guard for his entire life. Like that's just his destiny, is to play with a 2-guard playing point guard, playing 2-guard, playing point guard. But look, he gets his bones. He's gonna make it happen wherever. What I like about the idea of the Minnesota team to be more serious. Some size there. He actually gets to play at his position as small forward. I like having a defender like Jaden McDaniels to help out on that end. Anthony Edwards as well. He's been a really great defender. And Gnaw off the bench. Like, give my guy some help on perimeter defense. Give some big bodies that will help rebound a little bit too. Let's see what he can do if he can just focus on scoring, facilitating, and defending his man. That's what I would love to see. And I think Minnesota provides a lot of that.
I don't like Minnesota, man, but I root for my man KD. So if that's what it comes down to, I'll root for KD.
Hey man, I feel bad if you gotta live in it. Like I've never been. I had a layover there one time, and it was. You know when you get off the plane,
that's the extent of my experience
like
too.
This much air, but it was freezing cold. I was like, oh, I got to go. I got to get to my next plane.
I went one time in July. A very nice city. I can't even imagine being there.
It's a great airport. I said that. That's a terrific airport.
In and out, great day.
I can't imagine being there in February.
Oh man. Apparently it's nice, but I'll take everybody's word for it.
It's a really nice city. I enjoyed it there. I saw Outkast there.
Okay.
That was my memory.
I don't know how much time we got a little bit, but I walked in the barber. I got a fresh cut, as you can tell. If you
I see you.
Yeah,
I see you.
I had to ask my barber, like, am I coming home? I got like, what's going on? He's like, nah.
Eddie,
you're good.
Hey, if all else fails, just like, hey, get the enhancements out. Get the touch soft. We're gonna hold on to this line as long as possible.
I said, hey, don't play with me. I'll grow my hair out right now. I won't get a cut until that's filled up. Like, don't play with me. But long story short, so this is a tangent, my fault. But I don't know if you ever relocated, especially as drastically and as far away as I have. I didn't know anybody when I got here. I didn't even consider like one of the most toughest parts of business. I'm going to find somebody to cut my hair. At home, I get cut an upgrade. My homeboy Mark, that's the homie. We go way back. So it's like I'd had a barber for 20 years. And I was like, man, so I bounced around. I found this barbershop. It's cool. I like the barber. He's cool. It took about 3 cuts for somebody to figure out like who I was. And I don't say that as like I'm a famous person. I just say that as like they realized that I'm on this show and I'm doing this and blah, blah, blah. And now every time I go in there, it's first take. It's first take every time I walk in the barbershop, and I'm like, So I think they realized I kind of like didn't want to do that every time I got in there, so they kind of started leaving me alone. But I'm gonna tell you like this: I walked in here today at 3:00 on the dot.
Oh yeah.
Oh man, where your boy going? Where is he going? He's not gonna be a Nick. What's up? I'm like, oh. So shout out to Jersey Cuts, man. Union City, they hooked me up. But yeah, I had to walk through all the details and. It was a long cut today. The barber taking his sweet ass time today, man.
I hate when they see my guy doesn't do this. He's a master at cutting and talking. I've had barbers in the past who they'll stop and talk to you. It's like, I love you, brother. Like I got like my man, my man Tori. I went in for same thing, 15 years. But I'm not here to talk, man. I need you to cut my hair. Yeah. But he'll stop and he'll be like, hey, yo, D, yo, how about that concert the other night?
Hey, mind you, like I'm cool. Like we can talk. I don't care. You know what I mean? But I don't know everybody in here. So you asking me like real detailed information, and like I know my barber. I kind of know you, but like homie over here in the corner, he got hella questions. I don't know him. Like I can't be telling him what's going on with the KD trade right now. I'm like, man, I'm just trying to get my cut. But yeah, it's following me everywhere. I tweeted earlier. I take my phone off D&D just to be safe. And I'm talking to a bunch of people I don't talk to usually because it's like just blowing up in my face. But hopefully this will be over soon, man. Hopefully we can get back to basketball.
Hopefully. I got to ask Eddie before we leave.
No, it ain't going nowhere because I got more questions.
I'm in no rush. Y'all got to pay the bills. I'm in no rush.
So go ahead. You go first because I got a problem.
Uh-oh.
I want to hear the problem first. Go ahead. I want to hear the problem.
So
I need to hear what's going on.
I see my man Eddie. He's out here losing weight. He's trying to become a GQ model out there in New York.
Yeah, I see him.
And every few days, Eddie's opening a shoebox from somebody.
Yeah.
And he pulls out this Nike Pegasus Premium. And Eddie's like, man. He's like, hey, shout out to the folks at Nike. I'm gonna take this for a test run. Jump cut. There's Eddie out there running in Central Park or wherever he is, talking about, this is gonna be my shoe for the summer. And I'm like, okay. Eddie's a runner. He's in the game. He's looking good. I'm gonna go get me one. Open up the app, Nike Premium Pegasus. Can't find it. It's all good. Little more detailed search. Comes out June 12th. Got it. I understand I understand.
Yeah.
Eddie's got it like that. He's got people. I mean, he probably had Jason Tatum send him some Nikes. It's no problem. I'm not at that level. I'm going to get him on the 12th.
Mhm.
I didn't know this was the Jordan 1 Union dropping. Opened up the app. It must have been 7:05. And a running shoe, not on the sneakers app, by the way, on a regular ass Nike. Gone.
Great shoe. Great shoe.
Okay, you hear this? Bro got me all hyped and excited to find, because it's hard to find a good running shoe.
Yeah.
It's really hard to find a great running shoe. I was got the cosign from my man Eddie.
Yeah.
I'm all in, but I'm a norm out here, and I can't get a pair.
Well,
So now I'm running around in Air Maxes.
Yo.
He
You know, he's,
people know it's out here.
It worked.
if you riding around, if you in town, if you in SAC, if you on the 50, if you on the 99, you on the 80, whatever you're doing right now, understand this man saying is he got a $600 t-shirt on right now. Don't let him talk crazy like he ain't doing, he ain't doing his thing. So
You see it? You see it? You see
I know the
Got
price.
I got it on sale for the record.
Oh,
I got it from Nordstrom's.
What sale
on
on
sale.
what sale on that at the rack? That's like
Doesn't matter. It doesn't
$425.
You see it?
That's got nothing to do with the running shoe I wanted.
You are not low.
Now I gotta get Nike Pegasus regulars now.
Well, you can just go, secondary market and get the joints. Like,
I didn't even look. I didn't even look. Oh, okay.
You can
Free
do,
sale for a
because
running
you.
shoe is
But I'm
sick. The
saying
game is sick right
you
now.
can. They might hit.
Hey,
a little
I'm not
different.
doing that for a running shoe.
They might hit a little different for us,
Nah.
but you can.
I'm not out. I'm just trying to rack up the miles like my man Eddie does. I've been trying to get back into running for a minute. I haven't found the perfect shoe yet. I don't even remember what I used to run in back in the day. Shoes have evolved so much in the last 10 years. So I was just looking for the perfect one.
Man, I've been on a little fitness journey and I'm enjoying it, man. I appreciate them looking. I appreciate you noticing. And I will say,
Absolutely.
yeah, that's a good shoe, man. That's a good shoe. You try to get some, but running shoes
How
is
many
tough.
miles you
man.
logging? I mean, yeah, they're real tough. How many miles are you logging?
If I go for like a good long run, I can get like 6-7 mile run in.
you go.
It's really
Yeah.
I'm doing a lot of walking, doing the incline treadmill, doing trying to be
you go.
efficient.
There you
I
go.
see.
But it was your turn. It was your turn to put me on the spot. Damn.
352, 343, whether it's a 10 and a
I'm
half
not
or
doing
11.
that. I
man.
think they were marketed. I think they were retailed at like maybe it was
It was
either
like
two. It was like either 2 or 220. I can't remember.
Probably 220.
I'm not doing
man.
that for a
Another
running shoe.
$100. Another $100.
I'm not
What's
doing
it to you?
Stop.
What's it to you, bro? Me.
Look, the dog wants you to shut up.
Well, no.
How do you feel?
He's
with
saying
the dog?
the same thing.
The
man.
dog's
He's saying-
telling you
the
to
dog
pipe
is like,
down.
roof, what's it to you? Roof. That's what he's saying.
I put it
Me,
like
that's-
this. I wouldn't pay. Like I was running in some just old joints. Like, so I wouldn't pay.
That's what I'm doing right now. I was trying. Let me try these Air Maxes. The Air Maxes actually aren't bad, but it's not the long-term move. While I'm running, 10 miles a week, like total, like that's fine. But if I'm really trying to like run, that isn't gonna do it.
I got old man feet, so I got insoles. I got I'm protecting
There's
myself.
nothing wrong with that. Yeah, there's nothing
Definitely.
wrong with that.
I got the insoles for when I hoop
When you
and when I'm walking around.
you still an active hooper. You still an active hooper. I gotta try it again. I gotta see if the jumper's still there.
I better calm down. I need to
that boy
be
Sam. Yo,
Yeah,
Sam
man,
done trained every kid in SAC, man.
for real, man. I'm about to see Sam in a couple weeks. He got my son and like 2 or 3 kids on his baseball team that are going to see his camp, man. So
Sam is for real. I was going to Sam when he was on 24 and flooring, and it was like $10 a pop. Boy, I was like, man, I need to do my stuff.
yeah. So yeah, I need the insole. Insoles. That's where I'm at right now. I got the insoles, like I said, when I hoop and when I'm just walking around.
I'm in the gym, taking them out of one shoe, putting them in the other shoe. Like I got this.
That's mandatory.
It's every time. Now
What'd you
that
think,
we done
Poole?
with men's fitness hour,
Hey, that's what we do here, man. That's what we do. I
a little bit
ain't.
of gray in the beard, man. It's all right.
It's definitely happening over here.
It's the only thing that make mine look good, honestly, is the gray. Everything else about it is bad. The gray is what really works. It works, especially when I'm in the sun. That gray really hits.
There you go.
What do you think of that Trae Young Sacramento rumor that popped up for about 36 hours and then went away?
Is it my fault that it went away?
That is well, you were one of like 3. We told and we didn't hide this. We didn't say it was you. We got about 3 texts in a row over like a 45-minute period that were like, nah.
Exactly
nah.
And it's one of them ones where it's like, I'm surprised there isn't more noise for Trae. And there's just not. Like, everybody's just not into it. There was a report like 2 years ago. It was like, yeah, Trae's market is not great. And I forget who they said. I think it was a Zach Lowe report. And he said, this player's market is better. And it was a lesser player. But it was true. I got to asking around, and it was like, maybe the Knicks and maybe this team. But for the most part, everybody's cool. It's a lot of money. It's a little guy. He doesn't play defense. I love Trae Young. So I don't get it. If I'm the Kings and I can get Trae Young for, I don't know what, DeMar and some stuff, I got to do it. I got to put him in the seats. I got to put some butts in the seats out there and watch Trae Young. I love Trae Young. I think he's an offense unto himself. But, yeah, sorry, Sacramento. The instant noise was, they don't want him. They're good. I'm like, oh, all right.
What?
Oh.
And it wasn't really they. It was more like he.
Yeah. Seemed like everybody else had agreed. And then what hurts him
more like he doesn't want him. All right.
Everybody else like, this works. This is great. Let's do it.
Nah.
One person was like, no. Let me ask you a question. Like I said, a hoop connoisseur like yourself. I may be one of the few. Once again, I'm on another island here. I still believe. I take a chance on Jordan Poole. What you think about Jordan Poole?
Before I answer this question, I want to. I got it, D-Love. It's your turn. Is that the Cartier love ring you have on your hand? The big one too? Like, you got the.
Nah, that's an Aura ring. Nah, that's an Aura ring. That's a sleep tracker.
I know what that.
No, it is. It's an Aura ring.
No, not you. Him. Oh, his ring. I want to talk to him.
Yeah, it's my wedding
ring,
man.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh,
nah, that ain't no regular wedding band, though. I know what that is.
Nah.
That's the one with the stones? All right.
No stones.
Well, he had to get the ring.
Traditional.
Yeah,
you couldn't just get the regular joint. Like, you was like, nah, we got to go to
Cartier. The stones is like another 5 bands. I said,
Eddie, he had to get the ring because he already had the bracelet. So,
what that got to do with it? What that got to do with anything?
I wasn't talking to you. I was talking to Eddie. I was just explaining to Eddie why.
I got a Cartier ring, but it's thin. It's the little one. Like, you wouldn't even know it's subtle. You know, they say sheep. You were just like, wow, we putting that on the table.
Look, man, I'm only getting married one time. So we do it that way. And Eddie, once they get you in there, I'm like, I gotta get back here. I gotta get back here. This stuff is man.
They don't let you just accept, the little $1,300 joint. Like you gotta get the. I'm not gonna say how much, but you gotta get the
another zero. Yeah.
We drew the line at the stone, though.
There's just another zero at the end of that number.
We drew the line at the stone.
Yeah, no, because it goes like this. And then it goes like this. It's like,
I said, the solid gold isn't bad at all.
They're like, oh, we got rose gold too. How much? Oh, no. Put that back.
No, this is just fine. No, this works perfect. It's good.
I prefer yellow gold. It's fine. But to answer your question, I'm a fan of Jordan Poole. I mean, I think this playoffs is a great example of shot creation is a premium in this league. And you ever have any player you can put on the floor who could dribble and create shots for himself and for other players is huge. I think he had a good season last year. He was hooping. I remember talking to Andre Iguodala about this and just kind of like, oh, you're youngin out there getting him. Like, man, he killing him. Obviously, when you play on a team like Washington, who is not necessarily focused on winning, everything gets dampened a little bit, and people kind of forget about what you can do. But we've seen this dude play on a championship team on a championship level. I'm a fan, and apparently it's a buy low thing. It's I can say at the deadline he was available in all the Bradley Beal conversations. It was like, yo, Miami wants him, come get him. It's fine, come get him. And Miami passed, obviously, but that's a player. If I could buy low on him, I got to do it now. Even if he's somebody's going to eventually come off my bench, again, shot creation like that, shot making, three-point shooting, all of that's a premium in this league, and we watch in the playoffs every year. I say go get him if you can. Just deal with the works. He's still a young dude too, man.
Yeah, I was watching. I just threw on a game because I had seen the rumors or the odds or something like that, and I just randomly threw on a Wizards game. I was like, I want to see him in a game setting, not highlights. And it was fine. He's fine. Like, he had moments where it was like he was a little loose with the ball, but then you saw it. And one of the things that I see every time I watch him is he's hella skilled. He is unbelievably skilled with the way he handles. He actually has better vision than people give him credit for as far as like passing and stuff like that. He is a super skilled basketball player wherever he's at, Kings, anywhere else. You just hope that, the mentals catch up and everything works out for him, because he is a really, really talented basketball player.
Yeah, like and look, he's had one of the oddest careers if you think about it in some time. He was being groomed by them dudes to be the dude, the next dude, and the relationships are still great there. Obviously, besides the one. So this is a guy who has a great understanding of the game, who's played at the highest level, and has been mentored by the best. I think he just needs to be in a better situation. The skill is there. The game is there. And again, when you're playing for a 15-win team, you're going to be loose with the ball. You're going to be loose, period. Like, these games just come and go. But I think I really believe you put him in a better situation, you surround him with some more talent, you can see a really good player come out of him. That's a dude who can give you 20 points a game. And despite what people think and the way they're trying to minimize scoring now and the kind of conversations we had, scoring 20 points a game in the NBA is really hard to do. And so you got to be really good to pull that off, and he can do that in his sleep.
Eddie, you worked overtime today, man. We appreciate you, dog. Thank you so much for spending your Friday with us.
Hey, good chatting with y'all, man. I owed y'all for the week I missed. Good seeing y'all, brothers. And we'll talk soon for sure.
Alerts are on, man. Alerts are on. We're waiting. We're waiting.
The man said, the first chat I'm hitting. Come on now.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We appreciate you, Eddie.
My dog. Take care, bro.
That's our man, Eddie Gonzalez, right there. Live from New York. Live from New York. He said that deal's going to happen soon. It sounds like it's Minnesota. It sounds like there was something to your Instagram post, to your tweet, to the Rudy Gobert thing. He said Rudy Gobert, Dante, and I think he said perhaps a pick. I actually don't think that's a bad return for Phoenix at all, given how disjointed Phoenix is. You add Rudy Gobert to that, if you can find a way, because I think you did a lot of damage here. If you can find a way to make nice with Bradley Beal, you have two scorers in Book and Brad, and then you have a defender in Dante DiVincenzo. Obviously, I don't give a crap whether Phoenix is good or not. I hope they're terrible. But from a basketball perspective, I can see how that roster is a little bit more balanced than the one that had Kevin Durant on it and lacked literally everything else. You were doing the Nurkic stuff. Was it Plumlee the second part of the season that you were messing with at the center position? So I don't like Rudy Gobert. Rudy Gobert has a million faults, but most of them really get exposed during the playoffs. But during the regular season, I can see why you think, this could work for us. We're probably making the best of a bad situation. Again, when you run through Phoenix, I don't know that they have a return that helps out their roster the same way that makes the money work. Fred VanVleet it makes the money work, but it doesn't really work for Phoenix's roster. And I can't figure out really what the wild cards of Miami and the other teams that may have bowed out would have been.
The killer for the Saints.
I'd imagine San Antonio wasn't willing to give up much, like Eddie laid out at the very beginning. We're set. We are made.
I feel like they could have got it done too, though.
I thought so too.
They could have got it done, because they could have Vassell and Keldon Johnson in a deal.
Yeah.
Moved him to Phoenix. You still have De'Aaron Fox. You got Castle. You got 2 picks.
They might still be prioritizing depth, though. Given we haven't really talked. They really downplayed it, but there's still a little we don't really know what's going on with Wemby, right? Yeah. It's not like he sprained his ankle. Right. Bro had a blood clot. And those, it's not usually okay, you're better. It's all right, it's kind of something we got to monitor a little bit moving forward.
Yeah, that's facts.
Dame had a blood clot.
Yeah. So Yeah, you got to watch out for that.
Yeah,
The other killer, like I was gonna say for Phoenix, is they're still an apron team. Like you got to get the deal done to move on from KD, but you're just changing money.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
what's I don't know what Dante is. I'm gonna look up Dante real quick.
I guess it's Dante's maybe like 15 mil.
11.9, 12.3 the next 2 years. 11.9, 12.3. Rudy was 35 and like 36 or something. It's on the lower end of the matching spectrum. So you are saving a little bit. I will look up during the commercial where Phoenix is in terms of the apron. But I'd imagine when you're every $1 million helps, like every little bit that can get you further away from either the second apron or the first apron or whatever is going to go a long way for you. Yeah. So even if you're saving, even if it just turns out to just be $9 million on the 52 million, it's probably worth it, which it's not. It might be closer to 6. But we'll figure all of that out. We'll come back. We'll talk more.
Or don't basketball. Keep them in the apron. I don't care.
I don't care either. Stuck. I hope they suck. That's what I hope. I want every team in the Western Conference to suck except the one that plays 30 minutes from here. We'll talk more NBA basketball, more Kings basketball talk finals tonight. D'Lo and KC brought to you by Sky River Casino and Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320. Phoenix Suns. Man, there is one website, and I don't remember which one it was, but it literally listed. Is this it? Dead money, cap hold, cap totals. Oh, shit, is that right? Okay. Oh, yikes. So if I got this right, they're 11 million over the second apron and 23 million over the first apron. Goodness gracious. They have to move Bradley Beal. Oof. Yeah, I didn't get the impression Dillingham was a part of that. What did I just see? I think they might lean on the draft pick instead, but we'll see. What's Sleazy out here doing? Bonte. Sad Bonte. Oh, excellent. Thank you very much. Thank you for that. Stephen, my brother in Christ. That motherfucking app hasn't worked in a couple years. Sometimes you just got to close it and reset it. I literally do it every freaking morning. Every morning. Over and over and over again. It's an absolute pain. Will Katie be a Kings fan when the season starts? Yeah, I'm gonna work on that. She's a big Tyrese fan, and that series really captivated her, and she is very loudly rooting for the Pacers to win this series. Big thanks once again to our man Eddie Gonzalez here as we close out final hour of the week here. Reminder, I'll be at Sky River Casino tonight, 32 Brew Street for Pride Bingo. If you want to come hang out, Wake Up Call is going to be hosting. I'm just going to be out there eating and having fun, man. That's all I'm going to do. Sipping a little red wine, man. That's all I'm going to do.
Sound like a good time right
there. Yeah, you want to pull up 32 Brew Street. Maybe we'll go hit the tables together, whatever it is, man. Come hang out 7 to 9 tonight, 7 to 9 next Friday, a night with D-Lo and KC. Our very first live show that we're not broadcasting. Our very first live show that we're going to do in the evening. It is exclusive for the people who can come out live. We hope that you could be there. 32 Brew Street. We're going to be out on the patio with the pool table and the TVs and all of that good stuff. And we'll be talking basketball. We'll be talking personal things. We'll have the microphone out there for you. It's going to be a good time. We really hope you can. We pushed hard to do a night show. We didn't want to do a live broadcast. We wanted to try something different. So hopefully this works for more people's schedules. Hopefully you guys can come and spend some time with us out there at our favorite spot, 32 Brew Street inside Sky River Casino.
Gonna be a good time, man. Gonna be a good time. Real quick, side note. You know what was great last night?
Mm-hmm.
Stanley Cup Finals.
The Stanley Cup Finals have been great, period.
Facts.
That's game four.
Yeah.
Third overtime game? Or third,
Maybe.
yeah, third overtime game of the series. Yeah.
And last night was sensational.
Yeah, last night was amazing.
I wasn't watching it live because I was at my son's baseball game, but I kept track of the score. And the game was so good. I went back and watched like a condensed version when I got home of the hockey game.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, no, I got to see this. And then seeing the shots from Edmonton, you know, in the little viewing party or whatever, they're going crazy.
That was fire.
Like, yeah, the Stanley Cup final has been on point.
The Stanley Cup, I feel like the finals rarely miss. The presentation is always flawless. It's probably the best in all of professional sports. But yeah, this series has been absolutely crazy, and it started in game one.
Yeah, I was
spectacular,
surprised.
fun to watch. Not going to break it down and pretend like I know what's happening.
Well,
just tell you from a viewer's perspective, it's a lot of fun.
Well, I will. When Keith Kachuk, when he had it in the blue zone, that's when McDavid came through and had it on the other side. And the puck, you know, it was about to be icing, but they stopped it. And Keith Couture came through, and McDavid came through, and that's what caused the one goal.
You know, you said the name two different ways.
Which one is
it's
right,
like it's like Dolby Live
Couture
yesterday. You said Dolby Live like 7 different
clue,
ways yesterday.
Is it Couture or Kachuk? I can't remember.
I have no clue. Shout out to
Couture or Kachuk is a wild difference. Couture and Kachuk sound like two different people.
Shout out to my boy McDavid. I know that though.
I know that name.
I know that name.
Yeah, know that name.
Oh man.
But yeah, Stanley Cup Finals has been a lot of fun to watch. A lot of fun to watch. Back to the Kings. We started and ended a Trae Young rumor this week. You have brought up names like Jordan Poole, and we'll leave Jordan Poole out of this because we don't know. Let's work with what we know.
Okay.
We know that the Kings either have had or had, one or the other, conversations regarding Trae Young. We know that.
Yep.
Mark Stein reports that the Kings, whether they've had conversations, they've expressed interest. What that means exactly, I don't know. But they've expressed interest in the likes of Drew Holiday, Marcus Smart, and your favorite, your boy, you'll have a jersey next year, Malcolm Brogdon. So one being conversations have been had. We are under a very strong impression that the new general manager of the Sacramento Kings is not a fan of Trae Young. Mm-hmm. We've heard reports from very high-quality reporters that the Kings are interested in Drew, Marcus, and Malcolm. Okay. I believe these are things we know now. Does that tell you something about what they're looking for?
Yeah, those are the
maybe
same type of players.
offense isn't their type. It's the conversation. It's like when I was asking you about Jordan Poole. If he doesn't like Trae Young, why would he like Jordan Poole? And it maybe for the first time since Scott Perry became general manager, we can start to see what he's looking for when it comes to building this team. And it might not be a high offensive caliber guy.
And that's perfectly fine. Those guys, all those guys that are mentioned, even though I'm not crazy about Malcolm Brogdon,
You hate him.
I'll add him into this category too. As complementary pieces, sure, perfectly fine. But we've talked about it. Jesse's talked about it. Like, you've got to have one guy that can go crazy. You probably need two guys that can get you 25 to 30 on any given night. And if he still is able to go get that guy, a Drew Holiday, a Marcus Smart, Malcolm Brogdon, that works fine with a Zach LaVine, another guy that can score like that, and then those other, complementary pieces. So that's the distinction that I have with those type of groups and those type of players. You need those players to win 100%, and you want them on your team. But I don't think you can have a team full of those guys. You still need some specialty guys that can go out there and get you buckets at any point in time. And if he's still looking for that while looking for those guys, I'm with it. But that's the hope.
Okay.
I like all those. Like I said, I like all those guys on a team. The Brogdons, Marcus, Drew. I like them on a team. But
it just needs to be one of three moves.
100%. 100%.
And that was the true. I mean, and that's the case for Trae too.
Mm-hmm.
That's the case for Jordan.
It's just a different. That's the case.
The Kings. The Kings aren't a move away.
No.
Every Kings fan knows that. I think the entire front office knows that. The Kings are not a move away.
Let me ask you this, because this would also kind of dictate what type of moves you make or how you go about your offseason. What if Scott Perry believes in Zach LaVine? Because if you believe in Zach LaVine and the type of player he could be, you could be looking at that as, we have our number one scoring option.
Well, I think there's video evidence to show that maybe that's not true.
Yes,
or maybe that's not the case. I should say.
Yes and no. What the video said, which was perfectly fair,
absolutely,
was the way he goes about playing the game right now and having him in a role as being your best player is not suitable to winning.
So with those guys that you just named, or not that you just named, but the guys that we just talked about, Drew, Marcus, Malcolm Brogdon, those are really, especially in the case of Drew Holiday, maybe Marcus too, really high quality role players. Maybe Malcolm Brogdon, he's a quality role player. I wouldn't call him a high quality role player. I'd call the other two high quality role players.
Agreed.
Can the Kings build a winner acquiring high quality role players? Because to me, the only way that works is if Zach LaVine is really good. Like, if Zach LaVine is like career high levels good, that's the only way it works. Like, you'd have to watch the Kings and go, Zach LaVine is the best player.
Mm-hmm.
It's not, we're not debating it. We're not trying to figure, on a night-to-night basis, we can see Zach LaVine is the best player. I think most Kings fans don't think, I think most NBA fans don't think that thought is realistic.
Mm-hmm.
But if you have a higher quality group of individuals around him, is it possible that Zach LaVine emerges as your one or as close to a number one as you can get, and the true duo is him and Domantas Sabonis?
Potentially. I mean, you think about it, because he has the skill set to be able to do so. It feels like it's always on the table. But I don't know if that's part of his DNA to be a one, like a true one, because to be that every night, you've got to be ready to put up the shots, put up whatever shots you need to carry your team sometimes. And what I saw in the short time with him here in Sacramento and a little bit in Chicago was it had to be a perfect situation for him a lot of the times.
Mm-hmm.
And I didn't see enough that I would trust him being your one or close to a one. I think he's got the talent to do it, but in an ideal situation, I'd have him as my 2, possibly my 3 when you talk about scoring options or best player on the team.
He's a career 20-point per game scorer. He peaked, though, his All-Star year at 27.4. He had 2 All-Star years. That one and the next one, 27.4, 24.4 the year before. Prior to making the All-Star team, he averaged 25.5 points per game. So those were 3, 4, and 5 years ago, respectively. Last year was with Sacramento was 22.4. With Chicago, he was 24 points per game on the season. He was 23 points per game. Can he get closer to that 25 point per game number and emerge as a guy who put up essentially what De'Aaron Fox's numbers were?
I'll say this too about Zach LaVine, be fair to the situation, be fair to the conversation, is number one, last year coming into Sacramento had to have been a complete Donald Glover walking into the apartment on fire. Like, what is this that I'm walking into?
And that's not even to account for what he was dealing with personally.
And that's the other thing. Like, he had a lot personally going on in his life.
Which isn't a secret. We all know his wife had a baby. They upped and moved essentially across the country to Sacramento.
Yeah. So
where he and she knew no one.
Right. He was staying in the Sawyer for most of the time.
I think the whole time.
Yeah. So those things matter. It's not everything. You know what I mean? Like, he maybe just isn't that type of guy to do, to take over a team or do. So that could be the case too. But it could also be the case that there was just a lot going on in the 6 weeks he was here. The 6 weeks that he was here.
Yeah.
There was just a lot going on.
Yeah. Good. Thank you, Dwayne. Thank you, Dwayne.
I told him I didn't need anything else. I just needed the 6 weeks. You got 6 weeks, Zach. 6 weeks.
Funny thing, I don't even remember him saying 6 weeks in that stupid interview, and now it's the only thing I know from the interview. Other than Triple H sucks and they weren't selling Elimination Chamber, and I had to come save the day because I'm The Rock. Actually, Pat, I'm Dwayne right now, but I'm The Rock on TV.
And I'm the final boss.
And I
as well.
expect everybody to understand the distinction, because I actually, when I was on your show that first time that launched this whole thing, I was Dwayne, but I was actually The Rock.
Now you're seeing it. Now you're breaking it down the way it needs to be.
The more I've grown to dislike that individual, the more I look back on him and think he has been full of crap for so long. And wrestling fans just bought it.
Was he liked in the locker room? Do you know?
I think so.
Came back that one time and told us he was never leaving, and then left.
Well, yeah, that really stuck with you.
Literally one.
Well, it happened twice. Happened here as well. What?
No, you're right. I'm just
What are you hiding your face for?
No, it's just funny. It's just funny. You were right. Gonna focus all my attention here.
I was so hyped. I was like, yeah, it's finally getting some change.
Has anyone seen? No. Like 3 weeks later.
3 days.
No, I mean 3 weeks. It's still nowhere to be found.
I'm gonna write a book on Odyssey Sacramento one day.
Oh, that's going to be a bestseller.
Oh man.
A bestseller.
But I don't know. What do you
Is
think?
there a
What do you
scenario
think about Zach? Like, do you think he's capable of it? I've got my guard up.
Part of me wants to take in like the human element and just believe the circumstances regarding last year were brutal, personally and professionally. He was walking into a difficult situation here. So I believe he can be better than he was last season. I feel like I'm setting myself up for disappointment though by believing that. There's a certain point where like,
Well, when has he ever been that? Like we could throw away last year. Not when has he ever been that in his career though? And
been
it's-
what?
Well, just the guy we're kind of asking right now, and it's been
Well,
successful.
Again, respectively, 4 years ago, 5 years ago, like that's when. I just don't know if he can do that again. So I'm not of the belief that Zach LaVine, like I know a lot of Kings fans strongly dislike Zach LaVine's game. I'm not that, but without a clear, definitive guy on this team, Zach LaVine's game does worry me a little bit because it's him. To me, like it's him. You talk about bucket getters. You talk about a guy who can go get you a basket. Right now, it has to be Zach. Lord knows the other guy's not going to do it. He absolutely will not, come hell or high water, go be an offensive player. He's going to get his rebounds, and he's going to do that at an extremely high level. He's going to, be a floor general. He's going to do that at a really, really high level. But when it comes to being a scorer, Domantas Sabonis just is not going to do it. And you're going to have Zach LaVine do it, or you're going to have to ask for something you're asking for Zach LaVine to do something he hasn't done in a couple of years. The alternative is to ask a guy to do something that we've never seen him do, and that's Keegan. And I'm done asking Keegan for stuff. Maybe you guys were right. Maybe you were right. Maybe Keegan, this is just who he is. And if it is, fine. But if it is, we better figure some things out. This organization better figure some things out. Yeah. And I don't know that attacking the defensive side of the ball is going to be the move if you don't have scorers on your team.
Right. And that's where I get into this situation where I'm taking chances on guys that aren't great defenders, but they can score. So that's a risk in itself. I'm willing to take a risk on Jordan Poole, on LaMelo, on all these other guys. It's a risk to take a chance on Zach LaVine as your main guy.
Yeah.
So I'd be a little bit more comfortable taking a risk on one of these other guys because now I got almost two swings at it. Maybe it's one guy, Trae Young, LaMelo, Jordan Poole, can do his thing and elevate his game. If that doesn't work, maybe Zach LaVine can elevate his game. If you don't bring in one of those guys, you only got one crack at it. Zach LaVine.
Yeah.
Like, what you gonna do? Because I'm with you. I'm not expecting much more out of Keegan. Once again, not that he's a bad player or I don't want him here. It's just, if they ask him to do too much, and if they lessen his defensive responsibilities, he can be it. No.
It doesn't mean he can't, though. It doesn't mean he can't. I'm just not asking it.
Yeah, I'm not. If
me whatever, fooled again.
Whatever I get more than 15 points per game is gravy. That's what I'm asking for him. Give me 15 a night, work on the defensive end, and I'll fill in everything else around you, Keegan. But being a second scorer, being this, borderline franchise type player, I gave up on that probably a year and a half ago, 2 years ago. I just want you to be good, and I'll figure everything else out around you. And that's doable for him. And then you got, like you said, you got Domas. I don't know that's a tough one. That's the tough one again. Yeah. Once again, if you don't have enough scoring around Domas, it's just, maybe that's where I get, caught up in the scoring thing. Because I got one guy that he'll score on like putbacks and stuff like that, but going to get one, no, that's not his game. Doesn't seem to be his game.
I still want to believe Keegan Murray can grow as an offensive player. I'm not sure why DeMar DeRozan was the scapegoat for Keegan Murray not being better offensively last year. And then it became Zach LaVine, who was absolutely not here for the whole year. So it's like there's an argument that somehow Keegan Murray was really good the first part of the season, and then Zach LaVine showed up and screwed everything up. Or he was poised to take this giant jump as an offensive player, but DeMar DeRozan screwed all of that up. So I'm not really sure I don't think anyone knows what to say about Keegan Murray, so they just say stuff. They just say stuff to say it. And I can just flat out tell you, I don't know. I've watched every game of that young man's career. I have no clue. Some days he looked like he could be like a legit 18 to 20 point per game scorer. Sometimes he just looks miscast as a starter and he's really a role player.
Roddy says you gave up on him because they changed his position, gave all his shots to DeRozan. It's easy. DeMar is a ball stopper and is a volume shooter. Well, Roddy, I'll say this. Much like D'Lo said, I've watched every game of Keegan's career. I don't even see, this is going to sound mean. I'm not saying it like he's not skilled, but I don't even see the skill level. Like, I don't see him being able to dribble well enough to elevate his game. He gets on the fast break. He does the same move all the time. He kind of lowers the left shoulder and tries to muscle to the basket and finish that way. I haven't seen any type of athletic movement as far as like, consistently being able to create open space for a shot, create space for an open shot. I haven't seen anything with the ball handle. We're going on 3 years now. I haven't seen anything in the post. I haven't seen a fadeaway. I haven't seen much of anything. And if that's the coaching staff's problem, if that's DeMar's fault or whatever, that's cool. That's fine too. I'm just telling you, I haven't seen it. I haven't seen anything that makes me say, nah, this guy's got it. They just need to let him cook. They just stop giving the ball to DeMar, give it to Keegan and let him cook. Because you see you see the handle, you see the variance in the way he can get his shot off. Like, just give him the ball and I haven't even seen that. Maybe it's there. I haven't seen it.
Keegan Murray took 1.9 less shots last year than he did the year before. He went from 9.8 to 12.7 to 10.8.
So one less shot, took all the shots.
He went from 12.2 points to 15.2 points to 12.4 points. This is all DeMar DeRozan's fault. He took all of his shots away from him. Okie dokie. If that's what the hate for DeMar was really the most incredible thing of last season. The fan base is just disgust. The same fan base that was singing Not Like Us, the same fan base that popped when the tweets went out, the same fan base that was in my mentions and DMs nonstop for 2 days. That same fan base turned on him lightning quick.
That was crazy.
The same fan base that said 50 wins, the same fan base that said top 60. They had to have someone to blame. And for some reason, DeMar DeRozan became that guy. He was the guy that everyone had to blame. The Kings chose to blame Mike. The fans chose to blame DeMar. And in the end, we all lost. We all lost.
There's nobody wins when a family feuds.
DeMar DeRozan walked into Sacramento and did what DeMar DeRozan had done for 15 straight years. Not a version of it. The man literally did the same exact thing damn near to a T, from shots to shot percentage to points per game. The same thing. And Kings fans were clutching their pearls, stunned by what they were watching. And it just leads me back to, who do you think fixes this team? Because you have a version of in your head of someone, and I don't know who it is. It's of someone, but history says it might not be rooted in reality. Because you like DeMar, and I guess you thought DeMar was going to change. And when he didn't, Kings fans for years have complained about free agents signing here and just being awful. DeMar just had another Hall of Fame year. Hated that man by February. Hated him. And, here we are. DeMar ain't even part of the team no more.
No.
I don't know where he's at, but we got him everywhere.
And easily this year, the most I'll say the most consistent and effective Sacramento King. Everybody else was just up and down all over the place. He's the one guy that played all the time, that produced all the time.
Mm-hmm.
It was a lot of games, a good number of games that the way that he played and produced won you those games. And there were a few games where the way he went about things lost you those games. And that's all people want to remember. But yeah, DeMar, and then in the biggest game of the year, everybody that you wanted to have the ball just did nothing. Keegan did nothing.
Mm-hmm.
Domas did nothing.
Well,
nothing.
I mean,
Malik didn't play. Biggest game of the year.
Oh, late, yeah.
Did nothing.
We begged for something to happen. It happened, and it didn't work.
Mm-hmm.
Now that's not entirely Malik. There's just all right. We're top seeing this goddamn season again. We'll come back, man. We're gonna try to make this team better. We've got a finals game tonight. For goodness sakes, we barely mentioned the Steelo and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320.
Yeah, the streets was listening. They was like, "Yo, got you." Oh, Jesus. Oh. You know, you're not wrong. We're gonna do this forever, though. I mean, we're gonna do this forever. Jesus. And the thing about it that tickles me is when people say this, they say it like, "Yo, I'm giving you that insight right now. I'm giving you that hot take. This is what y'all hadn't thought about. This is the crazy thing. Y'all hadn't thought about it like this, though."
Why are you doing that voice, man?
All right, man. Like, yeah. Yeah. Or this is the other one. This is the other one. And this isn't Kill P. I'm talking about him, but it's like, at King KC 916. Kings, man, they really need to find a point guard. At bottom of the basement 916. They had one. His name was Halliburton. Shut up. What are you talking about?
There's a Dairy Queen commercial about to run, and that sounds fantastic.
Dairy Queen. Huh.
Not that I could have it, but it sounds fantastic.
That's right. You can't. Damn.
Weekend's not in yet.
I was looking at that. So that always tricks me. Like something's in there, and then like I've never heard us play this song, and then
Yeah, it's like a placeholder, but once the commercials go in, the placeholders get erased. And so I just opened it and it was all commercials.
Well, Steven, you tripping, big dog. You tripping. Gotta
Which one
find you
has the dipped cone? That's Dairy Queen, right?
I think so.
Yeah, that's fire.
Dairy Queen, I think, was the first place to have like they called it it's a McFlurry, but they had it first.
Blizzard.
Blizzard. That's why you the man.
Mm-hmm.
The Blizzard was first, wasn't it?
I think so.
Yeah.
Always there it is. All right. Voice and voice guy is pissing me off. I was like, oh, he's not talking today.
Get it together, Harold.
I don't think it was Harold. I don't remember what the guy's name was.
I don't remember his name either. That was a classic.
That you didn't know it was a person?
Yeah, I wasn't sure.
Yeah,
that was crazy.
I think it's Pete.
Is it Pete?
I think.
Okay.
That was a classic.
Refresh my memory. What did you think it was?
I thought it might have been like
AI.
Like you just type in to a system and there's a voice like Waze. You know what I'm saying? Like something like that.
Yeah.
But I wasn't sure. Like it could be a real guy. I was like, dang, he does. It's the same voice. You do it for every damn radio show across the country.
Kind of like Computron, right?
That's crazy. I don't even know what that is.
Man,
damn,
that's tough.
Yeah, if you were a real fan.
That's tough.
What'd you say?
I'm not gonna say it again. You know,
I didn't hear. I want to make sure.
Didn't get the Computron reference.
Computron.
No, yeah.
No.
Oh,
I thought you said something else.
Yes, right.
Oh yeah, Computron. That was season 4. Season 4.
All right, man.
Yeah.
What was Computron doing again?
It was
he was doing it.
The sexual harassment class that they had.
You really lean tough on that sexual harassment stuff, man. You really lean tough on that one.
Sometimes it's like a CNI single. Sometimes he gets it.
Nah, he's like the kid in Little League who just closes their eyes and swings.
Yeah.
I say that with all due respect because that was probably me. Yeah.
Yeah, man. It was just one of those, situations. It was a good episode though. I think I might. Well, no.
You're not, man. Stop it.
No, because I got locked back into a couple shows. I got a little time right now. So yeah.
You got locked back into show. You're watching BMF for God's sake.
Well, BMF, I'm watching The Shy.
Oh man.
Now I'm like 6
years
seasons behind
on that. Yeah, me too.
I saw the first 2
Me
seasons.
too. The kids are now grown, and I'm like, oh, wait a minute.
So my mom and Cheryl in Baltimore were watching, like they were up to date. And I walk in the living room and I said, is that little boy with the dreadlocks? She's like, yeah. Where you been at? I said, season 2.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they're literally grown. Yes. But yeah, I was like, I did like the show. I stopped watching.
That was a great show. No, it was a very good show.
So
yeah, it was a very, very good show.
But I'm watching Office.
Okay, good. I'm watching Love Island. So fantastic. It's bad too because I feel like I'm starting to learn people's names. Like, oh man,
you should know them now. Or did you get it from the start of Love Island?
Of the season.
Okay.
I think. I'm not sure where.
Start-ish.
Yeah, I think
it's one
so.
of those things you can just pick it up.
Yeah, I think it was the start-ish.
Reunion show is gonna be lit, I'm sure.
Yeah, I guess so.
Those shows are cool.
Some of them are kind of crazy. Like
they're all crazy.
I mean, I normally come one of the Real Housewives is normally on. I'm always hoping it's like Atlanta or Potomac because I could get into those. Especially, I think the Atlanta one, the one that has the girl from
Vanderpump. Was she was a housewife originally, wasn't she?
Oh yeah, we had to go to Caesars to go to the Vanderpump. She has like a bar there or something. This was funny. So this is where like Katie's comedic stuff is really great. So she's like, I want to take you somewhere. She wasn't taking me anywhere. She was taking herself there, but she was dragging me to it. And we had so it was at Caesars. Caesars is a hotel where it's like, okay, it's 105 outside, but we probably can walk this one. It was it was like a 20-minute walk. It felt much longer.
From Venetian to Caesars.
Yeah. But we get there and I'm like, so she was like, look, and does this big unveil and it's the Vanderpump thing. And I'm like, okay, this is cute. So she was like, but she wants to film a video. So we do this video and we're standing in line. We're short on time because this is our first night. So this is the night of Janet. We had a reservation, this whole thing. And there's a line to get in. And we're standing there. And then all of a sudden, I'm like looking around. I'm like, yo, this line is fake. She's like, what are you talking about? There's people here. I was like, no. The line is for effect. Look through the little palm tree right here. And you look through the palm tree and it's just tables. And I'm like, oh,
are they not open yet?
No. They were open. They hold people outside to make it look like there's a line to get in.
Oh, like Club Rookies.
Well, that feels like a shot.
Well, it's not. They all did it.
But yes,
Avalon, all
exactly like Club Ricky's. They hold the line, so people are like, oh, we got to go get in line and get it. And we're like, all right, well, we don't really have much time. Like, I know you want to be here. Well, it's like, okay, we can't get food. We'll just go in and get a drink. So we're sitting down. I order some wine. She orders her drink. It's a cool place. Like, I guess she's like, if you're into the housewife stuff, you'll think this is really cool. I was like, but I'm not. And it's just really nice. And, we took some video in there. And then as we're getting ready to leave, she's like, what would be way funnier is if the video jump cuts to how excited I am to go to this place. And then it shows me walking away, not being able to get in. So if you go look at her Instagram video, the Instagram story doesn't show that we actually went inside the place. It shows that we tried to get in line and she very angrily had to turn away and not get in to see her Real Housewives of whatever.
I don't know where I think she's Beverly Hills.
I'm not
maybe.
Sure.
I only know because when we were living in LA, my Auntie Wanda, she came down to visit and I thought she wanted to see us. And she really just wanted to go to the restaurant.
No.
She almost didn't even go back to good old Paramount after that. She almost kept going straight.
That's hilarious. That's absolutely hilarious.
But that's the only reason I know. Lisa Vanderpump, I think is the name. Vanderpump Rules. She got her own shows.
But you brought up the reunion shows. Those reunion shows are funny because she's always got a reunion show, and they're very dramatic.
Oh yeah,
they are so dramatic.
Yeah, I haven't seen one in a while.
Like, could you imagine if the NBA did like an NBA Finals reunion?
Well, they tried to, and people got rid of it.
What would they do?
The awards.
Oh God damn! That's not what that was. That was off. Plus, didn't they do it in like August?
It was.
They did it hella
late June, early July.
They did it after the draft.
Yeah.
Oh man, no.
The idea was good, but you don't have time.
Like, why, if you're anyone, like, just narrow it down. Let's do an NBA Finals reunion. Like, imagine if they did like the Heat and the Mavericks that year. Dwayne Wade was taking shots at Dirk, and they did a reunion where they're all sitting on chairs talking about what happened in the finals that year.
I was minding my own business until I saw the video of that guy coughing and mocking my cold. Hold on, bro. I wasn't mocking your cold.
And LeBron over there going, oh, that would be so good. That would be so great.
They should bring that to the forefront. One of these sports.
Dude, hell, you could do the Kings could do a reunion.
Oh, well, that'd be a fight. To have a reunion.
I guess you could never
whole year.
But like, I guess you could never do it. Like, how would you get Mike Brown? It'd have to be written in the contract.
Yeah.
If you get fired or traded, you have to come back for the reunion show.
The Kings reunion show, the 2024-2025 Kings reunion show is crazy.
You know,
it's crazy. Mike Brown, Monty McNair, Wes
De'Aaron
Wilcox, De'Aaron Fox.
You know who'd be sitting
with
next
Sabonis and all them still here.
You know who'd be sitting next to De'Aaron?
Huh.
Not a player.
Oh, wow. Yeah. No, you're right.
Bro, this reunion show would go so hard. Yo, why? Let us run stuff. It is now written into contracts. You have to come back for the reunion show.
Bro, the Kings reunion show is crazy.
Mike Brown sitting at his chair, just pushing up his glasses like I just wanted them to.
These were my guys.
No.
They were my guys while they were here. I know some people didn't like the way I went about things, but I went about it trying to make sure everybody was.
What would Monty McNair say at the reunion show?
Yeah, no, I mean,
no.
You know, we want to have
maintain and improve.
Yeah, we want to maintain and improve. And that's the case with our roster. Sir, the question was about Mike Brown.
Then you get, and here's the other caveat for Sacramento, at least. D'Lo and KC are moderating this. We're moderating this. And I'm asking, hey, Domas, why do you hate Mike Brown? In fact,
because that bitch.
All three of you that seem to hate Mike Brown. Let's start with Domas. Why do you hate Mike Brown? Mike, did you have any inclination that a fourth of the roster seemed to dislike you?
I didn't know. I really had no idea. These were my guys. Mm-hmm. You know, they were my guys from the start. And I didn't know that, you know.
You sound like a nerd. Like
De'Aaron. Rust all got it. What if this guy comes through?
Who?
What if this guy comes through?
Jeremy Lamb shows up.
What if this guy comes to the reunion?
Oh, man.
Oh, no. Oh, man. Oh, we forgot Kevin Huerter got to go.
Oh, Kevin Huerter, I forgot. We got to bring back Kev.
Kevin's like a sworn person from episode 3 that left early.
Kevin's just the one who sits there and doesn't say anything. Like he doesn't say anything.
Everyone's waiting on the bombshell to drop that Vivek made the Levine deal, but yeah, Jeremy Lamb comes out. In reality, it was him.
Do we go back into
go one of those? You guys didn't know he was here. Jeremy Lamb goes walking out.
Triple H's music is playing.
Oh man, yeah. That would be fantastic.
Do you bring in people?
That would be fantastic.
Do you bring in people from past seasons like DeMarcus Cousins or whatever, just kind of to set the?
Well, I was gonna ask, does Harrison make the cut?
He doesn't have to, but he'd be a fun surprise. Like the Royal Rumble.
Just like I told you guys.
Like, look, Diesel's here. Like, oh, cool. Like, here's Harrison. Here comes Diesel. That's fun.
It was like 2013, 2014, one of those, I think.
Guys, meet Puke Guy. Puke Guy giving his first public comments since getting Luke Walton fired.
Does Vivek have to show up?
No. This series wouldn't happen if Vivek had to show up. We know that.
I'm telling you, Vivek ain't never gonna say nothing in this city ever again.
No.
Can't even tweet.
That man really can't.
He ain't never gonna say another word.
Not until you throw some wins on the board.
That man tried to send a motivational message, and the fan base beat his ass up.
Just wrong.
Just never give up. Oh, yeah? We'll try getting a win, Vivek.
Give up on being an owner. That'll tell him. That'll teach him.
I wonder, does he still Instagram? Vivek, what's his last IG post? He doesn't have any pins, so what'd he do right here? Oh, May 30th. I was looking to see if he turned the comments off. He didn't. One of my favorite places in all of America is Central Park. I used to come out here early in the morning and go for a long run before spending the rest of the day selling software. First comment, Halliburton looking real good.
Oh my God.
I'm sorry, that's hilarious. That's hilarious.
Halliburton looking real good. Wish we had him as a player.
To your one of your points though.
No one cares. Please fix the Kings.
to your
Stop
points,
ruining
though,
the Kings.
Instagram's a little nicer though.
It is nicer, except when you see the first comment is
Wow.
about.
Jeez.
Oh, this guy says, "Cool. How about explaining to fans why you're ripping us off with higher ticket prices and piss poor basketball year after year?"
Fair point.
Oh man.
Yeah.
Tyrese Halliburton will win a championship before you have a successful basketball franchise. Let's see what this one says.
Instagram is much
Boy, he was
nicer.
well.
It is much.
Nope.
much
First
nicer.
comment: stop ruining the Kings.
Well, where's your? That ain't my first comment.
I'm not. Well, maybe my Instagram is
Mine is good stuff.
what?
Yeah.
What post are you looking at?
The one where he's in front of the hotel with the glasses on. He's got
Yeah.
glasses on all of them. Yeah. The first one is good stuff from
No,
Marty Penn Brooklyn.
nope. I got stop ruining the Kings right above that.
See, I don't know. Let me see. It's got to be in there.
We want to know why
stop
our
ruining
team-
the King. That's from Nat T Sp.
We want to know why our team is not in the California Classic.
Where's that one? Oh yeah, that's
And then someone
from
said,
Carl Cachet.
someone said Jesus Christ is coming back.
He said
So,
that on all of the posts.
you gotta-
actually.
Okay. All right. How about this one?
You're doing business with a con man.
Grateful to all who have sacrificed everything for our country. It's a Memorial Day post.
Oh no.
Let's see. Comments. Sell.
That's the only comment like that though. Instagram's a much nicer place. Much nicer.
Yeah, that's it. That was the only one. Just telling him to sell. The Vex videos are funny.
They are. Well,
Let's-
look,
let's celebrate.
The edit is funny too
No,
because
let's-
he stands there for like 1.3 seconds, and then somebody's like, "Go," and then he starts saying it.
This is my 50th year in America. It's been an incredible journey, and I'm excited to share some of my favorite places with you all. First comment, get a point guard.
Oh my gosh!
Second one, fix the Kings, bro.
No, this one is mean. Yeah, this one is me.
Trade DeRozan.
Worst-
That's great and all, but please let the basketball people run the basketball team.
94Q says, worst owner in professional sports. Come on, man. Only one playoff appearance since you took over 12 years. I appreciate you stepping in and helping the Kings in Sacramento, but we as Sacramento fans deserve better. 4 exclamation points.
Bro, WTF. No one cares. Get your ass back to Sacramento and figure out how much money you need to give Scott to fix the team you destroyed. Bro is literally celebrating being an American.
This one is much more like Twitter.
Yeah, this one's bad. This one is terrible.
Just being grateful for everything in life. That's how they respond.
Well, at least there's a few hearts and fire emojis, but
Oh man.
you're a loser. You traded Fox while you had all the cards to deal him. You are a loser owner. Again, the man is just celebrating being in America.
It's so wrong.
God, social media is brutal. Oh, I know this one's bad.
Which one is it?
The Mason Jones pick.
Oh no.
There's 296
Oh,
comments
no.
on it. They are all bad. Yeah, in fact, we're just going to close that one.
I think people left them
That
alone
one's
once the
rough.
season ended. That's why we saw ones that aren't that bad. When the season was going on, they lit him up.
I remember the night, because if I'm not, correct me if I'm wrong, and I don't think I am. I remember the night they posted this because I think this was the night of the playing game.
Yeah, sounds right.
Because I remember seeing this, and I think I said to you, this is a bad lack of self-awareness. Like, I get it. You're celebrating. You can't post this picture today.
Mm,
Oh, that's tough.
damn.
Sorry, Vivek.
But like I said, he ain't gonna say nothing no more.
Nah, he's done. So he's not coming on our reunion show.
We reached out to Vivek and he declined our invite.
Vivek is just gonna
Decline for comment.
Yeah. Maybe we can get a videotaped response from Vivek.
Where it goes. Hey, I want to thank everybody that came out.
Oh man.
We haven't talked about Game 4 enough, I don't think.
Bro, there's 3 minutes in the show
I haven't
left.
talked about it at all.
This is the perfect time.
You know what part of it is?
Game 4, big time.
I don't know what to expect. And this is the first time, because I didn't feel this way in Game 2. I definitely didn't feel it in Game 3. This is the first time I feel like the Thunder might run away with a game. And I don't know why. I need, obviously Siakam and Ty have to do exactly what they did, maybe even, better tonight. You're probably not getting 27 from Benedict Mathurin, but you need a good night from him. You need a really good night from the bench. They did so many things right in Game 3. Execute a little bit better in the fourth quarter. I don't know what to say to tell you the Pacers will win Game 4. I don't know. They did it in Game 3. I don't know what to say about Game 4. Do it again and probably at a higher level. I hope I'm wrong. I don't want anyone to run away with any of these games. But this one I just kind of have a weird feeling about.
This is a huge game tonight. This is the series to me. Tonight's the series.
Yeah, you said that a couple of days ago. I understand why you're saying that. I don't agree with it. I don't know. I just hope I'm wrong. I've been a staunch Pacers supporter. I just don't like this game.
Say it. Say you're a Pacers fan. Say it. Say yes, sirs. Go ahead.
Oh,
say
no.
no.
I'll
take Lake Show off the board.
I think they abandoned.
Yes, sirs.
No, that's never happening. I gave you the opportunity. I actually think they abandoned yes, sirs.
They should.
I think they realized it was white. Look, the shirts are different, and the shirts that they had on the other day were different.
It's
something about Indiana. Yeah, it was something about Indiana.
Basketball in 40.
Yeah, it was actually worse. But Game 4 of the NBA Finals is coming up in just about 35 minutes. Coverage begins here at 4:30. We will see you Monday at 10 a.m. with the Insiders on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Vamos, Gigantes! Cal Duncan looks so short right there. I don't know how tall she actually is, but an NBA player and Scott Van Pelt. Scott Van Pelt taller than the NBA player.
All right, y'all. If you want to come out and play bingo tonight, see you at Sky River. We're going to head over to 102.5, man. It's Flashback Friday. We'll see you guys Monday.